It's the Super Sunday of elections. Good morning. I'm Barkha Dutt. You're with the Mojo Story. It's been a sleepless night for most of us preparing for this counting day, but imagine how sleepless the politicians must have been. As we get ready for the first leads to come in, joining us with us are our political pundits to help us decode the data this morning. Kartikeya Batra and Manu Sharma, both with the C Voter polling agency, are with us. Good morning to both of you, and especially to Kartikeya, a very happy birthday. I can think of different ways that someone may choose to spend their birthday, but this is your love for politics and for data, and we hope you have a fruitful birthday.
Thank you, Barkha. Thank you.
All right, let's get started with the big picture. The first leads will, of course, start coming in only at 8 a.m. The morning has begun with many politicians across these 5 states, but Mizoram will be counted, of course, tomorrow with prayers at temples. In the last 2 days, politicians have finally got some little time off, and they've been offering prayers at whatever God that they believe in. The stakes are high, and as we wait for the leads, I want to actually understand why the stakes are so high. Of course, one reason, and the obvious reason, Manu, is that we are, five months away from the general elections. What impact do you think these assembly elections will have on national politics? I'll start with you, Manu.
Well, I think first of all, we can begin with Telangana. So in Telangana, the trend has been that whenever the Congress has been able to be strong in these now 2 Telugu states, but it was erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, it has done well at the center also. So for Congress, not only it's a provincial election, for them it's actually a good omen if they end up winning Telangana. So it would be a morale boost of sorts. So it's quite critical for them from that respect. The other bit is about winning seats or states in the Hindi heartland, because to effectively challenge the BJP across the 200 odd seats in the Lok Sabha, where BJP and the Congress come face to face, East has to establish itself and make a mark as a worthy challenger. Otherwise, the same story is likely to repeat in the Lok Sabha, that the message on the ground is that the BJP and Congress, when they're locked in a two-party contest, Congress is unable to best the BJP.
Interesting. But Karthik, here's my big question to you. Let's assume, and right now we're still in the realm of speculation, we can afford the speculation for a few more minutes. If I could take this to Kartikeya Batra and bring him in now, let's assume for a moment that the Congress is able to stop KCR's hat trick in Telangana, but it loses Madhya Pradesh, as some of the exit polls are suggesting. The exit polls have been very divided this time. Politically, what might that mean?
So I think that's a lot of, that's probably one of the least likely permutation that one would have thought getting into the election, that the Congress wins Telangana plus 1 Hindi heartland state and loses 2 Hindi heartland states. The idea always was the Congress would win 2 Hindi heartland states, probably Rajasthan would go to the BJP and Telangana would go to the BRS. But if the Congress wins, say, Chhattisgarh and Telangana, it's a different combination altogether. So now what do you take away from that? Well, the good news for the Congress is Telangana is a state that, as Manu was saying, has implications for the Lok Sabha. It is a state where the Gandhi family has enough goodwill. The Congress party probably has enough goodwill that the state elections might correlate with the parliamentary elections, which is unlike the case in the northern Indian states. The other important factor is that a state like Telangana opens avenues to resource mobilization. It's an underappreciated fact in Indian politics, but it's true. You need resource-rich states to, fight elections. If Karnataka wouldn't have happened, Telangana wouldn't have happened for the Congress, for instance. Now, what does it imply that they lose, say, Madhya Pradesh? If after 23 years of one government, barring the 1.5 years in between where Mr. Kamalnath was CM, the Congress still can't come to par, it speaks volumes about how they have managed the campaign and what the weaknesses are. And that is something that they need to look into very deeply from a Lok Sabha perspective. Chhattisgarh also is becoming closer, as exit polls are saying. Rajasthan, on the other hand, if they're able to manage a tough fight, then that means that they have a formula which can work even in the most adverse scenarios for the Congress. So there are multiple takeaways, but I must say that if Congress wins Telangana plus one North Indian state, that is the sort of combination that very few people would have guessed at the beginning of this round of elections. Conventional wisdom told us that Congress gets two of the North Indian states, does well in Telangana and loses one state. But if that composition changes, the other one other important thing, Barkha, before you sort of step in, is that if the Congress does win Telangana, does that pave way for a sharp polarization along north-south lines in Indian politics? That, Congress is the preferred national party south of the Vindhyas, and the BJP is the preferred national party north of the Vindhyas. And as I myself say, there might be some swing states then. Some are the saffron states, some are the Congress's blue states, and then you have some swing states like Maharashtra, Bihar, Haryana, which might swing, whereas the Uttarakhand and the Uttar Pradeshes of the world, the Gujarats of the world, probably will turn saffron, whereas the Telanganas, the Karnatakas, are they turning Congress blue? So we don't know, but I'm just saying that's another way of perceiving these things if the Congress wins Telangana.
Okay, talking about Telangana, and somehow it's become, a state where politicians are already preparing for what might happen after the results. Very interestingly, we've seen DK Shivakumar, the troubleshooter, the key leader from Karnataka, reaching Telangana to guard Congress MLAs against poaching. And it's very interesting, Karthik and Manu. I want to play what Prime Minister said during his campaign, where he actually suggested, he set the cat among the pigeons. He suggested that KCR wanted to join the NDA and it was the BJP that said no. And he actually went on record to say that the BJP could never join hands with the BRS, and Modi himself was giving that guarantee. Let's listen in, and then we talk a little more about what might happen in Telangana.
Na kutum sabhyulara केसीआर को बीजेपी की बढ़ती हुई ताकत का एहसान बहुत पहले हो गया था। ये एहसास उनको हो गया था। लंबे समय से केसीआर इस कोशिश में थे कि किसी तरह बीजेपी से दोस्ती कर लें। जब वो एक बार दिल्ली आए थे तो मुझसे मिलकर भी केसीआर ने यही रिक्वेस्ट की थी, लेकिन बीजेपी कभी भी तेलंगाना के लोगों की इच्छा के खिलाफ कोई भी काम नहीं कर सकती। जब से बीजेपी ने केसीआर को मना किया है, तब से बीआरएस बौखलाई हुई है। बीआरएस अब मुझे गाली देने का कोई मौका नहीं छोड़ती। बीआरएस जानती है कि मोदी कभी बीआरएस को बीजेपी के आसपास भी फटकने नहीं देंगे, और ये गारंटी भी मोदी की गारंटी है। और मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरी होने की गारंटी। मोदी गारी गारंटी अंटे గ్యారంటీగా పూర్తి అయ్యే గ్యారంటీ।
నా కుటుంబ సభ్యులారా, కేసీఆర్ కి బీజేపీ యొక్క పెరుగుతున్నటువంటి శక్తి సత్తా గురించి ముందే అనుభవంలోకి వచ్చింది. అందుకే ఆయన
Okay, so the Prime Minister himself is giving a guarantee, and yet, I'm going to play one more comment. DK Shivakumar is in Telangana, and he's already talking about possible poaching, as are other Congress leaders. Let's take a listen in to DK Shivakumar, his presence in Telangana. Very, very interesting. Let's play that clip.
It is a neighboring state. We all have been involved. I've gone for the campaigning. there are some of our responsibilities what we have to do, help our party leaders. It is quite obvious. The entire Telangana team was here in our elections. They also helped us. We also have to help them.
So don't you have the confidence on your legislators? Because are you somewhere worried about poaching?
We are not worried. No one will go. All our candidates, whomever they have approached, they have already informed us that this is the attempt they are trying to make. They are also very cautious. We are also very.
Okay, let's get comments in on why Telangana is so high stakes, and of course there's the Hindi heartland politics that we'll move to in a moment. Karthik, any thoughts? I know you've got your eyes fixed on the first lead to come in, but we still have 10 minutes for that. DK Shivakumar in Telangana, the Prime Minister saying personally, मैं guarantee देता हूँ ये हम दोनों parties कभी हाथ नहीं मिलाएंगे, but we know that there's no such thing as never in politics, right?
That's true. And a lot of people have been arguing with me that, if KCR loses this election, BJP, BRS will align after the assembly elections. I have my doubts, but then never say never in politics. But, Barkha, you have to understand the anatomy of this Telangana election, right? As I said, if Karnataka hadn't happened for the Congress, Telangana would not have happened the way it's going. Even if the Congress just pulls up a very good performance, they don't form the government, but the upswing that they have seen has been to a very large extent been facilitated by the morale of the cadre after the Karnataka victory, the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and plus the resources that have come from Karnataka. Let's not hide behind, convenient truths. It is true, your resources are important. And Mr. DK Shivkumar has played an important role in facilitating this. You remember when this Y.S. Sharmila was keen to contest elections with the Congress, it was Mr. DK Shivkumar who was driving the negotiations, and eventually it ended up being in a situation where the Congress did not include her, but made sure that she did not fight elections. It's as Machiavellian as it gets, because involving her in the election would have meant carrying that anti-Telangana tag that the YSR Reddy family carries with itself. So I think that the umbilical cord of this Telangana performance somehow starts with Bharat Jodo Yatra, but also traverses through the Karnataka victory. So I think that the involvement of the Karnataka sort of unit in this election is, for me, no surprise at all. Mr. Revant Reddy, in fact, is said to share very good relations with Mr. DK Shivkumar. So I am not at all surprised by this, but I think it will mean a lot for the Congress if they end up pulling this off, because after a long time, the last time I remember Congress winning against a regional party, you can say 2017 Akali Dal, but going into the southern part of the country and winning against a regional party, we know how entrenched regional parties are in Dravidian politics, in southern Indian politics, let's just say, right? That will be, I think, a big fillip to the Congress morale, and I think that is something that they will take away if they win Telangana. But let's see. I mean, as you said, it's 8 minutes to go, and we'll know very soon.
We can indulge ourselves.
Barkha, by the way, we must also add for our viewers, Mizoram's counting is not happening today. One has to take note of that. It has been pushed to tomorrow because Sunday is an important day in Mizoram. So the Election Commission has announced that. So today, in fact, we'll be only counting for 4 states. Doesn't mean we're ignoring Mizoram, but it's not happening today. So Mizoram is happening tomorrow, and probably we'll be back tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. We are not in this instance guilty of ignoring the Northeast, as we've often been in the past. Mizoram is simply not counting today. Manu, very quickly, before we turn our attention to the other states, I want to play out something that Revant Reddy said to me. He actually said that he believes that even during the campaign, there was a strategic alliance between the BRS and the BJP. And both parties went red in the face, blue in the face, denying this. But voters seem to believe it. And this really helped the Congress fortunes, as it were, or it seems to. We'll find out in a couple of hours whether it did or not. This is Revant Reddy, the face of the Congress in Telangana, talking about what he called a strategic alliance between the BJP and the BRS. Listen it.
Are you worried though कि BJP और BRS, you all keep saying in your campaign, ये एक दूसरे की B team है. If you don't get a significant majority, तो ये तो चुनाव के बाद भी हाथ मिला सकते हैं.
मैं कभी भी B team नहीं कहा है. वो सीधा अलायंस है. NDA कूटमी में BJP
अलायंस है यार, B team भी नहीं बोल रहा.
Strategic alliance. This is called strategic alliance. BRS, BJP, MIM. India NDA Kutami, Congress, CPI, Telangana Janashakti, Professor Kodandaram is India Kutami. So the election is going between NDA Kutami and India Kutami. So पिक्चर साफ है, इसमें कोई छुपाने का नहीं है, कोई मुखौटा नहीं है. तो लोगों को पता है how they are supporting each and other.
Revant Reddy is an interesting character. He is somebody who's been in ABVP, a student leader. He has been close to Chandrababu Naidu. He has been close to KCR. He's now in the Congress. Owaisi tried to target him by calling him an RSS Anna, and he turned around and said, "Ki Owaisi ki sherwani ke niche to khaki nikkar hai." He's a sort of street, he has street fighter politics, as it were. But this narrative that ye dono parties mili hui hai, these two parties are together. How much do you think this has helped, possibly? Again, we have to say possibly till the actual results are in, Manu. How much do you think this might have helped the Congress?
Well, to a large extent, I must say, see, Revant Reddy comes from an ABVP background, as you just said. And the larger BJP Parivar, if one must to say, it has been guilty of, or one can say it has strategically exercised this choice of propping up the local Telugu parties in joint Andhra and later on also at the cost of its own cadre, its own organization. And the rationale, well, they may very well explain, but it has been in the past that BJP has got around to about double-digit votes, especially in the 90s in the joint Andhra, and then suddenly, they tapered out. They just shifted the votes. So in this atmosphere of anti-incumbency, when people were looking for an option, basically BJP did a hit wicket and said, we are not an option anymore. So it's simple economics after that, that when you're in the market and looking for two options, and one of the options just rules itself out, all you have to do is just go and buy the next one. And I think that is what they did to the voters. That is, they ruled themselves out of the fray by tacit signaling, if one must to say, and that was it. That's where Congress benefit.
All right, as fascinating as Telangana is and might be, let's turn our attention for just a moment to an individual for whom this is a moment of reckoning, Karthik, which is Ashok Gehlot. Karthik, if you can hear me, otherwise I'll take it to Manu. Ashok Gehlot, Manu. It's a moment of reckoning for Ashok Gehlot. In fact, one senior journalist in Rajasthan was saying, win, lose, whatever, it's been a one-man show in the campaign. And I just want to play out Ashok Gehlot, what he's saying about his prospects and what might happen to him in the eventuality of a win or a defeat. Let's listen to Ashok Gehlot.
कल काउंटिंग है, पूरी तैयारी चल रही है. तमाम कैंडिडेट से बातचीत करी, बहुत उत्साह उन लोगों में. सब लोग पहुंच जाएंगे चुनाव जीतते ही. और चुनाव जीत रही है कांग्रेस, भारी बहुमत से स्पष्ट बहुमत मिलेगा. ये बात है.
क्या सभी को बुलाया गया है सर? क्या चुनाव के बाद में
वो तो प्रक्रिया होती है. हमारा ऑब्जर्वर लगे, आज ऑब्जर्वर लगा दिए एआईसीसी ने, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष खड़गे साहब ने आदेश जारी करवा दिए. वो भी कल तक पहुंच जाएंगे ऑब्जर्वर्स. और परसों में सबको बुला लिया. प्रक्रिया शुरू हो जाती है, हमेशा होती है, नई बात नहीं है.
तो जीत के लिए कितना आस, क्योंकि
स्पष्ट बहुमत मिलेगा, स्पष्ट बहुमत मिलेगा, स्पष्ट बहुमत मिलेगा.
Spasht Bahummat Milega. It's really a moment of a reckoning for him. I can see Banu Chandra Nagarajan, analyst, political analyst with us. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're looking very serious. Are you tense? Is there a particular thing you're looking out for, Banu?
I think all the elections are going to go down the wire, including Mizoram for tomorrow. So I think it's going to be a very long day. But yeah, very exciting day. Looking forward to it, in fact. Okay.
Banu, we're going to ask you to try and fix your connection to us because we can't really see you. But the moment of reckoning for Ashok Gehlot, I want to talk a little bit about that. Manu, you want to take that first?
Yeah. So basically, Ashok Gehlot, how do you make an Ashok Gehlot? So you mix the guile of Ahmed Patel with the electoral nuance of a Sheila Dikshit. So he's a two-in-one kind of a character, and Congress doesn't have many of those around. And with that sort of a leader in the fray, who is really made what was a lost affair, into a pretty decent fight, I think if he manages to have a credible showing today, he would very well replace, Ahmed Patel, I would say, as the political strategist of Congress at the national level. That would be, I think, an appropriate step up for him.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting thought, Karthik. Just to remind our audience, the Congress at one point before Mallikarjun Kharge wanted Ashok Gehlot to take the job of Congress president. They thought that was one way to stem the dissidents with Sachin Pilot. He turned that job down. Sachin Pilot was hoping that this would be his moment in the sun. It did not happen. If Mr. Gehlot is able to pull off a win or even a neck-and-neck situation, what might be the scenarios and what does it do? I think, as Manu points out, for his individual standing within the party. One Congress leader said to me yesterday, obviously I can't name him, कि अगर अशोक गहलोत राजस्थान जीत जाते हैं तो कांग्रेस तो भाई जयपुर से चलेगी, दिल्ली भूल जाइए, because it will be the most extraordinary buck trending victory if it happens, and there's a big if there.
I'm not sure, but of course the Congress knows the Congress better. कि जयपुर से चलेगी या नहीं, but definitely we know who's going to be the chief minister. There's no doubt about it, क्योंकि गहलोत साहब ने खुद कहा मैं छोड़ना चाहता हूँ, कुर्सी मुझे नहीं छोड़ती. So let's see अगर कुर्सी उनको नहीं छोड़ती. But Barkha, I have always held this, and in fact I can remember exactly a year and 3 months back when I was on your show on this topic.
Yes.
The gentleman knows power politics within the party. I don't think he's a mass leader per se. At least not until this election. I don't think he's that sort of a charismatic mass leader, but he's definitely somebody who knows how power politics functions. And that's the reason why he's such a political survivor, and he's been one over the years. But, well, if he wins this round, probably he could be in the running for, 2024, right? Who knows? So let's see what happens today, but definitely if he wins, it will be a victory for him, and an unprecedented victory at that. But I'll also add, and I'm sure Manu will also second me on this, if Ashok Gehlot wins this election, he will also thank the BJP central leadership for this. Because there's been so much of a botch up in the BJP campaign in Rajasthan, Barkha, that if this were fought properly by the BJP, there would be no confusion at all. I am pretty certain about it.
Sorry, I'm cutting you short just to actually agree with you that one of the curious things about the BJP in this campaign, despite the Karnataka defeat, has been its decision to sideline its leaders, regional state leaders in Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh, in even Telangana, where Bandi Sanjay was replaced, because of internal dissensions. In election season, in Karnataka, they paid a price for it, and Yediyurappa's son is now back as the Karnataka chief. Banu is back with us. Banu, I'm hoping that you can hear us. But before we come to you, I want to play out Mamaji. Mamaji, who used to be a very consensus-building sort of persona, recast himself as a kind of would-be Yogi Adityanath. He recast himself as a kind of pro-Hindutva, pro-bulldozer as a means of justice, wearing the tag of being a bulldozer, Mamaji, with some pride and some comfort. Let's talk a little bit about Madhya Pradesh in a second. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, will he be literally the wild card win of this election, going against expectations, going against Kamalnath's confidence? Let's listen in.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी भारी बहुमत से सरकार बनाने जा रही है। मोदी जी के प्रति प्रेम और विश्वास, केंद्र सरकार की योजनाएं और मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की योजनाओं का कमाल, विकास मध्य प्रदेश में जो हुआ है वो अद्भुत और अभूतपूर्व हुआ है। उसके कारण जनता का विश्वास और चारों तरफ समाज के हर वर्ग से स्नेह, प्रेम और आशीर्वाद की वर्षा हुई है। लाडली बहनों ने तो आशीर्वाद दिया ही है, भांजे भी पीछे नहीं रहे। कुल मिला के समाज के हर वर्ग में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अभूतपूर्व समर्थन मिला है और हम भारी बहुमत से
Okay, the leads have started. The
Yes,
leads have started.
yes,
Karthik, I know, you're itching to turn your mic on and say the counting has begun. Okay,
I
go
have
ahead.
literally come from the airport to the studio just for this, Barkha. So I will not
that too on your birthday. And that too on your birthday.
I will,
So go ahead.
I will not at all be apologetic about this excitement.
Okay, go ahead.
Firstly, Madhya Pradesh 6 leads out, 3 BJP, 3 Congress. Rajasthan 3 leads out, all 3 to the BJP. Telangana I can see one. No, Chhattisgarh I can see 1 lead out, Congress leading 1. So we have started the counting day for all. So if there was a proverbial ribbon to be cut, that ribbon has been cut.
Okay, so the ribbon has been...
Health warning, Barkha, sorry, health warning for the viewers. Early ballots are postal ballots. Conclusions should not be drawn, but this is just started now. And as we speak, Rajasthan is now 5, 3 to the BJP, 2 to the Congress. Back to you.
Okay, so the leads are now going to come in fast and furious. If you see our banners changing at the speed of light, don't get confused. We'll try and keep pace the best we can. These are going to come in very, very quickly. They're going to change very, very quickly also. And we'll do the best we can to keep pace. Counting is now officially open. And let's talk a little bit now with Banu. We're seeing... Again, health warnings, everything you see on your screen right now is early leads. Karthik has given us the warning that these are first postal ballots, and we're going to be very careful in identifying a trend of an election, certainly at 8:05. It's only been 5 minutes. Banu, what's at stake here? Which are the states that you're going to be really looking out for? Banu?
I'm particularly very keen on Telangana. So let's see how it goes, because that's the most dramatic of all the 5 state elections, because we had a party that was probably number 3 in the reckoning at the beginning of the year, and that's probably going to win the majority as far as the exit polls are concerned, which is the Congress. So I think I'm looking at it very closely to see how the parties stack up in Telangana. But going by what the exit poll says, all the 5 states, including Mizoram for tomorrow, are in for like a nail-biting finish. So pretty exciting day.
Okay, let me just actually bring in Anurag also with first comments. Anurag? Can we unmute Anurag, please? Yeah.
Yes. Hi, Barkha. Very good morning, and thank you for having me on the show, Barkha. I think for me, the most exciting state today would be Rajasthan, Barkha. I think Telangana looks like a no-brainer, looking at the trends, very strong trends, And Madhya Pradesh, of course, I mean, I also get a sense, traveled across length and breadth very recently. I'm fairly confident BJP will pull it through. And Chhattisgarh, of course, Congress will have a marginal edge. It's something which is very established. But I think Rajasthan would be very, very exciting to watch. And I cannot rule out the possibility of resort politics starting up in Rajasthan, and how would this independence play, and Vasundhara coming back. So I think I would really watch out for that Vasundhara comeback movement, Barkha.
Okay, so you believe that there's going to be a Vasundhara comeback moment, and you also believe that Telangana is the biggie. Now, typically, Anurag, you are, if I'm not wrong, and if I can categorize you that way, you're an admirer of the Modi government. But in Telangana,
yes, absolutely.
Yes, but in Telangana, you're not really rooting for the BJP. You might actually be rooting for the Congress. This is the delicious paradox. This is the delicious paradox of our politics, that people respond in a very different way at states and different way in national politics, right, Anurag?
Yes, Barkha, it's a very good question, Barkha. And
yes.
That's what people have been messaging me, calling me, because in all the news shows I've been taking, I've been clearly mentioning Congress victory and everything in Telangana. But it's my job as an analyst. I need to be truthful about, what I really analyze the situation, Barkha. But one interesting, Barkha, when I was speaking to a top journalist from Telangana, who's also happened to be an analyst, what he told me is there was BRS knew it, KCR and KTR knew it for last 5 years, that there is a very strong anti-government, mood that is brewing up in Telangana. Even in 2018, it was there. And that is exactly a result when, after 2018, all the bypolls, BJP swept with a good majority. But more than all that, all these bypolls, whether Huzurabad, whether it's Dubaka, it is also was a candidate-specific victory. But the victory BJP got in GHMC was a very, very neutral, symbolic representation of anti-government vote that BJP could catch on. So BJP was really in the race as long as Bandi Sanjay was there, because he portrayed an image that, the anti-government votes can be brought back to the BJP, and BJP was looking very, very strong. When Barkha, you must be knowing people like Konda Vishweshwar Reddy. He's a very veteran politician, and people like him switch side to BJP with the hope that BJP will galvanize the vote. The anti-government vote will rally, with the BJP. But I think the moment they did a self-goal and they literally gave up the election with Kishan Reddy coming in, and that perhaps I felt very, very disheartening to see the situation and the plight of BJP. And the top BJP leader was telling me, Barkha, that the top management of BJP is very, very annoyed by the fact that the people from the south are probably not giving them the right feedback. It happened in Karnataka. Nobody gave the right feedback. That's a sweeping Congress victory, and Modi ji went on doing huge rallies in the last leg of the election, and he was not aware about it. So the input really is not going, or maybe not being taken seriously. What is the situation? I don't know. But I think BJP's understanding of the South is still a bit of misplaced, question. And I think they need to figure it out. It's very clear with the Telangana thing that they have really given it up in a basket to the BJP, to the Congress.
Okay, I know Karthik is coming in with some more leads. Karthik, go ahead. What's the latest numbers?
Barkha, I think just echoing what Anurag was saying, Rajasthan is dead heat, 17 to the BJP, 16 to the Congress out of 33. Madhya Pradesh, dead heat of the 49, BJP 25, Congress 24. Chhattisgarh, Congress pulling ahead, 14 to BJP's 8. Telangana, Congress 3, BRS 2. Health warning, postal ballots, still very early days. But it's a little difficult to keep track. So Rajasthan now is 20-20 each, 40 seats. Initial trends have come in. But so that's what it looks like right now. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, very close. In fact, there's no daylight between the two parties. Chhattisgarh, Congress pulling ahead. Telangana still very early days, so 3-2. Back to you, Barkha.
Okay, when we're looking at this dead heat in Rajasthan, again, it's just a few minutes past 8. Does it surprise anybody? Does anyone want to come in, Manu, on what we're seeing in Rajasthan? Yeah, Manu?
It's not surprising, and if we were to look at the regional composition of the seats, I'm sure that they would largely be coming from the Dhundhar and Marwar belt, whereas we were getting a dead heat in terms of vote share. So this kind of a trend was to be expected. It may tilt finally, when the marginal seats begin to get called. But again, this is no surprise. And for the viewers, I would like to suggest that they might see a lot of these score lines until the very end.
Okay, so
Barkha,
go ahead.
Chhattisgarh has just turned 15 to 14 of the 29, 15 to 14 now. So dead heat continues. But I'll also add, a lot of these postal ballots come from government officials, let's say, right? So how does an OPS, for example, factor into this? That's another thing that one needs to consider as to which side the bureaucracy is swinging. And they seem to be big influencers. But of course, still early days. Rajasthan right now, 28, BJP 23, Congress. Madhya Pradesh still very close, BJP 30, Congress 27. Chhattisgarh, BJP 15, Congress 14, BRS, Congress, Telangana 12, Congress, BRS 11. So really there's nothing to suggest anything right now except for that counting is underway. We are as uneducated about the election as we were 15 minutes back.
Okay, so I'm just looking at these numbers, and we're of course trying to keep pace here. We have a statement from Pawan Khera, the Congress leader, saying the results are going to exceed expectations. But the question is, whose expectations are they going to sort of exceed? We've spoken about these elections being a moment of reckoning for Ashok Gehlot. What about Kamalnath? Let's talk for a moment about Kamalnath. Kamalnath has tried a BJP supporter was telling me that Kamalnath has tried to be a pale version of the BJP. So, agar original hai, to hum imitation ko kyun vote denge? Let's talk a little bit about what's at stake here for Kamalnath. Banu, you want to take that? Kamalnath, a very, very successful member of parliament, one of the longest serving parliamentarians of India, a kind of Sharad Pawar-esque sort of set of networks across parties, not an easy man to mess with, certainly a formidable opponent. He continues to not believe in the exit polls that have suggested that he could lose. But going by the early leads that we're seeing, and can we please just have the numbers change on the screen, because we've just had Rajasthan. Yeah, there we have Chhattisgarh now. Let's also keep those in rotation. Go ahead, Banu.
Yeah, I think it's a moment of reckoning for Kamalnath. And see, Madhya Pradesh is a very quirky state. In fact, I would say it's the politically most complex state in India. We all get enamored by Uttar Pradesh and the 400 seats, but I think Madhya Pradesh is very complicated because there are eight regions, and 8 regions vote very differently. So that's why, it's very hard to get Madhya Pradesh correct. And coming to Kamalnath, his 1.5 years or nearly that of tenure during post 2018 has been very uneventful, and he overdoing the Hindutva card when you already have BJP has sort of confused people. So I think he has not been able to differentiate himself or differentiate his party for the voters. I mean. BJP seems to be coming for the 4th time, which should say something about the way Kamalnath has run his campaign and how the Congress has run its campaign.
Okay, we've got a sizable set of leads now from different states, and I want either Manu or Karthik to just jump in. Karthik, I'll give that to you. Let's do an overview of where we are at 15 minutes past 8. We have quite a lot of leads on our screen. We have Rajasthan, where the BJP is in the lead. We have Madhya Pradesh on our screen. Can we go through these states one by one? Karthik, go ahead.
Yeah. So again, Barkha, the quantity might look big, but the quality of these leads is still very poor because these are very, very early days, but still... for what it's worth, Rajasthan, BJP 50, Congress 35. Madhya Pradesh, BJP 45, Congress 39. Chhattisgarh, BJP 18, Congress 20. Telangana, Congress 15, BRS 12. So 2 states going the Congress way so far, and 2 states going the BJP way. Except for Rajasthan, where the lead seems sizable, which is 15 seats. In all other cases, the lead is really small, slender, and these numbers are changing by the second. And once again, I'll say, and Manu will second me on this, that these are mostly postal ballots yet, still. And I think the actual game will probably begin in half an hour from now.
Yes.
That's when probably you'll start seeing the EVMs. And
any early comments?
What is funny, Barkha, is that the Election Commission website has still not started releasing its official numbers. So it tells you that still very early days. The information we are getting from other sources is what we are telling you, right?
So look at Madhya Pradesh, Manu, if you want to comment on that. Again, I think Karthik's health warnings are very well taken. The EC has not even officially opened the counting right now to talk about leads. But you do have the BJP in the lead right now in Madhya Pradesh in 45 seats. This is not a surprise at this early stage. We're beginning to see some of the key candidates and their performances, from Sachin Pilot to Vasundhara Raje. Any comments, any early comments, Manu, on Madhya Pradesh?
Well, to understand Madhya Pradesh and this score line, one has to see that in Madhya Pradesh, there is a 4-time anti-incumbency against the BJP. Yet, we are seeing that BJP is a very, very competitive outfit as of now. So what does that tell us? BJP, so for example, if Gujarat is the Mount Everest of, let's say, the BJP politics or the saffron states, then Madhya Pradesh is also the K2. It's the second most saffron state. So Kamalnath any day will be facing an uphill battle in trying to wrest that state away. So Madhya Pradesh, I'm pretty sure it will be a very competitive election as of now. And once most of the regions roll in, the score lines may become closer.
Okay,
Barkha, can I quickly step in, Barkha? This is important, Barkha. Sorry, I'm stepping in. Rajasthan now is showing you, so don't ignore the BJP Congress. Others is 7. At the end of the day, that might become very important. I can tell you,
Yes.
Barkha, at Free
Yes.
Voter, we know of at least 44 seats in Rajasthan where third party candidates are spoiling the game for either the Congress or the BJP. And these third party candidates include the rebels, the independents, and smaller parties like the RLP, like your BSP. So when the final results come out, that others chunk, not only will the others have cut into the votes, but they will have also won certain number of seats. But it is also possible that the leads that you see right now for the others may not turn into wins, but these leads will be sufficient to make or break the game for one party or the other. And in fact, even the tribal areas, you had the BTP and the BAP that sort of were playing spoiler for the Congress. So that's an important number to note. Even as we speak, for the first time, I think Congress is pulling ahead in Madhya Pradesh. Congress now 46 to BJP's 44, but Rajasthan BJP is maintaining its lead of 46 to 37. Congress also pulling ahead in Chhattisgarh 23 to 17, and Congress pulling ahead in Telangana 16 to 30.
Right. So these are changing very quickly, and we should have political representation soon on our program. So hang on, Karthik, because obviously you're getting the leads quicker than our graphics are able to keep pace naturally. You're saying in Madhya Pradesh right now the Congress is just narrowly ahead. I'm seeing it on the banner now.
47 to 43 now, Barkha. And I think Manu is absolutely spot on that these are big states. So it is essentially a collection of regions. So Madhya Pradesh, I can tell you, Baghelkhand will vote very differently from Gwalior Chambal, from Malwa Nimad, from Mahakaushal, so from the Bhopal region. And a lot of these early trends come from places which are more sort of developed and quicker to release their results. So that's another sort of bias that comes into early trends. But right now, Congress 47 to BJP's 43. But we'd have no clarity on which regions these seats are coming from. If, say, a lot of these seats are coming from Mahakaushal region, where Kamalnath ji comes from, this is not surprising. But if the Congress is pulled, by the way, I must tell you, Barkha, Free Voter is the only agency that is predicted a majority for the Congress, sort of among the major polls. And the key difference was that we said that in the Gwalior Chambal area, the Congress will sweep, and in the Malwa Nimad area, they'll do well. That is contrary to what some of the other polls were saying. So if these numbers are coming from the Gwalior Chambal area, the Congress will be very happy. But if they are still coming from Mahakaushal, from Baghelkhand, then as Manu said, this is K2 organizationally for the BJP. So it's important. But at this point, Congress leading in MP, in Chhattisgarh, in Telangana, and Rajasthan, BJP is leading.
Okay, Anurag, your thoughts at the leads we're seeing thus far?
Well, I think, Barkha, I think it's very, very early, and I think I really don't give a lot of importance to the postal ballots. Of course, although it is very interesting for analysts and psephologists to start analyzing, but I think it is extremely, early to say comment anything. I think it's as good as we are in a situation where the only numbers which are kind of a bit serious for us to introspect would be only exit poll numbers. So I don't think we should give a lot of importance to the early trend, particularly the postal ballots, because that has totally a different trend altogether, totally different culture altogether in itself, because it is casted way before, and does not generally in elections. What I've seen, Barkha, is the last 3-4 days are very, very decisive, and last 3-4 days will always result into 2 to 3% of a swift here and there. So I think that's a big number in any state, particularly when you have this razor thin margins, this kind of last ball finish games that we are foreseeing right now. I think we still have to wait some more time, but clearly one thing is very clear. Is Rajasthan, of course. Yes, somebody was mentioning about Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, Barkha. I mean, I have a personal view that Gujarat is typically is not a BJP state as such. I mean, although I'm a big supporter, but I can tell you that Gujarat has been strong strong only because of Mr. Modi's influence and what he could have, what he has done organizationally, bringing in all the Congress leaders. There's literally no opposition in Gujarat. But I would agree that Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh, these two states are typically now a strong BJP bastions, and there is no doubt about it that the RSS organization skills and BJP's organization skills, they are deep rooted in these two states, and I would have draw a lot of parallel with these two states. But Gujarat, I think, you have seen the last election. You leave about this election where Congress never even bothered to campaign, but last election they were almost there. So I think Gujarat Congress has a pretty decent base, but I would say it's because of Mr. Modi's charisma. Mr. Modi is on the top. He is also the Chief Minister of Gujarat and the Prime Minister of India. So that is playing a major role. But otherwise, Madhya Pradesh has very, very strong, BJP flavor. You can actually go walk down the streets of Madhya Pradesh anywhere. You will fairly find Congress supporters, but BJP supporters are very traditional in Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. So I think that is something which will be very difficult for Congress to come over. And that's why I said that only Kamalnath will not be in a position to do that. It would have been more of an inclusive leaders to take on the entire might of BJP, which I believe Congress has not done this time. They've actually, Barkha, one very interesting analogy is this time I feel Congress has worked in an outsourcing model where you see Mr. Gehlot in Rajasthan, Mr. Kamalnath here, and even there are talks that Mr. Revant is also had some kind of an understanding. We don't know, I can't comment for sure, but there is some transactional relationship with Mr. Revant that it appears very strongly in his confidence. I have not seen a leader coming out to the evening of an exit poll saying let's start celebrations. You generally Congress culture is you to take a permission from high command in even speaking anything after the polls.
So that's a very. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. See, there's been a kind of role reversal between BJP and Congress. In the BJP, you're seeing a kind of vanishing of a generation of state level leaders in this election, and in the Congress, you're seeing a kind of emergence of satraps that are asserting themselves almost autonomously from the so-called what used to be called the high command. I want to introduce our political guest this morning. We have K.S. Chauhan, BJP leader from Chhattisgarh. Namaskar, Chauhan ji, namaskar. And we also have Anshuman Sel from the Congress. Good morning, namaskar, Anshuman. And before I come to both of you, Karthik, yes, a quick overview of the leads, and then I'll get comments from our political guests. और थोड़ी छत्तीसगढ़ की भी बात करिए. हमारे पास चौहान जी हैं छत्तीसगढ़ से बीजेपी के. प्लीज
नहीं, छत्तीसगढ़ की तो हम बराबर बात कर रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस 23 और बीजेपी 17, 40 लीड्स हैं. राजस्थान, बरखा, द गैप इज क्लोजिंग. बीजेपी 45, कांग्रेस 43. मध्य प्रदेश अगेन कांग्रेस 47, बीजेपी 44. तेलंगाना कांग्रेस 17, BRS 15. So I agree with Anurag that these are still postal ballots, not indicative of the larger trend. But we are now slowly moving into that territory where we will have to increase the amount of seriousness that we accord to the trends. Still not there, but getting there now. Getting there.
Okay. On that note, चौहान जी आपसे सबसे पहले पूछूंगी, छत्तीसगढ़ के आंकड़े हमारे स्क्रीन पे हैं, ये लीड्स हैं, ये सुबह का टाइम है, कुछ भी हो सकता है, लेकिन सारे एग्जिट पोल्स ने कांग्रेस की एक विक्ट्री फोरकास्ट की है. इनफैक्ट भूपेश बघेल might end up being, we don't know, मध्य प्रदेश में क्या होगा, the only incumbent chief minister to win. अभी के आंकड़ों के मुताबिक कांग्रेस 23 सीट्स में आगे है, बीजेपी 17 में. बीजेपी has improved its performance even according to the exit polls. ये आंकड़े देख के आप क्या कहेंगे चौहान जी?
देखिए बरका जी, सबसे मेन बात तो ये है कि जो बैलेट पेपर के जो रहते हैं वो बाहर के जो कर्मचारी हैं और सरकारी कर्मचारी हैं, तो वो सरकारी कर्मचारियों के जो बैलेट पेपर आते हैं, मुझे बोलने में हिचकिचाहट नहीं होगी और किसी को बुरा भी नहीं मानना चाहिए, तो वो सरकार के पक्ष में जाते हैं. ये मेन देखा गया है. अभी तक यही देखा गया है कि बैलेट पेपर जो रहते हैं वो सरकार के पक्ष में ज्यादा जाते हैं. दूसरी बात यह है कि जितने भी एग्जिट पोल आए हैं, 8 से 10 पोल आए हैं, उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी को भी जीतते हुए दिखाया है और कांग्रेस को भी हारते हुए दिखाया है. ये हमें नहीं भूलना चाहिए. और सत्तारूढ़ जो पार्टी रहती है मेन, तो वो उसके बाद जो एग्जिट पोल आते हैं, तो वो एग्जैक्ट पोल जो रहते हैं वो एग्जिट पोल से हमेशा कम होते हैं. हम 2018 को निकाल के देख लें या 2003 को भी निकाल के देख लें, जब वो कांग्रेस पार्टी थी, तो 62 जो एग्जिट पोल में दिखा रहा था तो आए थे 37, और हमारा जो 2018 का जो बता रहा था कि 45 से 50 सीट आएंगी, तो हमारे को बहुत कम सीट मिली थी. तो एग्जिट पोल जो है वो थोड़ी सी एज देता है सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी को. और उसका एक कारण एक और ये भी है कि जो सैंपलिंग लिया जाता है उससे उसमें जो सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी रहती है, जो उस समय पार्टी रहती है और सरकार में रहती है, तो वो सरकार के खिलाफ नहीं बोलना चाहते हैं, लेकिन मत पेटियों में अपने निर्णय को उन्होंने दे दिया है। तो हमें पूर्ण उम्मीद है कि हम बहुत ही अच्छी बहुमत से जीत के आएंगे।
मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि जो लड़ाई है वो है, मतलब इट्स नॉट अ वॉक ओवर। दैट्स द इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग चौहान जी। बीजेपी 25, कांग्रेस 30 इन छत्तीसगढ़। जी
बरखा जी, वॉक ओवर का तो सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। आप जो जितने भी ये एग्जिट पोल के सैंपलिंग जो दिए गए हैं, 15 से 20 हजार सैंपलिंग दिए गए हैं, उसमें से महिलाओं का सैंपलिंग कम लिया गया है और महिलाएं 4% ज्यादा वोट डाली है इस बार। तो महिलाएं का जो वोट परसेंटेज रहेगा वो बहुत ज्यादा रहेगा। और पहले भी हम एग्जिट पोल का तो ये है 4% हमारे को बढ़त दिखा रहा है वोट ऑफ परसेंटेज में, 4% लगभग कांग्रेस को नीचे दिखा रहा है वोट ऑफ परसेंटेज में। और एग्जिट पोल जो है पहले मध्यावधि चुनाव में भी आया है 2018 के बाद, उसमें भी लगभग 3.5 से 4% जो वोट ऑफ परसेंटेज था वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बढ़ रहा था और कांग्रेस का कम हो रहा था। तो हमारे को ये नहीं भूलना चाहिए। और प्रिविलेज जो दे रहा है, प्रिविलेज जो दे रहा है वो 6.5 भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दे रहा है, वहीं 2.75 जो एग्जिट पोल है वो प्रिविलेज दे रहा है।
मैं आपको इंटरप्ट करूंगी। आई थिंक वी कैन आल्सो टेक अ लुक एट द ओवरऑल लीड्स। भानु, आई नो यू आर कमिंग जस्ट
चौहान साहब के लिए अच्छी अपडेट दे रहा हूं एक। तो इस समय छत्तीसगढ़ की लीड्स बीजेपी 30, कांग्रेस 27। बीजेपी कांग्रेस से आगे निकलती
और बढ़ेगी सर, और बढ़ेगी।
बीजेपी 30, कांग्रेस 27 इज करेक्ट। चौहान जी आप कह रहे हैं और बढ़ेगी, लेकिन मेरा एक सवाल था। सॉरी कार्तिक, पहले आप सारे नंबर्स हमें अगर दिखा दें।
मध्य प्रदेश 58-51 बीजेपी लीडिंग, राजस्थान 57-46 बीजेपी इज लीडिंग, तेलंगाना कांग्रेस 27, बीआरएस 25, कांग्रेस लीडिंग. So this is, I mean, one thing is clear: nobody is pulling ahead like drastically in any of the states so far.
So I was just going to say that. Sorry, can I interrupt? Because Anshuman Sail of the Congress is with us, and before his connection goes again, I want to bring him in at least for one comment. Anshuman, when we look at these numbers, जो उभर के आता है, टक्कर की लड़ाई है. Telangana, we're still waiting for a clear picture, but at the moment, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, these are early leads, health warning. But there are fierce fights on, even in Chhattisgarh, where the polls have given your party the advantage. Your thoughts this early Sunday morning, Anshuman.
Good morning, Barkha and all the guests. So I'll tell you that Congress party is going to win all these 4 states, and these are really early trends. Not even postal ballots must be counted as of now. So it's just 25 minutes since we started. And you can see that there is a fierce fight. We accept that. There's a fierce fight in Chhattisgarh. There's a fierce fight in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. Telangana, I was personally there for 3 months. So I can tell you that Telangana, Congress is going to win. Congress is going to win big in Telangana. My number for Telangana is definitely we are going to win 75 plus, because what I saw in Telangana across the state, I felt that people were voting for change, people were voting for Congress's 6 guarantees, and they were trusting the Congress's leadership. Next, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, what all the inputs that I have got in last 2.5 months. Chhattisgarh, I'm pretty sure that we are going to win decisively, more than 60 seats for sure. Then comes Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh also, I don't think that there will be any suspense. By the time we are at 10:30, there will be a clear picture in Madhya Pradesh where we will be getting a very comfortable majority in Madhya Pradesh.
Anshuman, I want to ask you something, and then I also want to ask Chauhan Saab the same question. मुझे ऐसा लगता है बीजेपी कांग्रेस ने थोड़ा रोल रिवर्सल किया. We are seeing in the Congress strategy after Karnataka a kind of localization of politics. आप अपने local leaders, ground level leaders, whether it's Siddaramaiah in Karnataka, Revanth Reddy, Kamalnath, Ashok Gehlot, you have to some degree set them free. Would you say, Bhupesh Baghel, would you say that's been a key part of the Congress's new strategy?
See, I won't agree to this in totality, because there was no time when state leadership in Congress was not given a free hand, right? They were not tied anywhere. So it all started with the Bharat Jodo. Bharat Jodo went through Karnataka, Bharat Jodo went through Telangana, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, all these states. So you just can't say that this was all local leadership, number one. Number two, I would say that the local leaders in Congress were always empowered. So you can't forget the days of Asila Dikshit ji. You can't forget the days of Mr. Bhupendra Hooda. You can't forget the days of earlier days of Mr. Digvijay Singh. So it's like Congress always has given a free hand. Congress always has empowered its regional leaders, and it has never bulldozed its regional leaders. And while I'm talking to you, I can see that Madhya Pradesh Congress is now at 57 and BJP is at 53. So so the numbers are here. Rajasthan is 60-50, but Rajasthan is 60-50, but I hope that we are going to get we are going to be the single largest party in Rajasthan.
In fact, now it's 54-50. 54 BJP, 50 Congress. Rajasthan.
Okay, so Rajasthan is also 54-50 and 13 others. So that's what I'm saying, that I'm very hopeful that it is going to be.
Anshuman, can I interrupt you? Sorry, Barkha.
Yeah.
It's Congress 50, BJP 53. But what is most interesting, Barkha? Others is 14.
Right.
Others is 14. That's not the case in Madhya Pradesh, by the way. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, roughly the same number of seats have been counted. Madhya Pradesh only 3 leads to others. This others factor in Rajasthan is probably going to ensure that you and I will have to do many more shows on Rajasthan in the coming week or so.
Well, again, with the health warning that these are early leads, Karthik, and let's see where the numbers settle.
These are early leads. And by the way, Karthik and Barkha, so if I may add, last time around, 26 of these independents, BSP, BTP, CPM, RLD, every one of them supported Congress. So I don't think that you guys have to do more shows, because by the end of the evening, you might see all these MLAs lining up in Jaipur to one person.
I was just going to remind our audience that even in the last election, Karthik, Ashok Gehlot actually managed a group of so-called independents as basically his own proxies. So what's very important is who are these others in Rajasthan. But before I come back to
राजस्थान में क्या बोला जा रहा है पता है आपको?
जी
बताइए। ये कहा जा रहा है कुछ गहलोत जी के बागी हैं, कुछ वसुंधरा जी के बागी हैं। अब कौन सा बागी किसकी सीट खराब कर रहा है, ये किसी को नहीं मालूम अंततः क्या होगा. But all I'm saying is, of course, these are early trends, but we are having some fun as well, right?
No, and as we are talking, you should also update your audience. That Chhattisgarh is 50-50 in Rajasthan now.
Okay. And Madhya Pradesh Congress is 60 to BJP is 50, Barkha. Madhya Pradesh Congress in the lead of 10.
Can I have the latest numbers? Can I have the latest numbers from Chhattisgarh? एक minute.
It's 31-30 in Chhattisgarh as of now.
31-30. So चौहान जी, ये अच्छा हमारे थोड़े से 31-29 पे चल रहे हैं, क्योंकि हर राउंड पे थोड़े बदल रहे हैं. चौहान जी,
this is the latest Chhattisgarh.
मुझे एक सवाल पूछ लीजिए चौहान जी से. चौहान जी, हर प्रदेश में बीजेपी की हमने देखा है कि जो स्ट्रॉन्ग लोकल लीडर है उसको प्रोजेक्ट नहीं किया. छत्तीसगढ़ में भी देखिए तो रमन सिंह जी को प्रोजेक्ट नहीं किया गया, राजस्थान में वसुंधरा जी को प्रोजेक्ट नहीं किया गया, मध्य प्रदेश में शिवराज को नहीं प्रोजेक्ट किया. आपको लगता है ये गलती, क्योंकि ये जो क्लोज फाइट चल रही है, हो सकता है आपकी फाइट और बेटर होती अगर आपके पास एक फेस होता हु वाज लीडिंग द कैंपेन. चौहान जी
देखिए, बरखा जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हमेशा टीम में विश्वास रखती है, और अगर धोनी को हटा दिया जाए कैप्टन से और विराट कोहली को लगा दिया जाता है तो धोनी का परफॉर्मेंस कम नहीं होता है. तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी 11 के 11 खिलाड़ी जो हैं उनकी काबिलियत के हिसाब से खेलते हैं, और ये नहीं बोलते हैं कि हमारे को कैप्टन बनाया जाएगा तब हम अपना 100% देंगे. ऐसा नहीं है, सभी के सभी लोग वहां पर लगे हुए हैं. और इसमें एक और चीज रहती है कि जैसे केंद्र का नेतृत्व जो होता है वो एज ए गाइडेंस, एज ए गार्जियन जो हमारे को गाइड करता है, जो हमारे को प्रोटेक्ट करता है, तो उनकी एक और एज मिलती है जो कि कांग्रेस पार्टी में ये नहीं देखने को मिलती है. आप किसको लाएंगे कांग्रेस पार्टी में, आप खुद हाल देख रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी का. लेकिन हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व तो हमारा सौभाग्य है कि हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व का आशीर्वाद और उनका गाइडेंस हमारे को मिलता रहता है, और उनके गाइडेंस के हिसाब से हम चलते हैं. जी
अच्छा, मैं कहना चाह रही थी कि अभी राजस्थान में
Barkha,
कांग्रेस एक सीट से
Barkha,
आगे हाँ जी,
if I may
yes
just
Anshuman,
interrupt for 10
yes,
seconds.
yes,
So
yes,
right now in Telangana, Congress is leading at 41 and BRS at 22. That's what I said in
that's
the
right,
very
that's
beginning.
right,
That
that's
Congress
right.
is going to win big in Telangana, and this will be. You also know this will be the biggest comeback in Indian politics in last 10 years, in a decade. The Congress winning Telangana like this. No one gave us the chance. Last year, when we were there in Bharat Jodo Yatra, everyone was saying, you guys are not even opposition in this state now. Look at GHMC. Look at all those. Look at all those things. Now you see how we made a comeback, and I'm telling you that we are going to win more than 75 for sure in Telangana.
So you
And the
said
number
something
can go
very
up to 80, 85, 90. So you will see in the evening.
Yeah, I want to switch to Telangana for just a moment. It's very interesting because it's the only state right now. Let's open this up for our panel now. Anurag, you want to come in?
Barkha, before you do that, Telangana actually now Congress 50, BRS 27. Just to update that.
I was just going to say, while we update our figures, can we just stay on Telangana for a second? Telangana, can I go to Telangana? Anurag, Telangana, of our 4 states this morning, Mizoram is not counting today, of our 4 states this morning is the only state so far where there is a very clear lead. It is not a Kantaki Takkar. It is a very, very clear lead, right? And I think it will be the big untold story in a way of this election. And I was asking you earlier that as a Modi supporter, you seem to be quite happy that BRS has been defeated in Telangana. If it's been defeated, I still want to be careful. Why is that? What do you think is
very
happening
good
in
question,
Telangana?
Barkha, and I want to answer
Yeah.
that, Barkha. I was telling
Yeah.
the BJP leaders yesterday. I was on call with some leaders. What I told them, with this kind of a defeat, trust me, Barkha, BRS future is very bleak because KCR is not going to be there for long. KTR do not have hold on the rural leaders or the regional leaders, within Telangana. Harish Rao is the only one who is holding the central Telangana and a bit of northern Telangana. So BJP has a chance of resurgence. So whenever it is a BJP versus Congress, BJP does very good. So BJP has now got a chance in Telangana to be that principal opposition, take on the Congress every time. And that's where BJP's strength lies, Barkha. BJP's strength lies in taking on the Congress. Now, if you see this vote share of BJP, mark my word, Barkha, BJP's vote share will anyways, close to doubling. It will be close to 15-16% this time, or maybe 20%. I'll not be surprised. One interesting fact, why I told you early trends, you showed on your screen, Barkha, that Kama Reddy KCR is leading. Shall I tell you the beauty of this early trend? The beauty of this early trend is, I think Kartikeya can, we can talk in the evening. Kama Reddy, BJP is going to win. Mark my word right now. Both Revant and KCR will lose. Kama Reddy, mark my word on this seat, Kama Reddy, BJP will take away. So that's the kind of strength. Actually, BJP might just end up with 7-8 seats. I disagree with that. Maybe 10 maximum. But the vote share would increase. What it essentially says is, going forward, you might see 5 years down the line a BJP versus Congress fight in Telangana, where BRS will be reduced to kind of a very minor vote share, and KTR being very, very centric to the urban cluster, the youth and everything who don't go out and vote, the IT people. So it is going to be difficult. But Barkha, one very interesting thing also what you said is BJP in this recent times, and you made a fantastic point, the regional point. I saw this in Karnataka. I see this in Rajasthan. I also see a bit of in Telangana, that BJP high command is not able to get their way through with the regional leaders. Even in Karnataka, nobody listened to them. Rajasthan, mark my word, even if it is a say Gehlot, and you know it very well, much better than me, Barkha. Gehlot and Vasundhara are very good friends in the back door, and they are extremely close friends, right? Let's not rule away. If there is a position of hung, either if it is Vasundhara or Gehlot will ending up in smiling. Even if it is Gehlot, Vasundhara will end up smiling. And Telangana, Barkha, very interesting. Telangana, why Bandi Sanjay was removed? Because a leader called Itala Rajendra, who came from BRS to BJP, he blackmailed. He said, I am going to switch side to Congress. Everyone else in the state is going to Congress. And, BJP central leadership went into this kind of huddle. They even met Chandrababu Naidu. They met other people. They were just a little confused what to do. And there was so much of pressure that Itala is leaving. If Itala leaves, we are going to be completely having a very worst dropping. And BJP fall into that trap. And they replaced Bandi Sanjay with Kishan Reddy. That was a blunder. And it is only because of Itala Rajendra.
Yes, the Bandi Sanjay replacement is a very curious replacement. He was a very strident Hindutva leader, but he had following. The local elections for the BJP, the BJP did very well in the Greater Hyderabad local elections. Now, MIM leads are in 5. Normally, they take all 7 in Hyderabad. Let's see if 2 of those seats actually go to the Congress. But at the moment, Anshuman, and then I want to go back to Banu, Manu, Karthik. Anshuman, Telangana is going to be your big win, it looks like. I don't want to call it yet. I'm going to be careful. But the only state right now where there's a clear sort of gap, a very clear and big and dramatic and distinct gap between the two parties in the early leads. Anshuman, is this going to lead to a completely different north-south politics?
Nope, I don't think so, because Congress is going to register a big victory in Chhattisgarh also, as well as I'm very hopeful of Madhya Pradesh as well as Rajasthan of forming government with full majority. So I don't think that this will create a north-south gap, because Congress just won Himachal Pradesh last year, and then it won Karnataka, and now if it wins Telangana along with 3 other Hindi Heartland states, I don't think it will create a north-south divide. One thing is pretty clear. See, Congress's resurgence is there for everyone to see. See, public has come back to the Congress. People have come back to the Congress. You saw it in Karnataka election. You can see it in Telangana. You can see it in other states. So even after 5 years, see, I'll tell you a very interesting fact. Even being a Congressee, I'm telling you this, that if we are retaining our government in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, it is going to be after 10 years that Congress will be retaining any government in any state. Last time it did was in Mizoram in 2013. So last Congress retained an incumbent government was Mizoram 2013.
But
last 10 years.
I'm so sorry I'm interrupting you, but the gap right now is widening between the BJP and your party in Madhya Pradesh. If you lose Madhya Pradesh, I'm again saying if, how much of a disappointment will that be? Because, you know, Kamalnath had put everything, and Kamalnath's latest statement says, I have not seen any trends. I don't need to look at any trends till 11 a.m. I am very confident. I trust the voters of Madhya Pradesh. So Kamalnath isn't going to take this seriously 11 baje tak. Uske liye to abhi time hai, 2.5 घंटा hai. But when you are looking at these numbers, BJP now in the lead at 76 in Madhya Pradesh, what do you say?
See, if Kamalnath will look at the trend at 11, I'll also look at the Madhya Pradesh trend at 11. So if Kamalnath has the trust in the public, I have trust in Kamalnath. So I hope that we will pull up Madhya Pradesh. See, I was there briefly in Madhya Pradesh, so I can tell you that there was a sense of anger in the public. They wanted to remove the incumbent, and Congress ran a good campaign. See, what the exit polls 3 days back showed, they overhyped what you call the Ladli Behna Yojana in Madhya Pradesh. So they think that 1,000 rupees, just 1,000 rupees a month for 4 months will wash away the sins of Mr. Shivraj Chauhan of last 18 years. That's not going to happen. I don't think so. So I feel that Congress party is going to clinch Madhya Pradesh for sure. Rajasthan will be close and we will be forming government for sure. Chhattisgarh, you can see the gap is widening and Congress is improving the number. And I hope that Congress will get a very decisive majority in Chhattisgarh for sure. Next comes Telangana. Telangana, we are winning big, no doubt in it.
Can I get our friend from Chhattisgarh to just comment on Chhattisgarh, and then Banu's been waiting a long time to speak. चौहान जी 1 मिनट छत्तीसगढ़ के आंकड़े अगर हम स्क्रीन पे लाएं, मैं भी देख पाऊं, मैंने भी लेटेस्ट नहीं देखे. Can we have Chhattisgarh numbers please on our screen just for a second? चौहान जी, आप अभी भी like a good sportsman, आपने क्रिकेट की बात की, like a good sporting spirit, आप अभी भी हंस रहे हैं, आप अभी स्माइल कर रहे हैं. टक्कर की लड़ाई तो चल रही है अभी. Sorry,
Barkha, I just wanted to add one thing in sportsman wala thing, that I have never seen an Indian fan. I have never seen an Indian fan saying, "Virat तुझसे बैर नहीं, धोनी तेरी खैर नहीं." So that's their sportsman spirit and the cricketing spirit. I don't want to comment more on it.
चले, चौहान जी.
बरखा जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूरे 5 साल काम किया है, और उसके पहले अभी जो मेन जो लोग जो एनालिसिस कर रहे हैं वो 15 साल और 5 साल में कर रहे हैं. और जो पिछले 9 साल में हमने कांग्रेस की हालत देखी है, उसके शीर्ष नेतृत्व को देखा है, पिछले 9 सालों में लगभग 80% लड़ाइयां इन्होंने हारी हैं, भले वो केंद्र में हो, भले वो राज्य में हो. तो ये हम पूरे भारतवर्ष में देख रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी लगभग 80% लड़ाइयां हारी हैं, चुनाव हारे हैं. और जहां पर डायरेक्ट लड़ाई है भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस की वहां लगभग 85% इन्होंने हारे हैं। तो ये उसके हिसाब से हम कांग्रेस का हालत देख सकते हैं। हम मध्य प्रदेश में भी देख रहे हैं, हम राजस्थान में भी देख रहे हैं, और इवन छत्तीसगढ़ में भी आप देख लीजिएगा, क्योंकि हमने ग्राउंड लेवल में काम किया हुआ है। और ग्राउंड लेवल में जो महिलाएं हैं, महिलाएं बहुत ज्यादा एंथुजियास्टिक होके इस बार उन्होंने वोट डाला हुआ है। और जिस हिसाब से वोट ऑफ परसेंटेज हमारा बढ़ा है और उनका कम हुआ है, और एग्जिट पोल ने भी प्रिविलेज दिया हुआ है। और एग्जिट पोल जो अभी थोड़ा सा ज्यादा दिखा रहा है कांग्रेस को, वो एग्जैक्ट पोल में थोड़ा कम दिखाएगा।
सर एग्जिट पोल से तो कहीं आगे हम बढ़ गए ना, अब तो ये रिजल्ट्स आ रहे हैं। एग्जिट पोल
जी अभी तो
एग्जिट पोल तो पुरानी खबर हो, ओल्ड न्यूज हो चुकी। ओके चौहान जी, अच्छी बात ये है कि आप अभी भी स्माइल कर रहे हैं। विक्ट्री डिफीट में हंसी रहनी चाहिए, दैट इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी। मध्य प्रदेश में से नरोत्तम मिश्रा की एक खबर आ रही है, लेकिन मैं अभी इसको कॉल नहीं करूंगी। वी हैव टू वेट एंड सी। ही इज वन ऑफ द हाई प्रोफाइल, often contentious ministers in the Shivraj Singh government. But let's, Banu, you've been wanting to come in for a while. Now here's the big picture. For anybody who has just joined us, the Congress is leading big in Telangana. The BJP is giving a tough fight to the Congress in Chhattisgarh, where the Congress is still ahead. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP has increased its lead to about 80. It's leading in 80. And that leaves Rajasthan, where I need to see the slides to be able to give you the update. That's Madhya Pradesh, 81 to 64. In Madhya Pradesh, can we go to the next state, please? Let's just go through all the states once, if we can. Telangana, it's 60 for the Congress to 33 for the BRS. There it is. Oh, well, it's changed now. 57 of the Congress to 35, but a very distinct gap. Can we go to Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan now? Rajasthan, BJP really increasing its lead there, 76 to 61. And Chhattisgarh, finally, if we can look at Chhattisgarh, please. If we can just get Chhattisgarh on our screen there. 30 to 40, ये gap, चौहान जी, बढ़ गया है, sir.
बरखा जी, ये स्माइल के पीछे हमने पूरे 5 साल और जो ग्राउंड लेवल में काम किया हुआ है, और जो हमने 15 से 20 हजार सैंपलिंग या ये जो अभी जो रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये शुरुआती रुझान है, जबकि 5% या 7% भी अभी पोलिंग कंप्लीट नहीं हुई होगी। तो ये एक रुझान है, और आगे हम बहुत ज्यादा आश्वस्त हैं कि हम पूर्ण बहुमत में सरकार बनाएंगे। 52 से 55 सीटें हमारी आएंगी, इन एनी डाउट।
Okay, stay with us. Let's look at the big picture. Banu, the big picture is this, that other than Telangana, we have a टक्कर की लड़ाई, जिसको हिंदी में कहते हैं टक्कर की लड़ाई, an actual fierce contest in all the other 3 states. Telangana at the moment. Okay, Banu, I'm hoping you can hear me. If you Banu, we just lost them. Manu, you want to come in with an overall take on what we're seeing so far? Manu Sharma.
Yeah. So, I'll begin with Rajasthan. Now, in Rajasthan, BJP is leading 76 to Congress is 61. We have about 140. No, okay, that's changed. 165 leads out of 199 in Rajasthan. BJP 90 and Congress 70. Now, Barkha, let us say 15 minutes from now, whatever be the numbers, we will have to, start taking them seriously, because they will be beginning to crystallize towards us.
You mean we are not taking the numbers seriously right now?
As of now, there is that hunch, because, once the first round of actual EVM machines starts trickling in, that, in itself becomes some sort of an exit poll for us. So it kind of becomes representative after a while. Yes. So just waiting for next 15 minutes. But as of now, it looks like advantage BJP in Rajasthan. Going to Madhya Pradesh, 76 for BJP, 69 for Congress, still quite close. There is these seats are coming from different areas, and as of now, there is no distinct trend. But yeah, looking at this number, perhaps there is still an edge.
Manu, Rajasthan. एक मिनट बात करते BJP Anshuman's on the phone, but I don't know if he'll be happy with these numbers. The BJP is now leading in 90 in Rajasthan. Manu,
90.
Just yes. Pick that up. Just pick that up. Yeah.
So 90 seats for BJP and 70 for Congress. But look at the others. This is the story. I think if the others are unable to crack into double digits, then perhaps the anti-incumbency, which was supposed to be split, by these smaller parties and independents and rebels, might be actually going to the BJP, and it could just simply give BJP a decent enough verdict rather than the a tight one that was being anticipated in the polls.
So here's the big picture. Anshuman, do you want to come in on that? And Bhanu, every time we come to you, we lose you. So I'm going to try my luck in a moment after Anshuman. The gap is widening in Rajasthan. The gap is closing in Madhya Pradesh. Yeah. It's tight. It's still advantage BJP in Madhya Pradesh, Anshuman, but it's a tight gap. Telangana,
So what I can
very
see
big
is
gap.
it's 75 to 70 in Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan. I would like to tell you that you have been covering elections for like decades now, so you know that the picture of these independents.
I am that old, yes, but yes. Go ahead,
so I'll tell that the picture of the independents, other and the smaller parties, come after 2-3 rounds of counting. So they might be like 5-7 in the beginning, but as you will go ahead, so now Madhya Pradesh it's 73 to 73, Congress and BJP, with 2 others. And Rajasthan
my
also.
God, Madhya Pradesh is at a tie right now, 73 to 73.
Yeah. And see, I told you when I started that the only state where you don't even need to look at the results, you can trust my words, is Telangana. Telangana, yes. Congress is going to win big. Any number above 75, for sure. And I'll tell you, I told a joke to and Chhattisgarh, you see, it's 45 to 26. I don't feel that my friend from BJP would be happy looking at the numbers. And I'll tell you, in the end result, if BJP manages to get 25 in Chhattisgarh, they are lucky enough, because the way they have cheated even in opposition. Not just 15 years in power, in 5 years in opposition. They were protesting on flimsy grounds in Chhattisgarh. They were protesting farmers given money.
अंशुमन, अभी चौहान जी की स्माइल थोड़ी सी हल्की हुई है ये आंकड़े देख के, लेकिन फिर भी बैठे हैं हमारे साथ. कार्तिक, 1 सेकंड, मैं सिर्फ स्वागत करना चाहती हूँ. एक मिनट कार्तिक, 1 मिनट, हाफ सेकंड. कृष्ण कुमार जानू जी, नमस्कार. राजस्थान बीजेपी की प्रवक्ता हमारे साथ हैं. Karthik, it's over to you for the lead, then Bhanu, then Krishna Kumar ji. Yes, Karthik, go ahead. Karthik, take that.
So, Barkha, early leads, I can tell you, Congress has crossed the majority mark in Chhattisgarh and Telangana. BJP has almost crossed the halfway mark in Rajasthan.
In leads.
Yes. Yeah. And Madhya Pradesh is dead heat, where Congress has just in the last 1 second, Congress has pulled ahead of the BJP. Just 5 minutes back, the gulf between the Congress and the BJP was 15 seats, where the Congress was staring at 60, the BJP was 75. At this point, Congress 75, BJP 72. And one thing that is probably playing a role here is that Congress does well in tribal areas. Some of the counting in the tribal areas is relatively slow. So those are also trends that one needs to factor in. But anyway, so Rajasthan early leads, it seems that the BJP has crossed the majority mark or almost there. Congress is pulling ahead in Chhattisgarh, although it's just dipped to 44 in the last 5 seconds. Telangana, Congress 60, as you rightly said. I think Telangana seems to be settled, it seems, in early trends at least, but we'll have to wait. Madhya Pradesh, Congress just taking a slender lead, 75 to 72. So at this point, this is that's what the situation is. Apart from Telangana, and now Chhattisgarh to some extent, I think Rajasthan and MP, but Rajasthan also the gap is widening, I would say. So MP for me now is the key area of interest, where it seems.
So let's say this. So let's say this: the Congress in leads seems to be set for a huge win in Telangana. The Congress is now distinctly leading in Chhattisgarh. In Rajasthan, the BJP is at the moment distinctly leading. And there's the dead heat battle on for Madhya Pradesh. Krishna Kumar Janu ji, BJP के नेता हैं राजस्थान से. आंकड़े देख के आप खुश हो रहे होंगे. राजस्थान के आंकड़ों पे एक बार चले जाते हैं प्लीज. बीजेपी आगे है. राजस्थान की स्लाइड पे अगर हम जाएं तो प्लीज मुझे राजस्थान की स्लाइड चाहिए. अगर हमें राजस्थान के आंकड़े जी, आप 100 सीट में आगे हैं, कांग्रेस 70 सीट में आगे है अभी, लेकिन चुनाव बंद नहीं है। आप कितने कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हैं, और अगर आप जीतते हैं तो मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा?
चुनाव तो अगर मगर नहीं, हम जीत रहे हैं। और मुख्यमंत्री की जहां तक बात है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ने पहले ही तय कर दिया था कि जो जीते हुए विधायक जीत कर आएंगे, उनकी चर्चा के बाद पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड इस विषय का निर्णय करेगा कि कौन मुख्यमंत्री पार्टी के लिए और कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए सूट करता है, वही मुख्यमंत्री हो।
तो आपको लगता है कि ये जो आप 100 सीट में लीड कर रहे हैं, अगर आपका एक मुख्यमंत्री कैंडिडेट होता, जैसे कि वसुंधरा राजे जो प्रदेश की सबसे सीनियर लीडर है, माना जाता है कि उनको साइडलाइन किया गया, अगर आप उनको बनाते तो और भी हो सकता है आपकी जीत कंफर्टेबल होती। अभी जीत लग रही है, तय नहीं है, इस पे आप क्या बोले?
नेता आधारित संगठन नहीं,
जी बोले।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ता आधारित संगठन है, नेता आधारित संगठन नहीं है। हाँ, नेता महत्वपूर्ण है, लेकिन सब कुछ नेता नहीं है। और यही कारण है कि वसुंधरा जी भी एक कार्यकर्ता के भाव के साथ, जैसे मोदी जी ने कहा मैं प्रधान सेवक हूं, वैसे ही वसुंधरा जी ने प्रमुख कार्यकर्ता बनने की कोशिश की है। और इस चुनाव में कांग्रेस ने और मीडिया के एक वर्ग ने कोशिश की थी कि वसुंधरा जी और केंद्रीय नेतृत्व के बीच गैप दिखाया जाए, मतभेद बढ़ाए जाए, लेकिन पूरे इलेक्शन कैंपेनिंग में वसुंधरा जी ने एक वरिष्ठ कार्यकर्ता की भूमिका निर्वहन की है। और अब पार्लियामेंट जो बोर्ड है बीजेपी का, उसके साथ बैठ करके पार्टी।
कृष्ण जी मुझे कुछ पूछना है आपसे। ये राजस्थान के आंकड़े में अदर्स की कैटेगरी में 19 लोग हैं।
Barkha, we have new numbers, 180 and 19 in Rajasthan.
180 and 19, मैं उसी की बात कर रही हूँ, इट्स ऑन आवर स्क्रीन। अदर्स ये जो 19 है, कृष्ण जी आप जानते हैं कि गहलोत जी पिछली बारी भी जितने भी अदर्स थे, इंडिपेंडेंट्स थे, उनको संभाल पाए। आपको क्या वरी है कि ये जो अदर्स हैं ये अभी भी हो सकते हैं, थियोरेटिकली कांग्रेस के साथ भी जा सकते हैं, बीजेपी के साथ भी जा सकते हैं?
देखो, जो जिस विचारधारा से बगावत करके चुनाव लड़ा है, उसके उधर जाने की संभावना ज्यादा होती है। घर वापसी निर्दलियों की, बागी लोगों की निश्चित होती है। हाँ, इतना जरूर है कि अभी तात्कालिक आक्रोश में उनको आप और हम अनुमान के आधार पर किधर भी गिने, लेकिन उनकी घर वापसी होनी है। कांग्रेस विचारधारा से बगावत करके लड़े लोग उधर जाएंगे, जैसे पिछली बार गए थे, और भाजपा से नाराज होकर चुनाव लड़े और जीते लोग भाजपा की तरफ आएंगे। आने वाले समय में हम देखेंगे।
Okay, Zainab Sikandar is with us. Good morning. And Karthik, I know you have your hand up, but Bhanu has been trying forever to speak. Bhanu, quick comment. Squeeze your comment in, Bhanu.
See, actually, like only now we are starting to get numbers that are closer to the whole of the whole number of constituencies. For example, even in Madhya Pradesh, we just have like 150. I mean, the total adds up to 150. So, which means that like 80 odd seats, we are awaiting any sort of information. Similarly, even for Telangana, we got like 95. Out of we got only numbers for 95 seats. So I think we have to keep that in mind as we speak. As far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, 20 out of the 90 seats was decided by less than 10,000 votes last time. So I think it's always a low margin sort of a state. So I think we have to keep that in mind. As far as Rajasthan is concerned, I think both Vasundhara and Gehlot not only should beat the opposition party, but also their own party. So if they want to become chief ministers, which is what Gehlot did last time. So I think quite fascinating contest, but I think we should keep in mind that there are results awaited, or even information awaited from various constituencies in each of the 4 states that we're going to see. I can't hear.
Sorry. I muted myself by mistake. कृष्ण कुमार जी, राजस्थान के बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता, सीनियर लीडर हमारे साथ हैं। ये आपने 100 मार्क सेंचुरी तो पार कर दी, लेकिन ये जो 18 अदर्स में है, इनकी कितनी फिक्र है आपको सर? कृष्ण कुमार जी,
देखो, भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2013 का जो आंकड़ा था, 120 से अधिक विधायक जीतकर आ रही है। अभी जो आंकड़ा है, ये शुरुआती रुझान है। अंतिम निर्णय आने के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को किसी की तरफ ताक झांक करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। स्पष्ट जनादेश, पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिलने जा रहा है। अतीत का राजस्थान का उदाहरण भी यही है और अभी भी यही होने जा रहा है। अभी शुरुआती आंकड़े इसी बात का संकेत दे रहे हैं। निर्दलीय जो हैं, उनमें जो भाजपा विचारधारा के हैं, उन निर्दलियों से भी जब आप पूछेंगे तो वो स्पष्ट कहेंगे, बहुत से निर्दलियों ने तो मोदी जी को नेता मानकर ही चुनाव लड़ा है। स्थानीय फैसले और टिकट वितरण में कहीं जो चूक हुई है, उसके कारण उन लोगों ने अपना शक्ति प्रदर्शन किया है, और जो जीत कर आएंगे वो बीजेपी से परहेज करें, ऐसी कोई स्थिति नहीं है।
चलिए देखते हैं, हमारे साथ बने रहिए चौहान जी। आप थोड़ा स्माइल आपका कम हो गया है। छत्तीसगढ़ में अब लीड बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गई है कांग्रेस की, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप?
शुरुआती रुझान है बरखा जी, 5 से 6%, 7% अभी पोलिंग हुआ है, अभी मतगणना हुई है, तो इसका आप अंदाजा नहीं लगा सकते हैं। जैसे कि हमने 2013 में भी देखा हुआ है, लास्ट के 2 घंटे में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने लीड की थी, और अभी ये तो शुरुआती रुझान है। शुरुआती रुझान में अब बहुत ज्यादा अपन बोल नहीं सकते हैं, और निश्चित रूप से हम पूर्ण बहुमत में अपनी सरकार बनाएंगे।
ओके अंशुमन, एनी कमेंट ऑन दी अदर्स? ये जो 18 अदर्स हैं राजस्थान में जो लीड कर रहे हैं, इनके बारे में अगर आप कुछ बोलना चाहें, क्योंकि
I can see
go ahead.
दो तीन seats. I just quickly checked that who are these others. So I could see that 3-4 are people, and I told you so. See, leave 3-4. If 18 ends up winning, independent, BSP, BTP, BAP. So every one of them you will see lining up to one person in Jaipur. Also for Bhanuji, so he is saying कि शुरुआती रुझान है. So I have this experience. So being a Congress spokesperson, I have this experience. I would like to add some fun in this very serious debate. That we keep saying this 11-12 बजे तक हमें ये बोलते रहना है कि ये शुरुआती रुझान है. So because and भानुजी, बिहार का एग्जाम्पल प्लीज रिमेम्बर, 11 बजे ट्रेंड चेंज हुआ था, तो 11 बजे तक यू कैन कीप सेइंग कि ये शुरुआती रुझान है, और बिहार में 11 के बाद ही बाजी पलटी थी. सो this is something that I can help you with as of now for Chhattisgarh.
But you know, Anshuman, there is a reason कि 11 बजे से वेट करना चाहिए, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश आप देखें तो कांग्रेस थोड़ी आगे बढ़ चुकी है. कार्तिक, quick look at the numbers and then quick comments from Zainab, from Manu, from Anurag, everybody who's here with us this morning. It's a fascinating election morning. If I were to give you the big political picture, the Congress is poised to take Telangana in a dramatic win. The Congress seems set to take Chhattisgarh. Oh, has it changed? Okay, Karthik, I'll let you know the numbers. Karthik? Yeah,
Chhattisgarh has changed even as you spoke, Barkha. Congress 39 to BJP's 34. So what the Congress BJP spoke
तो तभी चौहान जी कह रहे थे रुकिए, but go ahead.
Of course. And then Madhya Pradesh dead heat, 91 apiece. And just 5 minutes back, Barkha, BJP was pulling ahead significantly in Madhya Pradesh. BJP was at roughly 95 and Congress at 80, but now it's changed dramatically. Rajasthan, BJP 100, but Congress 82 and others 17. So the non-BJP bloc is 99 and BJP is 100, but I will actually be very cautious by saying non-BJP bloc, because of those 17, some might actually be sympathetic towards the BJP. Telangana seems pretty clear at this point. Things haven't changed. 104 seats, trends are coming out. Congress 60, BRS 33, others 7, which is primarily the MIM, and BJP on 4. But Rajasthan, BJP is now 102 again, so it has crossed the 100 mark. MP, I think, is the election to watch out for, it seems. This will go down to the wire. And Chhattisgarh, which was looking sort of conclusive, or not conclusive, but heading in one direction, say 10 minutes back, is no longer, because Congress 38.
Anshuman's wanted to jump in. Anshuman, go ahead. Anshuman. I can't hear you. Anshuman, please. Can you unmute Anshuman? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I just wanted to jump in that only official data that we have from Election Commission till now is from Rajasthan, which shows 4-1, 4 in the favor of Congress, 1 in the favor of BJP. And if I may tell the vote percentage, so Congress right now is at 55.75, BJP at 33.94. So as per the Election Commission initial data, it's a 21% lead as of now for the Congress. So I don't see a reason why Congress would lose Rajasthan as of now.
Anshuman, the reason is that the 3 seats or the 4 seats where the Congress is leading from are coming from the Dhundhar Mewat area, which is where the Congress is expected to do well. the BJP seat is coming from the Mewad area.
But can I interrupt both of you? Can I interrupt both of you to comment even for 1 second? चौहान जी 37 छत्तीसगढ़. चौहान जी ये आपकी इंटरेस्ट की बात है. चौहान जी की स्माइल वापस आ गई. हाँ.
नहीं बरखा जी, ये स्माइल अंत तक पूरी बनी रहेगी और ये जश्न में तब्दील भी होगी. आप के साथ ही हम जश्न मनाएंगे और पूर्ण बहुमत से हमारे को विश्वास है, क्योंकि हमने काम किया हुआ है और काम के बेसिस पे ही हम ये बोल रहे हैं और काम के बेसिस पे ही हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं.
जी. Okay, I am at this moment going to say thank you to Anshuman because Dr. Shama Mohammed of the Congress is with us. Anshuman, thanks for joining us. So we'll let Shama
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you. पर चौहान जी और कृष्ण जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए. Dr. Shama Mohammed, your early thoughts. Telangana looks like a big win. Shama, can you hear me? Good morning. Shama, can you hear me?
1 second. Let me just. I can hear you, Barkha. I can hear you.
Good morning. Good morning. Here's what it's looking like. It's dead heat in Madhya Pradesh. The BJP is ahead. The BJP is ahead in Rajasthan. Can we keep rotating the slides so we can keep looking at this? The BJP is ahead in Rajasthan, but the others have significant numbers. The BJP has crossed the 100 mark in leads in Rajasthan. In Chhattisgarh, surprisingly, right now it's neck and neck. And Telangana, your party looks headed for a dramatic win. Let's go to the Telangana slide. Shama, your thoughts this morning on the big picture. Shama Mohammed of the Congress.
Yeah, Barkha, good morning to everybody. I knew Telangana before coming here, before the exit polls came in, I knew it would be a sweep. There were murmurs, BRS is doing well, but when you go around Telangana, you go to the villages, it's just Hyderabad, but you know that there's going to be a sweep. People, promises made, not kept, corruption issues, unreachable family. So all of that. So I was quite sure about it and very happy that it's coming out very good, the Telangana story. And I expected more than 70. So let's see where we reach by then, because we didn't want to have a 62 or a 65 with the BRS and, over there. We wanted to have a landslide. Now, looking at the other states, we all understand that is very early. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. By 12:01, the picture changes completely. We all know that, you know that. Who have seen elections for years. So I believe Chhattisgarh, it looks now like this, but Chhattisgarh will be winning. Madhya Pradesh too. And I believe even Rajasthan. So let's see, let us wait for the day to come in. Let's go down. Let's see by around 12, 11:30, 12, 1, we'll kind of get the picture. And I must say, can I just one more? I think in all these states, Rahul Gandhi's, let's not forget Bharat Jodo also. I want to always add that there are the local leaders. They have done fantastically well there, but also Bharat Jodo, because when I was in Telangana, when you go to rural areas, also the city, they tell me that, we love Rahul Gandhi because they feel now he's a people's person. He's interacting with the public. They don't see any other leaders being what Rahul Gandhi is doing these days, the last couple of years. So he speaks for the people and he's a man for the people. So there is a huge change that way, I must tell you, being there and talking to people.
Can I ask you though, in some ways, since Karnataka, the Congress strategy has been to localize the election. We've been talking about this all morning, that where the BJP is actually in these elections sidelined many of its tallest state leaders, the Congress has in a way set them free. So they've kind of reversed roles. But you have talked about Rahul Gandhi before you've talked about Revanth Reddy in Telangana. Why is that? Can we unmute Shama? Yeah.
Rahul Gandhi and the local leadership. I put it together. Remember that. So then I would take in, because there are many local leaders. So each state has it. Of course, we believe in that. But I just added the Bharat Jodo. Let's not forget the Bharat Jodo. That was my basic reference to that. Of course, the local leadership. In Telangana, I have seen Revanth Reddy, great orator, crowd puller. There is excellent. I have seen him. I've seen Bhatti ji. I've seen Uttam Kumar Reddy ji. Many other leaders, tall leaders there. So it has been a united campaign, I must say. That is very important in a state election or any election. And I think the 6 guarantees have worked because they have seen the adjacent state, Karnataka, 5 guarantees, we have spelled it out in May, and by now almost all guarantees except one is not done. That is because of the student thing that will happen in December. And you must understand, Karnataka leaders, the chief minister, the deputy chief minister, they all came there to campaign and tell the people that we have done it. So, and one more thing, when I was campaigning there, I noticed that when you speak in a crowd there, I would say that हमने guarantees डाला हुआ है, यहाँ घोषणा किया है. आप लोग सुना है 5 guarantees के बाद जो कर्नाटका में, and there would be one lady or 10 or 12 in the crowd who had somebody in Karnataka getting a free bus ride, or who had somebody getting the 2,000 rupees in the account. So, that has transferred here. The Karnataka effect, I must say, has come on to here because of the guarantees given to the people, and people believe that the Congress, when they say something, when Himachal, old pension scheme in 1 week's time. So when we say something, we're keeping our promises. I think that's what the people have understood, unlike other parties.
Okay, I need to open this up for all our commentators this morning, Shama, but one quick question from you, and then to Manu, Zainab, and Varun. Varun, good morning. We also have leaders of the BJP, Rajasthan, and the BJP, Chhattisgarh with us. But one comment from you, Shama, the larger political takeaway, because let's remember that in 2018 also, your party won these 3 states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. And the Lok Sabha elections played out in a very different way. What for you is the biggest takeaway? We don't know some of the results. We know Telangana is going your way. We
Barkha, I apologize. Something very dramatic has happened. Has happened. BRS
yes.
has
Oh my God.
53.
Oh, yeah. I just saw that.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh my God.
This was worthy of interrupting you. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, I should ask Shama about that, because I was just about to say, Shama, that Telangana is going to Congress, and then now look at this completely unexpected reversal. Dr. Shama Mohammed,
BJP has crossed the halfway mark in these early leads in Madhya Pradesh.
Okay,
no,
Shama,
it changes. It's not yet time. It will change. It is. I have seen 104 coming down. They're still counting. It's not yet over. Even a single seat is not over. The counting is still happening. The picture comes out at around 11:30, 12. 12, we kind of know what it is, and I'm not going to comment right now. So, what the takeaway you asked me is that the price, the people are fed up of price rise and unemployment. There's a huge issue out there. You can say that, I ask every time a BJP person, whenever I travel, what has Mr. Modi done in the last 9.5 years? I said, just tell me one thing. They say Article 370. I said, in terms of Vikas, what is it? They don't have anything to say. So I think during our time, the price rise was not this much. And the other thing was the employment was there. Now in unemployment, the national average is around 10%. So we must understand all these things. So I feel, and also there's a united opposition this time against Mr. Narendra Modi or the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Is there? Because Akhilesh Yadav and others have been cribbing. In fact, people say the India Alliance didn't even apply to these states. Can we please change the slides? We've been on Madhya Pradesh for a while. We need to look at this. Okay, I don't understand, Karthik. You gave us a turnaround. Is it our banners that are behind the numbers? Or I need to see what the latest Telangana numbers is, because there's some confusion here. Karthik, do you want to update us?
It's back to what would make Shama feel happy again. Congress 66, BRS 40.
Just don't change like that, my dear. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I think Shama, I think what happened there was, I think there was an error in the publication from which we are the information.
Yeah,
so
because it can't flip like that. Yeah, it can't flip like that. That just seems absolutely wrong.
Yeah, no, that's true. But I must just add 2 more things, Barkha. Chhattisgarh Congress is again in the lead, 42, BJP is 35. Rajasthan is the proverbial Fasawa election. You might see the BJP leading at this point, 105 to Congress's 80. But this could change, This could change. Madhya Pradesh, on the other hand, BJP is now pulling ahead. There seems to be a pretty significant gap, 27 seats. BJP 117 to Congress is 90, but Shama is right. Still early days, but I would say this is now the end of early days.
Okay. Can I bring in Manu? Can I bring in Manu, Zainab, Varun, everybody who's been waiting to speak, also our BJP leaders? Again, I don't know why that blip occurred, but Congress seems poised to take Telangana. I am going to say that short of something dramatically strange happening in the numbers. All right, the Congress, oh my God, KCR at the moment is trailing from both the seats that he contested elections in, from Kamareddy and Gajrail. The Congress seems poised to win in Telangana and win a big. That is the only state where the gap is actually decisive between the two parties. Let's look at the other states now. Chhattisgarh. Okay, I need the slides to change, but I'll read them off the banners in the meantime.
Even Madhya Pradesh, Barkha, the gap is significant now. 120
Yes.
to 95. Now one can say that this could flip because of tribal areas in Madhya Pradesh. But if a gap of 20 is a significant gap in Telangana, then so is a gap in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh.
Can I bring in Manu on Chhattisgarh? An unexpectedly fierce fight in Chhattisgarh. चौहान जी कह रहे थे हम मान नहीं रहे थे, हमें लगा नेतागिरी कर रहे हैं. छत्तीसगढ़ के आंकड़े अगर हम स्क्रीन पे दिखाएं प्लीज. मनु, प्लीज गो अहेड. Manu.
Yeah, you see, with Chhattisgarh, if you look at the the seat headline, which is 35 to BJP, currently the leads, Congress 40 and other 1. What's happening in Chhattisgarh, and we have observed this phenomena over the past 3 to 4 cycles of elections, that the vote share differential between the two parties has often been very less. Now, what that does is that till the very end, one is unsure of, how many seats will go which way. So currently, the Congress was polling a lead in terms of vote share through the tracker through the entire year. So that meant that, they should ideally be winning by a healthy majority. But the politics of Chhattisgarh is like that a lot of seats will be marginal and a lot of seats will be flipping this way or that way right till the end of the election. But as of now, we can see that the Congress is in the lead. But really speaking, the central Chhattisgarh region, the central Chhattisgarh region will decide who forms the government, and just let's wait to see how that plays out in the end.
Okay, let's open this up for quick comments from Zainab and Varun. Zainab, the big takeaway for you at the moment, there's a lot we don't know. What we do know is Telangana, unless there's a dramatic twist in the tail, is going the Congress way. And you're looking at people were talking about the Congress fighting for number 2. The Congress is going to take another, let's say, cash-rich, resource-rich state. There's going to be possibly a north-south divide in politics. Zainab, early thoughts?
Yeah, Telangana is actually amazing for Congress. It's almost a tsunami. And to be honest, I was not expecting these numbers because up until some time ago, KCR was very, very confident that he's going to hit the 70 mark. And the worst case scenario, he said, was 50. And if 50 was the number that they were going for, then if he brings in the independents and a little help from the BJP, they could have come back to power and it would have been a hat trick for BRS. But Congress, with its numbers, it seems they will be very easily in majority, and and nobody can pose any threat for them.
And what for you is the political takeaway? Do you believe the Congress has recovered its fighting spirit? Do you believe the Congress has finally set some of its regional leaders free from its high command culture?
Absolutely. Look, Rahul Gandhi is a very sweet leader. The reason I'm saying a sweet leader is because, this is my personal opinion, I don't think he's cut from the same cloth that other very iron-fisted politicians are made of. And I don't want to take any names because then it seems like I'm comparing. But he's very gentle and sweet, and till up until recently, it wasn't accepted very well by the public. But of course, there's a segment now in India's population that thinks that this is a very different take on politics. So that's why the Bharat Jodo Yatra, maybe on ground level did have an effect. But for me, in Telangana, I think Revanth Reddy is the star. You can't deny that man. And, mind you, if Rahul Gandhi is considered a youthful leader, so is Revanth Reddy. They're just a year apart, in age. So, the fact that, he's had quite a political career. He started off as an ABVP, youth leader, went to TDP, and now is a Congress leader. So he has had his taste in politics. He knows what works and what doesn't. I mean, did you see his rallies? Revanth Reddy was, and I think that is where Congress made the biggest.
Okay, okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. We have numbers update, and then I'll come to Varun. And I know also Chauhan ji and Krishna Kumar ji are both with us, as is Dr. Shama Mohammed. Karthik, quickly, Karthik, quickly.
For the first time, we have all leads from Madhya Pradesh. Something dramatic has again happened. Congress 110 to BJP's 116. Barkha, if these trends hold, plus minus 4-5 seats, we may see a repeat of 2018, where one party misses by just 4 to 5 seats. So this is getting really close. Rajasthan, for a very long time now, BJP is stuck between 100 and 105. Now exactly BJP is 100, Congress 85.
Let's
So
change
Mr.
the slides,
Gehlot,
guys. Yeah.
Mr.
Sorry.
Gehlot's election of a lifetime seems to be yielding results, because we were all saying until a year back, Congress will be like 20, 25, 30. But they're sticking around there at 80, 85 very stubbornly so. And by the way, I must say now, and Manu will second me, these are no longer just postal ballots. Now these are trends. But of course, the ECI is working at a much slower pace. So we are picking it from an agency. Madhya Pradesh right now, BJP 115, Congress 111. So I will summarize it as following. Congress pulling ahead in Telangana, now also pulling ahead in Chhattisgarh, crossing the 45 mark. Madhya Pradesh dead heat. Rajasthan, BJP looks poised for a victory which is not very convincing as of now. So those are the takeaways.
Hang on. Chhattisgarh के आंकड़े, Chauhan ji?
46 to 31. Yeah, sorry.
Is 46 for the lead in, मतलब कांग्रेस आगे निकल चुकी है 46 to 31. There it is.
बरखा जी क्या होता है कि 25 से 30% जो है वो हर एक पार्टी के वोट रहते हैं, वो कट्टर वोट रहते हैं, लेकिन जो नतीजे आते हैं, जो मतलब जो सरकारें बनती हैं, वो बैलेंस्ड लोगों से बनती हैं। बैलेंस जो वो ये देखते हैं कि यहाँ पर वादा खिलाफी कितनी हुई है, वो ये देखते हैं कि डबल इंजन की सरकार जब होगी तो हमारा प्रदेश कितना आगे बढ़ेगा, वो ये देखते हैं कि यहाँ पर अपराध कितने बढ़े हैं, वो ये देखते हैं कि जो इन्होंने वादे किए थे वो उसमें से कितने पूरे किए हैं, वो ये भी देखते हैं कि यहाँ पर भ्रष्टाचार कितना हुआ है। तो ये सब चीजें मुद्दे जो हैं, जो बहुत ज्यादा मुद्दे हैं, और ये इनकी जो अंदरूनी लड़ाई है, जो टी.एस. सिंहदेव जी की और भूपेश बघेल जी की और कामनाथ साहू जी की और दूसरे और 2-3 जो इनके वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, उनकी जो लड़ाई है, और केंद्र जो चाहता नहीं है, जो भूपेश के भरोसे नहीं लड़ता है, जो केंद्र ये चाहता है कि जब उनके पोस्टर आते हैं तो 5-5 के चेहरे रहते हैं, और यहाँ से जो पोस्टर बनते हैं उनका एक ही चेहरा रहता हुआ है। तो केंद्र और राज्य के जो कांग्रेस पार्टी है उसमें भी बहुत ज्यादा लड़ाई देखने को मिलती है
जी।
जहां तक कि हमारी
लेकिन सर आप थोड़ा गैप काफी डिस्टिंक्ट हो गया है। मैं मान सकती थी 1 घंटा पहले अगर आप ये कहते। चलिए देखते हैं कृष्ण कुमार। एक मिनट आपके जो सहयोगी राजस्थान से है उसके बाद मैं क्षमा के पास जाना चाहती हूँ। कृष्ण कुमार जी थोड़ी राजस्थान की आंकड़ों की बात करते हैं। कैन वी स्विच टू राजस्थान? 100 की लीड है। मैं बार बार पूछूंगी कि ये जो 14 अदर्स, गहलोत जी इनको मैनेज कर सकते हैं? आपको आशंका है? आपने क्या गलती की चीफ मिनिस्टरियल कैंडिडेट ना रख के?
देखो, कांग्रेस में भी अभी कहीं भी अधिकृत घोषणा नहीं है कि गहलोत ही मुख्यमंत्री होंगे। वहां भी पर्दे के पीछे से राहुल गांधी पायलट को पुश ऑन करने की सोच रहे हैं, प्लान बना रहे हैं, और अपनी छोटी मोटी छुपी हुई नाराजगी भी गहलोत के सामने प्रकट कर चुके हैं। इसलिए मैनेज करने वाला खेल जो है, ये जो आशंका संभावना है, इसकी कोई जगह नहीं है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी जब 100 से अधिक सीटों पर लीड कर रही है तो फिर मैनेजमेंट का जो विषय है वो केवल एक कल्पना मात्र है। राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी वर्तमान के साथ साथ आने वाले 2 घंटे बाद डिक्लेयर हो जाएगा कि सरकार बनाने जा रही।
ओके, ये आपने बहुत ठीक बात कही शमा, that it's not as if Ashok Gehlot has been declared the chief ministerial candidate. When you look at the Rajasthan numbers and the others 14, it brings back memories of the last time. Karthik, you have an urgent update before Dr. Shama Mohammed?
Yeah, Madhya Pradesh has dramatically changed, Barkha. BJP now with a comfortable lead, 132 to Congress's 94. Now, of course, this is an emerging situation, but what was looking like a dead heat, say 5 minutes back, has suddenly changed into something different. That's the update for now.
Yeah, and we also in early counting have Kamalnath trailing, but I haven't carried that on the banner because I don't believe it. Like, I think Kamalnath's stronghold in Chhindwara is very
It was
well
no, Barkha.
established.
That was important. No, Barkha, it was important because
Yeah.
I had put that I had put that out because in Chhindwara there were
Yeah.
4 leads that had come out. In the 4 leads, 3 leads BJP was ahead. So that is what was happening there. That Chhindwara district of the 4 seats for which we had leads at that point, 3 were going to the BJP. So, that was important, but of course things have changed.
Can I look at the Chhattisgarh numbers for just a second, Karthik? Where do we stand on that? Yeah, there. So that gap is holding.
No, but it's now gone down to 42 to 35. Congress 42, BJP 35. But the gap exists. Since morning, let's say, Barkha, the BJP has been in the lead for a very short period of time. The Congress has been ahead, albeit uncomfortably so. But the other thing is, Chhattisgarh is the only state so far of the 4 where all leads have not been declared. We still have leads on 78 out of 90. So 12 leads are still awaited. Whereas for all other states, for the remaining 3 states, all leads have been declared.
Okay. Dr. Mohammed, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but Rajasthan, on Rajasthan, the BJP Rajasthan leader made the point that it's not as if the Congress ने कहा है कि उनका मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा अगर वो जीतते हैं, लेकिन अगर हम कांग्रेस Rajasthan के numbers पे जाएं, please, you see, unless you're counting on the others, right now the BJP seems to have a significant lead. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP has really increased its lead. If you were to take a dramatic win, Dr. Shama Mohammed, in Telangana, but lose Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, I'm not sure why I'm being... Okay, that's the chart papli being readied at various party headquarters. I was going to ask you, how much would it disappoint you, Dr. Mohammed, if you lost Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh? And please do reply to the BJP leader's point from Rajasthan कि आपने भी तो अशोक गहलोत को officially CM candidate नहीं declare किया. Shama.
Okay, so first and foremost, I'm not going into speculative questions. I'm again going to repeat, I'll wait till 12 o'clock when the final results come out. Number 2, we have already constituted CLP observers for different states. There will be a CLP meeting, and then the MLAs will decide who they want as a chief minister. It goes to Delhi, and finally we'll decide who's going to be the chief minister. We did that in Karnataka. We did that in Himachal. We will be doing that in all the coming states. So we have not said, we have kept a phase campaigning. No particular, there is, for example, Revant campaigning in Telangana, but at the same time, Bhatti's been campaigning, Uttam Kumar Reddy's been campaigning, everybody else has been campaigning. So we have not said that this particular person is going to be the chief minister of that party, because we believe in democracy and we believe the MLAs have to decide in a CLP meeting. So I certainly think that. But one more thing I want to add, Barkha, about these elections is what we do not need to forget also is in Karnataka, yes, the Lingayat votes helped because Shetter came this side and there were issues with, at that point of time, with Yedurappa. I also believe that the SC votes, because of Khargeji, also consolidated with us. But the other thing which I'm seeing in Telangana and which I already saw in Karnataka is the consolidation of the Muslim minority vote. You see, Muslims vote half to JDS and half to Congress. A lot of JDS voters voted for the Congress in Karnataka. And similarly, if we win Telangana, let's not forget the Muslim minority vote, which also consolidates here because it goes to MIM and areas where MIM is not there. MIM just fights 9 seats.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Can I have the numbers? Karthik, do you have them at a glance on the MIM, please? On the MIM? Karthik, do you have whether MIM is leading in its 7 seats as it normally does, or has it ceded 2 of those?
9, Barkha, not 7, 9. They're fighting 9.
Yeah, I need the MIM numbers here, guys. I need the MIM numbers, but we'll get that breakup. Yeah, we'll get that breakup.
There is a consolidation happening in Telangana because see, where MIM is not there, they do prachar for BRS and the Muslim votes go to BRS like Rajendra Nagar, Maheshwaram. There, this time MIM is standing in Rajendra Nagar, but Maheshwaram, for example, is BRS, Savita Reddy, the education minister. So in those areas, MIM goes to a campaign, but there what we were looking is consolidation. We mentioned what happened in Karnataka. So nobody remembers at the end that there is the Muslim minority vote, which consolidates, and consolidating the Muslim minority vote is very important in states where there is a population of Muslims, where one can win with that vote. And I think MIM, I believe, has been exposed this time, with things like in Goshamal, for example, there is no candidate against the Bharatiya Janata Party.
But look at the leads, Shama. It's still leading in 7.
Yeah, that's why I said 7. There are 9 seats they fought. We knew that. We have to put up a fight even harder, but we focused on certain areas. We know that what is MIM. See, the people there has been no vikas wherever MIM is there, no development, nothing. But there's a certain sort of belief which we need to change, and that's going to take time. But we will.
So your takeaway on the Muslim vote? Your takeaway on the Muslim vote, therefore, is what?
My takeaway is that, see, BRS also got the Muslim vote last time. Now, if we are winning this time, definitely there's consolidation. The Muslims have come this side. Telangana is a state with a good Muslim percentage population. So definitely, they used to give it to BRS, but they understood that if we explain to them that the BJP wants the BRS to win in the state elections and then support them in Lok Sabha. That's why they changed Bandi Sanjay. See, Bandi Sanjay was very popular, and they put Kishan Reddy there, a very soft person. So that's a deal, and that's a game plan with MIM, BRS, and BJP, so that you win the assembly elections and we support you for the Lok Sabha. And we explain this to them.
Okay, I want to bring in Varun. Karthik, you have an urgent update? If it's urgent, go ahead. Otherwise, Varun has to speak.
Chhattisgarh has flipped again. BJP now leading 40, Congress to 38. So Chhattisgarh is a seesaw battle, and I think Yashwant had made this point to you, Barkha. Chhattisgarh, until the last vote is counted, one will have to wait. I think something that even you mentioned. But it is now pretty clear, Barkha, that Madhya Pradesh is going BJP. 133 to 93.
Are you calling it? I am too old and nervous to call elections till at least 11 years. Yes.
I was about to add.
Yes.
I was about to add.
Yes.
I agree with Barkha.
we are the same vintage. Yes.
I agree with her, because it takes time. I've seen it change. I've seen the Gujarat elections, Barkha, how it has changed.
Yeah. But Karthik, go ahead. Complete your point.
Yeah. Okay. No, I was just saying there's a gap of 40 seats, and it has now, this gap has been holding now. This BJP has been leading, basically, what I'm saying. Since morning, for a very short time, the Congress was ahead, but Madhya Pradesh BJP has been ahead. So it will now take something special for this to reverse, but it seems the gap is pretty significant, but it could happen. I'm not saying it can't happen. Rajasthan, the lead for the BJP is not as strong. It's still tenuous, 105 to 80. Chhattisgarh, it's neck and neck. Congress 45 to BJP's 44. And Telangana, Congress way ahead of the BRS with 66 to 43. So, of course, this can change.
Can I interrupt you to get another guest now, Varun? Would you say that ये जो टक्कर की लड़ाई है तेलंगाना को छोड़ के, it shows that these elections have been fiercely contested and the Congress has also fought them well, but even the BJP has fought them well. Chhattisgarh is a good example. Varun?
But can you hear me?
Just about, Varun, but
can
go ahead and
me?
make your point. Just about. Yeah.
Okay. I would be a bit loud. I'm just saying in Chatti, MP, to be very honest, I had told you when you, me and Yashwant Deshmukh were discussing MP on your show, at that point also I was very clear that MP BJP is winning, and MP, I would say it would be a leher of Shivraj Singh Chauhan because of the work and the connect that he has got. Secondly, Chhattisgarh, I'm sure the numbers would change. Om Mathur, a veteran from BJP who worked over there, he has changed a lot. He has got a lot of caste consolidation. Those who went to Congress last time, he has managed to get them back to BJP. So we would see a major change in Chhattisgarh too. Rajasthan, BJP se zyada, I would say Ashok Gehlot worked. And to be honest, the BJP couldn't manage those things, those factors. If they couldn't get at Kanhaiya Lal murder to be the way it should have been portrayed by BJP, they failed to do it. But I'm sure BJP is winning Rajasthan. And in Telangana, what Shama said is very clear, because I was in Telangana for a few days, and in the Congress headquarters, I was talking to a leader. They were more happy with Bandi going and रेड्डी कमिंग इन, हमारे लिए तो प्लेटर पे सजा के दे दिया है. And I'm telling you, this was almost 2 or 3 months before the elections. So Congress has managed to do fantastic in Telangana. Happy for two reasons. Because when there is a fight between Congress and BJP and there is no regional factor, the BJP manages to, sooner or later comes into the main fray. And Chhattisgarh, I'm sure we would see the BJP gaining more than Congress. I may not be wrong. I hope so. But whatever I have read about Chhattisgarh, spoken to people, met people from there, I have a feeling.
Okay, I want.
Congress did fight well. The Congress did fight well.
Okay, these results are not yet over. There's dead heat in Chhattisgarh now. Dead heat in Chhattisgarh. 44 of the BJP to 45 of the Congress. The only state where we can, I'm still not calling it, but the only state where we can say that there is such a significant gap that we don't think it will be plugged is Telangana. I want Zainab to come in on the point that Shama made.
Barkha, no, I'll sorry interject you, Barkha. That if Telangana is a case where you can call it, or you can
kind of leaning towards
so then what is different in Madhya Pradesh, where the gap is 34 seats, and Rajasthan also, it's stubbornly 25 seats. So I'm saying
fair enough.
What is sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
Okay,
right?
let's wait then. Let's wait then. Let's wait then. Okay, let's pick up this point with Zainab and Manu, but also to Krishan Kumar Janu, Rajasthan BJP leader, that Shama made about the Muslim vote. Very interesting point about how KCR could not have won last time without the Muslim vote of Telangana, and this time the Congress has made a big bid for that, cutting into, they hope, Owaisi's stranglehold over the Hyderabad area. Zainab, your thoughts on the Muslim?
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, go ahead, Zainab. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more with Dr. Sharma. She's absolutely right. The Muslim vote has been consolidated. I have been saying this for the past 7 years, ever since I've been speaking on politics, that MIM is clearly a vote cutter for Congress, and they cut the Muslim votes. It's very obvious, and you always see MIM standing always on the opposite side of Congress, and as much as they say we have the democratic right to fight our elections, it's very obvious that they create a dent, whoever's standing opposite to the BJP. So, the consolidated vote now, I mean, the Muslim voter has understood very clearly that OVC is not doing much for us except for only the arithmetic that they do in the final election tally. And which is the reason that now, Congress does get all the Muslim votes wherever MIM is. Because, and I do agree that they are leading on their 7 seats, but that is their stronghold since forever. But the Muslim vote is now clearly, I mean, the Muslim voter is more aware. The Muslim voter knows that any Muslim leader is not a leader that should be backed simply because they are a Muslim, and someone who we have greater interests with should be voted for. So I do believe that the consolidated Muslim vote has helped Congress a lot in Telangana. And, let's just see the other 2 seats where MIM has fought. The 7 seats I was expecting MIM to take.
Yeah, but, Zainab, something we can talk about later is that if the Congress talks so much about the Muslim vote, the BJP will also counter-polarize in forthcoming elections. But for a moment, let's just turn our attention to Rajasthan. जहां पर शमा बहुत देर तक अब कोई change नहीं हुआ है. The BJP, is it... Okay, the banner isn't matching the slide, so I'm not sure. Karthik, you want to tell me which one is the latest number?
No, BJP is 105, Congress is 80 on Rajasthan. That's the number.
Yeah, so the banner needs to be updated. So 105 to 80. Krishna Kumar Janu ji, मुझे अब आपके पास आना पड़ेगा आंकड़े देखते हुए. बीजेपी की लीड 105 में, कांग्रेस 80, अभी भी अदर्स का साइजेबल नंबर है 14 का. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, एक थियोरी चल रही है कि अगर बीजेपी की जीत नैरो होती है तो वसुंधरा राजे बनेगी मुख्यमंत्री, और अगर बड़ी होती है तो कोई भी बन सकता है. इस बात पे आप क्या कहेंगे कृष्ण जी?
मीडिया पता नहीं क्यों वसुंधरा जी को लेकर एक विशेष नैरेटिव बना रहा है. वो 2 बार पहले भी मुख्यमंत्री रही हैं और इस बार भी रह जाएंगी. कोई पहाड़ नहीं टूट जाएगा. भारतीय जनता पार्टी की राष्ट्रीय उपाध्यक्ष हैं, राजस्थान की स्टार प्रचारक हैं. उनको लेकर ये जो मीडिया का सस्पेंस डिजाइन करने का तरीका है, ये कहीं न कहीं अशोक गहलोत की डिजाइन बॉक्स और अशोक गहलोत प्रभावित एक मीडिया इस नैरेटिव को बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा था, और अब जबकि गिनती हो रही है तब भी इसी पर चर्चा हो रही है। मुझे लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का संसदीय दल जिस किसी का नाम लेगा वो मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, और उसमें वसुंधरा जी भी हो सकते हैं। ऐसी कौन सी अतिशयोक्तिपूर्ण बात है?
पर अगर आप देखिए राजस्थान का लीड आपका बहुत बढ़ गया है, अब 110 हो गया है 72 कांग्रेस के मुताबिक, लेकिन अदर्स अभी भी 17 है। इन अदर्स के बारे में आप कुछ कहेंगे कृष्ण जी? ये कौन है ये
इन
अदर्स?
अदर्स में से कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं जो टिकट को लेकर नाराज है। उसमें कुछ भाजपा के हैं, कुछ कांग्रेस के हैं, कुछ हनुमान बेनीवाल के हैं, कुछ बसपा के हैं। ये सारी बातें राजस्थान के सिनेरियो में स्पष्ट है।
तो आपको लगता है कि ये किस तरफ जाएंगे? क्या लगता है?
ये कंसोलिडेटेड होकर किधर भी नहीं जाएंगे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो बहुमत की सरकार आ रही है तो उनको बार्गेनिंग का अवसर नहीं मिलेगा। अगर कहीं बहुत माइनर मेजोरिटी की गवर्नमेंट आती है तो फिर वो लोग बार्गेनिंग करेंगे, और मोल भाव के साथ जिधर जाने का राजस्थान का गहलोत जी ने 2 बार बसपा को खरीदा है, कांग्रेस में मर्ज किया है। उस प्रकार की कुत्सित कोशिश जरूर हो सकती है, लेकिन उसके तो परिणाम आएंगे संभावना ही नहीं लगती।
तो मैं आपकी बात कांग्रेस की जो लीडर है उनके पास 2 मिनट में लेके जाऊंगी। मनु, गिव अस व्हाट्स हैपनिंग इन छत्तीसगढ़। Again, it's been pointed out that all the leads, I guess, are not in, but still टक्कर की लड़ाई।
Yes, see,
now
Chhattisgarh, as I said, is always a close election in terms of vote share. So what's happening currently is that you are seeing this close vote share reflect in various rounds of counting, and this will keep on happening till the very end. That's why Chhattisgarh elections generally take a lot of time in being, called out. 2 reasons for that. First is obviously that it has a lot of jungle and tribal belts, so the counting and the logistics of it, they're always complex. And second is that the electorate is pretty cleanly, divided across BJP and the Congress. So there isn't much mobility between the voters and electorate across. So it's a bit like one of those cliffhangers or decider states in the US, whereby each party has 40 plus vote percentages and it's down to the final few counties. So something similar happens in Chhattisgarh, and that's why we are observing these seesaws.
Okay, let me actually bring in Dr. Mohammed for an overall picture. Right? An overall picture is, I want to show you the posters outside the Congress party headquarters. Do we have those posters? It's very interesting. उन पे क्या लिखा है? राहुल सब पर भारी है, तभी तो भाजपा जारी है. So it's very clear, Dr. Mohammed, that the outcome of these elections is going to be directly connected to, in a way, Rahul Gandhi's pivotal position in the opposition bloc. Can you talk a little bit about these posters outside the Congress headquarters this morning? Hang on, Shama, I can't hear you. Can we unmute Shama, please?
Whenever we win, I remember people coming and telling me the last time we won an election, y'all are not doing anything. There is no excitement in the office. Why are you like this? And when we put posters up also, we are questioned. Of course, we want to show, like the Bharatiya Janata Party, like Amit Shah always does. When there's a West Bengal election, he says, "Hum 200 seats se zyada jeet jayenge." So meaning, what does he do? That's a psychological warfare by him. So there are people sitting on the wall. They don't know which side to jump. So when they say that, oh, this party is winning, we don't want a hung assembly. Nobody in a state wants a hung assembly. So they jump to that side. That's what he does. So we also are positive people. We didn't know how to do all these things before. We used to do work and not advertise or do anything.
So you started borrowing. You started borrowing from the BJP playbook.
We are not borrowing from them, but we have decided ourselves that we do a lot of work. We did in the last 10 years. Everybody forgets what we did. Now 80 crores. Mr. Narendra Modi is extending his food to the ration to the poor people, 80 crore. Now, where does that come from? This Food Security Act of 2013. Who got it? The Congress party. I can proudly say that. And when he says there are 80 crore people out of 140, means we have a lot of poverty in this country. So what has he done in the last 9.5 years or almost 10 years? So Food Security Act, RTI, right to education, Manrega, Indo-US nuclear deal. I mean, I can go on about the 10 years we were in power. But when you ask them, there's nothing. So we decided that, yes, we will put posters up. What is wrong in that? It's an election. It's we will win, we lose, and we want to win. And I don't see there is anything wrong in us celebrating a victory. They might, as I said, it's still what 9:45. 9:45. The results.
Are you worried though about the dead heat in Chhattisgarh? Can I turn to Chhattisgarh for just a second, because I think that's something that no one really expected. None of the exit polls suggested this kind of dead heat. Nobody. Everybody said
Barkha,
that.
No. To the contrary, Barkha. All exit polls had overlapping ranges in Chhattisgarh.
Let's not debate the exit polls anyway. Okay, point taken. Let's move on. I didn't get the sense, looking at the exit poll coverage, Karthik, that a dead heat was expected in Chhattisgarh. I don't remember seeing that kind of forecast. Does anybody remember?
It was. In fact, if you look at the C-voter numbers, or if you look at any number, everybody was calling it really close.
Okay. Now we're in the realm of actual results. So let's talk about that. Can I turn just for a moment? I was asking Shama whether you are anxious. I'm not taking some of the key candidates trailing very seriously. Bhupesh Baghel, Kamalnath was trailing. He's now leading. Bhupesh Baghel was trailing. I mean, these are rounds. So we'll wait.
Barkha,
I want to say one point.
One minute, Karthik, I need to get Shama in, and then you can come in, unless there's a numbers clarification you want to make.
No, I have a question for Dr. Mohammed, actually.
Yes, go ahead.
Look at Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Mohammed. BJP 144 to Congress is 82. This is an exit poll number nobody wanted to believe. But it seems that it's because this has now been holding now for some time, Dr. Mohammed.
It's holding, but the question here is, it's 9:45 in the morning. I mean, I know. My question so let's not get excited. I remember one election.
Let us speak, Karthik. Let us speak.
I remember an election where I was asked by another anchor, I'm not going to name, why aren't you bursting firecrackers around 10:15? I said, let it become 12:1. Things changed. Things change at the last minute. So let's not get very overtly excited. And I want to make a point to Barkha here. You told Zainab that there will be reverse polarization with the country. It is not going to be. That is the fear everybody has. Indians are not like that. Let's not do this to Indians. That reverse.
No. I was saying, if you emphasize how the Muslims vote, the BJP will emphasize how the Hindus vote.
No, what was the report done by the Bharatiya Janata Party's report of Karnataka was the Muslim consolidation. I'm not emphasizing. I'm telling the truth. We have to. And one more important thing in Telangana is the backward community vote. BCs are 54% in Telangana. Let's understand that. So BC vote has to also come to you because they are the largest population in Telangana, and that also has come to the Congress if we have this sort of victory by afternoon. So I believe this, the fear of polarization with Muslims after 2014 is very unfair to even each and every Muslim politician out there, because it's always a fear factor. And I don't think we have to stop this fear and understand that Indians are above that. And let's look at the person, or let's tell the facts. I was just talking about a fact. I'm not making out something. And if the BJP asks about it, or BJP says, why Muslims are voting, because you don't even have a single member of parliament. You don't give tickets to a 19%, I think, if I'm not wrong, Muslims are there in UP. You don't give a single ticket. And that is the truth. So if you want to go for Pashmunda Muslims, I mean, I've never heard of being such divisions in the Muslims in our country. I fail to understand why do they want to divide everybody, get one part. So if you're not going to give tickets to Muslims, if you're not going to do anything, one has to speak up. I mean, I'm not saying anything against. Then if they really want to, the Muslims are part and parcel of this country from the freedom struggle onwards. No.
Okay, as we debate the Muslim vote and the counter polarization, I just want to make the point that the Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan leads, and Karthik and Manu, please correct me if I'm wrong. Technically, the gaps are now bigger than the gap between the Congress and the BRS in Telangana. So, there's a well-established lead for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, 140 now to 86 for the Congress. If I can switch to the next slide, there is 115 for 72, but 12 are still holding strong in Rajasthan, and we have to pay close attention to these 12, 63 to 46 in Telangana. And finally, what does Chhattisgarh look like? If we can take a look at Chhattisgarh in our last slide, as it's coming up. No, I need Chhattisgarh, please. We've seen these 3 states. We need Chhattisgarh. It's coming up in a moment. Varun, there it is. It's dead heat. It is.
No,
yeah, Shama. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm on another. I don't want to name the channel which I'm looking at. It says 57 INC and 33 BJP for Chhattisgarh. So I don't know if your figures are right.
Okay. We'll check those numbers again, Shama. No, not numbers. Fair enough. Karthik, can we quickly check the numbers? In the meantime, Varun,
these numbers are the ones that we are getting from our agency updated. But in the last few seconds, Congress in Telangana has gone down to 59. I think for the first time in a long time, it has gone below the majority mark. BRS 49, Chhattisgarh is 44 apiece. Madhya Pradesh, BJP 135, Congress 91. Rajasthan, BJP 115, Congress 72. My limited point was that if the Congress is happy about Telangana and is treating it as a victory, by the same logic then, Madhya Pradesh seems to be a loss. So anyway, I mean, my point was when I was asking Dr. Mohammed that question, and maybe Varun can answer this from the BJP perspective.
I did not say. I said you are asking me, and I said it's I should be positive about my stay at the stage where we are.
Dr. Mohammed, my question was hypothetical that if this holds in Madhya Pradesh for the Congress, this is disastrous on so many fronts because this is a 20-year-old government.
Let me add a question to
Barkha, 2 other channels in 2 of them, 65 for us in Telangana. So I don't know what your figures are showing. I mean, 2 channels can't be different. I mean, yours is the only one. So I think your agency, there is something wrong. That's all I can say.
Okay. Look, we will check our numbers again. We'll be sure to check our numbers.
58, we are 58 and they're 34. 56, sorry.
Okay.
So I'm just seeing the other numbers.
Okay, hang on, everybody. Let's play what Jyotiraditya Scindia is saying while we revisit our numbers, as Dr. Mohammed is urging us to do. Let's take a look at Jyotiraditya Scindia and come back to the politics of it. It's also a big test for Scindia. If his area does well or it doesn't do well, it will reflect on how much of a political asset he's been in leaving the Congress and coming into the BJP. We'll talk a little bit about that, but let's listen to Jyotiraditya Scindia. In the meantime, Karthik, I request you, as Dr. Mohammed is saying, to take a fresh eye on the latest numbers, and we'll come back with those.
Barkha, can I leave? Barkha, can I leave?
बात है हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में मध्य प्रदेश में शिवराज सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में जो जन कल्याण की योजनाएं हैं, जो गरीब उत्थान की योजना है, सेवा और सुशासन की जो हमारी सरकार है, जनता का पूर्ण आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा। कल कई कहानियां मैंने सुनी कि लड्डू कोई एकत्रित कर रहे थे, कोई शाबाशी की बैनर्स पोस्टर्स लगवा रहे थे, और मैंने सदैव कहा था कि नतीजे का इंतज़ार करो। तो मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा और समूचे मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को मैं नमन करता हूं। और अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, अंतिम नतीजे तक हम लोग इंतज़ार करें, पर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बहुमत नहीं लेकिन पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ बनेगी।
ओल्ड पेंशन भी नहीं चला सर, लाडली बहना का कमाल करेंगे कैसे?
अब मैंने आपको सदैव कहा मैं ज्योतिष नहीं हूँ, तो मैंने कहा है बहुमत नहीं, संपूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार।
क्या कारण मानते हैं जनता का इतना समर्थन मिला है, क्या वजह है?
मैंने यही कहा कि हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री जी का नेतृत्व, प्रदेश में हमारी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाएं, इन सभी के आधार पर हमारा जनता के साथ एक व्यक्तिगत और हृदय का संबंध, सुशासन की सरकार, यही कारण है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि
दिग्विजय सिंह 2 दिन से आपको अटैक कर रहे हैं। कल भी उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे पास सिंधिया जैसे नहीं है, हमारी कांग्रेस नहीं टूटेगी, हॉस्टेडिंग नहीं होगी।
उनके हर एक बद्दुआ का मैं स्वागत करता हूं और दिग्विजय सिंह जी को मैं अपने तरफ से, अपने दिल की गहराइयों से मैं उनको शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं।
Barkha, I need to leave. Barkha,
I know you do. I want a last comment from you just in a second. This is what the numbers still look like from our agency, Shama, but my question to you was going to be just in the end, in case you lose Madhya Pradesh, and you lose Rajasthan, but you win Telangana and you win Chhattisgarh. Suppose that's how it stacks up. Will you be disappointed? Will it be a sort of lesser score than you expected if this was an exam? How would you feel about it? Can I please take this? Yeah, can I please go to Shama? I need to hear Shama. I can't hear Shama.
Can you hear
Ma'am,
me now?
1 second. Yes, I can. Yes.
So whenever there is a loss, everybody in the party will be disappointed. That is normal for everyone, whether it's BJP or any party. But at the end of the day, we need to respect the people's mandate. That's what I would say. Unlike the Bharatiya Janata Party, who subverts people's mandate. Let's understand, Madhya Pradesh, we won last time. It was subverted. They subverted Karnataka. Maharashtra, you saw what happened. So we don't want to. We believe in true democracy. And it's people's right to vote. They vote for one particular party. You go and join subvert democracy. It's very wrong. You're cheating the people of India. And it will come one day where people of India will understand what the Bharatiya Janata Party does to gain power by hook or by crook. We are not that. Congress Party believes in the power of the people to elect who they want in this country.
Okay, Dr. Mohammed, we're going to let you go, and we promise you that we will keep updating our numbers as we get them, and we hope to talk to you again soon. Karthik, I'm going to hand over to you. I'm going to take a quick break to have a glass of water. I see other guests joining us as well. We'll introduce them in just a moment. Krishna Kumar Janu, हमारे साथ बने रहिए. Please, राजस्थान से आंकड़े बहुत अच्छे, interesting आ रहे हैं. आपसे सवाल करेंगे. Karthik, briefly, for just 3-4 minutes, it's over to you. Go ahead, Karthik.
Yeah, thank you, Barkha. Yeah. Thank you, Barkha. So just before I start, just recapping the numbers for everybody. Madhya Pradesh, BJP currently 148, Congress 80, others 2. Chhattisgarh, BJP in fact pulling ahead now, 46 to Congress's 42. Telangana, Congress right at the majority mark, 59, but not there. They have to get 60 for that majority. BRS 49, others 5, BJP 6. Rajasthan 125, BJP 62, Congress and others is 12. That's how the numbers look like at this point. This is an evolving situation, but some of these leads have now stuck for some time. But let's wait. Let's wait. Of course, let's wait. So I guess Varun, I wanted to actually get you in, Varun. Varun, Madhya Pradesh, what has happened? I mean, conventional wisdom would have suggested 3 to 4 months back that this is like a 20-year anti-incumbency. It is the Congress's turn. They got the mandate last time. It was taken away from them. They have strong organizational person in Kamalnath who also has the resources. Suddenly, what happened? What do you think is happening here with the BJP? This is not a victory. If these numbers hold, this is going to be a sweep for the
landslide.
BJP. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on that?
Two things. Firstly, why BJP is getting this number is because BJP focused more on their Panna Pramukhs. The Panna Pramukhs were given more of importance by the BJP, by the higher leaders, immaterial with the state leaders or the central leaders. They had given a very specific task, and I know this for sure because I spoke to people. I was with people who were doing this work, who were assigned this work to do in Madhya Pradesh. And those were those people who got the voters to the polling booth on the voting day. That is the reason we have such high numbers in Madhya Pradesh in terms of voting percentage. Secondly, Chhattisgarh, I want to go back to Chhattisgarh. Probably I was one of the only few journalists or political analysts who had been saying that I still feel that BJP may win Chhattisgarh because the way the caste consolidation happened in Chhattisgarh in favor of BJP, which had last time gone to Congress, this time they have switched to BJP again. And thirdly, we were talking about consolidation of votes in the Muslims. That is fine with the Congress, but the Congress doesn't want consolidation of Hindu votes. That is, which will in the Lok Sabha elections. I'm very happy Telangana Congress has won because this will give BJP a kind of push that they will have to consolidate those Hindu votes, because if Muslims are going to Congress, Muslims have played very smartly in Karnataka. They voted for Congress when they knew that Congress is winning. They abandoned JDS. Muslims have voted very smartly in Maharashtra also last election, and Muslims have voted very smartly in most of the constituencies. But in politics change and things people do. Again, one last Rajasthan also, I'm telling you, the number will be much higher in BJP in the upcoming.
It's already 125, Varun. I mean, I think
I'm
this
sure.
is not
I'm sure
close
in
anymore.
MP, BJP, MP and Rajasthan, BJP is winning. Chhattisgarh also, I'm pretty sure BJP is winning. MP, but I'm saying it is a leher. In Hindi, we call it
Okay,
leher.
let's
MP mein
let
BJP ki leher hai.
me get in Madhavan. Thank you,
Kamalnath
Varun.
failed miserably.
That was going to be my next question to Madhavan. Actually, Madhavan, welcome to the show. And
Yeah.
what's the
Morning.
biggest surprise? Good morning, sir. What's the biggest surprise for you this morning of the 4 results? And I especially want your take on Madhya Pradesh, because this was one state for the taking for the Congress. They should have ideally won this pretty comfortably. But this seems to be going the exact opposite. And tie that into your triangle theory that is pretty popular on the Mojo Story. So over to you, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Please remind me on the triangle theory. I sometimes come up with metaphors.
Was it something like Delhi, Gandhinagar, Kanpur?
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. It's I call it the Ayodhya Gandhinagar axis. That the further you go away from these two centers, there is a receding of the BJP's popularity. I still hold that true, but I have other things to say this time. First of all, the biggest failure, if you ask me, is Kamalnath, because failing to convert the anti-incumbency mood, which was very evident, and we heard Varun talk about Panna Pramukh, but I think no Panna Pramukh can convert something that is not campaign worthy in terms of storytelling, in terms of what others have done and what you are doing. And what is remarkable about the BJP's victory in Madhya Pradesh are 3 things. One is that it has been able
expected,
to...
Let's be careful with the words. Expected victory, because these are still trends.
Yeah, that's right. Expected. But I still will stick my neck out on Madhya Pradesh. I won't stick my neck out on Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh yet. Madhya Pradesh, it's a question of the margin. It's also a question of, once you've used a word like wave, which I think is a fair one, it can be a small wave or a big wave, but certainly a wave. But to have a wave at a time when you had a so-called slightly wobbly chief minister face in Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Please remember, double-engine Sarkar was not used by the BJP at all. Not only that, they put central ministers and other MP BJP stalwarts in that area just to give a broad signal that this is not about Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Third thing is, I often like to mention, based on my triangle theory, that Madhya Pradesh is not fitting into a Hindutva narrative easily. So what made things possible for the BJP very clearly is Kamalnath's inability and lack of charisma to convert an anti-incumbency move and consolidate it. Second thing is BJP's amazing ability to shift the agenda from cultural issues to economic issues. The Ladli Behna scheme, and if you, in fact, this election, irrespective of who wins in the end, has been very clearly for me an economic and social election, not a.
That's something. Yeah, let's come. That's a very good point. We'll come to that in a bit.
Yeah,
but Zainab,
but let me just complete.
Madhavan, no, Zainab has to leave. Sorry, Zainab has to leave,
okay.
So I have to give her the last word. Zainab, parting thoughts. It has been great having you on the show. But parting thoughts as you see the trends. Well, let me just repeat the trends for you. Madhya Pradesh, the gap has narrowed, but not really. BJP 137 to Congress's 92. Chhattisgarh still dead heat, 44 apiece. Telangana Congress pulling ahead, 61 to BRS's 50. It's still a narrow margin, but they're crossing the halfway mark. Rajasthan BJP is exactly the double of the Congress, 125 to 62. So your key takeaways.
See, my take on Madhya Pradesh is actually very different from Sir. I personally feel that it was the RSS's mobilization on ground in Madhya Pradesh that has led to like the last leg of the race, which, went to the BJP, because the RSS was so active on ground. And the reason, you have to realize in MP, there was a very early ticket distribution. So BJP was very, very strategic in, how it's going to win MP, because it had a very good, it had very good reports of how Congress is doing well in Madhya Pradesh. So I think it was RSS that has actually made the difference for BJP, and it is a bit of polarization, because if you see in Madhya Pradesh, BJP is leading in all the urban areas, and that is where the RSS is most active. When it comes to Rajasthan, it was pretty clear from the beginning, although most of the exit polls were saying it's going to be neck and neck. But what I saw and what I heard and what I spoke to people there, I knew that it was going to be BJP who's going to pretty much take over in Rajasthan, because of the various issues that Congress has always been riddled with, number one being the infighting. And again, BJP was very organized ground level in Rajasthan. So I'm expecting Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh to be, BJP taking the win. Chhattisgarh has been a real surprise, in my opinion. Chhattisgarh, I was not expecting it to be such a close fight. I really thought.
In fact, Zainab, even as we speak now, Chhattisgarh mein BJP is now 49 to Congress is 39.
Exactly. So I'm finding that very
huge.
surprising.
Yeah.
I'm finding that very, 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 very surprising. And yeah.
Sorry, I'm cutting in because I'm back. Thank you, Zainab and Karthik. I want to welcome formally, I know you've already been talking, Madhavan Narayan is with us, veteran journalist and analyst. We're also joined by Sandeep Purohit, senior journalist from Rajasthan. PKD Nambiar, political analyst, is with us. Varun Singh is, of course, already with us. Zainab is with us. And I want to say a very big welcome to Ram Mohan Reddy from the Congress Telangana. Namaskar, all smiles. Baki sab jagah tension chal raha hai. Telangana, one place where Congress is not tense. I can see all smiles. Your first thoughts on that amazing Telangana performance. Although I should warn that at 10 in the morning, just because I'm trained to warn, gap is narrowing. Ramon Reddy, any nervous moments, or you're sure of a win?
No, not at all, Barkha ji, not at all. Any nervous moments, and in fact, the gap is increasing. Now, as per our party sources in our handles, it is like around 69 now. So it is increasing. So Congress victory is quite comfortable now. There is no tension at all. This is what, but we are anticipating to touch 72 to 80 figure at least. So I believe it will happen.
Can I ask you why D.K. Shivakumar reached Telangana and was worried about poaching, and Renuka Chaudhary was talking about poaching? If you all are so confident of your win, why are you so worried about poaching, Ram?
No, it is not about poaching, but it is about administering, because they recently had experience there post-election. So it's wanted to take their help. But we still, let's see in another way. It's on a positive note. They're here to help us.
Okay. Okay, Ram, tell me one thing. What is the factor? What is the one factor, if you do take the state, and it now looks like you will take the state, what is the single largest factor to which you attribute your win, if that win were to come, which now looks increasingly likely in Telangana?
Ma'am, your voice is breaking. I'm really sorry. The signal is breaking.
Okay. Okay, Ram, are you able to hear me? Ram, can you hear me?
It is comfortable. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I was just saying, what's the one big factor that you think swung Telangana in the Congress favor? Which, yeah, I'm not sure if it's my signal or yours, but if you can hear me, go ahead.
Sorry.
Can't hear you, Ram. Let's reconnect with Ram. Let me welcome the other guest in. Here is what it looks like. It's 9 minutes past 10 on this Sunday morning, the Super Sunday, our own version of the Super Bowl. Here, as we look at the results come in, and it has been a very interesting Sunday. Look at Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is 49 seats in the lead for the BJP. Hi, Ram, you're back with us to 39 for the... Can we just mute Ram till I'm done with the numbers? And I need to look at the slides, please. Can I have the slides? There it is. All right. Chhattisgarh, they got updated as I was speaking. The Congress just overtook. This is the fun of elections. The Congress just overtook the BJP in the last few minutes in Chhattisgarh. It's 46 to 42. So while it was looking like the BJP was in the lead for a while, that changed in the last few minutes. Now let's move on to the next state. Telangana, of course, is where the Congress is performing very handsomely. But I'm waiting for the slides. If they could just change a bit quicker, it would be really good. In the meantime, okay, I don't think we're getting any fresh numbers. So PKD Nambiar, let me bring in you for an overall perspective on what we're seeing so far. Madhya Pradesh, the BJP is very distinctly in the lead. In Rajasthan now, the gap has really increased between the BJP and the Congress as well. Even the others may not matter if the gap remains this big. If we can go to Chhattisgarh now, where for a long time the BJP was in the lead, but now that has reversed, that it's a neck and neck fight. So Telangana is really the one place where there's a very distinct gap in terms of in favor of the Congress, and in Madhya Pradesh there's a very distinct gap in favor of the BJP. Your overall take, PKD, on the politics?
Madhya Pradesh, Barkha, good morning. And Madhya Pradesh is really a surprising. After 20 years, a government, rather than having any anti-incumbency, it's a pro-incumbency, and defeating almost everybody in a all the pollsters, all the opinion makers, all those people who have been talking about an obituary for, you remember that we had a show on the age of Kamalnath and as well as Shivraj Singh Chauhan. So I think it's going to be a case study for the times to come for all those people like us to read through. The elections are not done on the television panels, but on the ground with the people, and the governance needs to be experienced by every electorate. And I think the some of these schemes which of late the government has launched has really benefited the people. That is the result which we are seeing. Rajasthan, I am not at all surprised, and I think it has always been, this is a kind of trend. And one thing I can tell you, there is no Ashok Gehlot, oh, is tarah mahan neta hai. There is Vasundhara is the ultimate in BJP. There is nothing like that. If that was the case, none of these leaders could ever get back into the power. So the party is more important than these leaders. Of course, every party will require to have some kind of a leaders. Bhupesh Baghel, of course, we were somehow from the last, there was a trend which was going on from the last 1 year. Oh, Bhupesh Baghel, so it's absolutely a standing sarkar and he will get it. But I think he might, if it is a close fight, remember that we had that if it is a close fight, BJP will form the government even in Chhattisgarh. If it is a 5, 6 or 7, because already KC Singh Theo is already there on the edge. Same is in the case of
yes.
But congratulations to Congress, an amazing victory for if the trend is continuing for in TRS. In Telangana, and this will also give another narration, Barkha, that family-driven parties are not the ultimate, and maybe the time for those people to pack up. It's not only there; it's also in the case of many other states, even the neighboring states like.
Can we go, PKD, can we go state by state? Since we have Sandeep here, he's an expert from Rajasthan. Sandeep ji, namaskar. राजस्थान की बात शुरू करते हैं. राजस्थान में कुछ हद तक लग रहा था कि अदर्स एक फैक्टर प्ले कर सकते हैं, लेकिन अभी के आंकड़ों के मुताबिक 130 में बीजेपी आगे है. 100 in the leads available, the BJP is leading in 130, the Congress in 61 and the others only 8. अगर ये गैप बना रहा तो एक तो बीजेपी की सरकार तय है, दूसरा शायद वसुंधरा राजे को मुख्यमंत्री बनाने की जरूरत ना पड़े. ये आंकड़े बदल सकते हैं. वी आर नॉट कॉलिंग द इलेक्शन क्योंकि मिनट बाय मिनट सब कुछ बदल रहा है, लेकिन इन आंकड़ों देखते हुए संदीप जी आप क्या बोलेंगे? मैं संदीप जी को सुन नहीं पा रही हूँ. संदीप जी, मैं आपको सुन नहीं पा रही हूँ. आप मेरी आवाज सुन रहे हैं? मैं आपको सुन, ठीक है, मैं आपको सुन नहीं पा रही हूँ, लेकिन मैं माधवन को अब माधवन, lean forward, lean in, as Sheryl Sandberg would say, lean into the results and tell us what you see.
Yeah, well, the good news, Barkha, is that I'm leaning only forward and not left or right. That's a message for, that's a good thing for journalists, I suspect.
Yes, quickly because our friend from Telangana is here for only a few minutes. So give a brief comment, and I want to go to Ram then. Quick comment, Madhavan.
A quick comment. The biggest disaster this year has been Kamalnath, whose failure to convert an anti-incumbency mood is evident as hell. And also, I completely agree with Nambiar. And I eat crow because day before I tweeted 5 points takeaways after the exit poll. In one, I've got egg on the face. On the others, I'm looking good. Egg on the face, mea culpa is I said that Ashok Gehlot is a consummate leader. It turns out that it's a lot of fluff from if the current data is any indication, because the margin is too wide. I'm absolutely bang on the other aspects, with one of which said that BJP's organization and organizational capacity is incredible, something to that effect. And I also said economics matters most, and Nambiar also agreed just now with me. The simple point is that although in Madhya Pradesh, the Sanatana Dharma controversy might have helped the BJP in a late swing, most of the talking was done by economic programs and governance
Madhavan,
schemes.
I'm interrupting you only because Ram is there with us for a few minutes only. He's a much wanted man now with a win in Telangana. But two good quotes of yours, and I want to examine them. Biggest disaster is Kamalnath. Brand Gehlot is all fluff. We'll come back to those thoughts. But Ram, if you can hear me now, I was asking you, what do you attribute? What is the one biggest factor that you attribute the Congress performance to in Telangana? What's the one biggest factor? Can we go to the Telangana numbers, please? Yeah.
Fighting spirit.
Fighting spirit. That's an interesting answer.
People of Telangana always vote for the leaders who fight for their welfare. See, this has been the trend. It has been the trend always. Even for the BRS, now it is for the Congress also. Because
are you concerned at all that... Yeah, are you concerned at all that the BRS and the BJP could join hands along with the others? Because Renuka Chaudhary, your party leader, has said that BRS leaders are in touch with us. She's saying the ulta. So is there going to be what in Hindi politics is called tod phod, or not needed?
See, just before elections, we have seen several leaders from BJP who joined into Congress saying that they, when BJP and BRS exposed that both are working together, so they couldn't able to digest that, and they came out of BJP and joined Congress party. There may be few more leaders in BJP who are fighting elections on ground, and if they are victorious, then definitely there may be few people who may join into Congress also. But it is not; they are not ideologically inclined towards BJP or a BRS alliance. They may not digest it, right? But BJP and BRS, yes, 100%. Hand in glove, worked on ground, and they went for elections.
So, Ram, is Revanth Reddy going to be the chief minister if these numbers hold? If these numbers hold, we are still not officially calling the election. Ram?
As an official spokesperson, I should go mute now, because see, there is a procedure. There is a procedure.
Yeah.
There is a procedure in Congress party. There will be a CLP meeting. And there will be deliberations and resolutions will be passed and forwarded to the High Command. Again, there in CWC, the candidate will be finalized.
Okay, Ram, stay with us.
It is very transparent.
Yeah, stay with us as long as you can. We are also going to be talking to the BJP. Varun, I know you have to go. A quick last comment. Varun, yeah.
Happy to see Ram smiling, at least in Telangana, and other places I'm dead sure. Again, as you know, before you weren't there, I was just saying what helped in Madhya Pradesh are the Panna Pramukhs who took voter of BJP to the polling booth. Same to an extent in Rajasthan. And if Chhattisgarh BJP wins, they have to give credit to no one else apart from Om Mathur, who managed to do a lot of things. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Varun, thank you. I just want to welcome to our program now Madhuram Chaudhary. Madhuram Chaudhary राजस्थान के बीजेपी के नेता हैं. माधुराव जी नमस्कार, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? माधुराम जी शायद आवाज नहीं आ रही. संदीप जी, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? संदीप जी, अगर आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है तो ठीक है. तो राजस्थान की तरफ थोड़ा हम अपना ध्यान देते हैं. ये जो आंकड़े हैं, पहले लग रहा था कि अदर्स का सिग्निफिकेंस रहेगा. अगर ये गैप रहा तो अदर्स की कोई सिग्निफिकेंस नहीं रहेगी. इन आंकड़ों को देख के आप क्या कहेंगे राजस्थान के नतीजे के बारे में, संदीप जी?
देखिए, राजस्थान में इतना गैप नहीं है. बीजेपी 107 सीट्स पे आगे है, 78-79 पर कांग्रेस चल रही है.
अच्छा, हमारे आंकड़े थोड़े अलग हैं. कार्तिक, इसमें कोई अपडेट है अभी?
जी
नहीं,
यही सबसे लेटेस्ट आंकड़ा है.
अच्छा संदीप जी, हमारे आंकड़े थोड़े अलग है, पर आप बोलिए किसकी सरकार बनने वाली है अकॉर्डिंग टू यू?
जी, एक बात बरखा मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि जिस सनातन कार्ड पे राजस्थान में चुनाव लड़ा गया था, वो राजस्थान में इतना सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुआ है। अशोक गहलोत की गारंटी कार्डों ने काम किया है, उसमें वो डिले हो गए, बहुत देर हो गई, ये एक अलग मुद्दा है। लेकिन जिस तरीके का मैंडेट बनाने की कोशिश की गई थी बीजेपी द्वारा, उसमें वो पूरी तरह कामयाब होते नहीं है। कांग्रेस अगर आज इस स्थिति में है तो वो उनके अपने अंदरूनी झगड़े और कांग्रेस की जो लीडरशिप है उसके देर से लिए गए निर्णय हैं। पर कुल मिला के फिर भी मैं कहूंगा कि जिस तरीके से ऐसा लग रहा था कि मध्य प्रदेश में कांग्रेस की स्थिति बहुत बेटर है, छत्तीसगढ़ में बहुत बेटर है, राजस्थान बहुत कमजोर है, वैसा प्रदर्शन राजस्थान कांग्रेस का नहीं रहा है। इन दोनों स्टेटों से कहीं भी राजस्थान कांग्रेस का प्रदर्शन कमजोर नहीं रहा है, बल्कि बेटर ही रहा है। बीजेपी के लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन राजेंद्र राठौड़ इस वक्त थोड़े पिछड़ रहे हैं, सीपी जोशी स्पीकर पिछड़ रहे हैं।
संदीप जी, आपको लगता है बीजेपी को वसुंधरा राजे को अगर मुख्यमंत्री कैंडिडेट बनाते तो कोई इन आंकड़ों में कोई फर्क पड़ता?
जी, निश्चित तौर पर अगर
नंबर थोड़े राजस्थान में दिखाए
तो बीजेपी को थोड़ा और लाभ मिलता, मार्जिन बढ़ता ही है, लेकिन वो नहीं बनाने से थोड़ा सा बीजेपी को नुकसान हुआ है।
Okay, I want to come to Madhavan, PKD and Ram. Karthik, do you have a brief update on the numbers for us? Karthik?
Barkha, sorry, could you repeat that? I was
just the latest position.
So basically, Barkha, let me resolve this confusion. There are two sources from which information is being picked up. The source that we are picking up the information from is giving numbers as per what we are showing, which are the latest numbers as per us.
Yes.
Where Rajasthan, BJP is 130, Congress 61. MP, BJP 157 or 160 now to Congress 67. Chhattisgarh, Congress 46 to BJP 43. Telangana, Congress 68 to BRS 46. But let's just clarify for everybody's convenience. There's another source equally credible, which is showing Rajasthan much closer, 108 to BJP, Congress 76 still. It's a pretty big gap, but it's closer. Madhya Pradesh, again, the gap pretty big, much closer. BJP 138, Congress 88. Chhattisgarh, Congress pulling ahead to 52 to BJP's 38. And then Telangana, Congress virtually sweeping the entire state with 70 seats to BRS's 37. Those are the two sources. The two common threads are Chhattisgarh, Telangana, Congress moving ahead. Rajasthan, BJP doing well. But the gap is the question. And I can understand why the Congress leader might think that the gap is relevant, because if the gap, as in Rajasthan, currently is Congress 75, BJP 109, as per the secondary source, which we are not following, then if the BJP somehow drops to below 100 and the Congress is in the late 80s, then that others category comes into the picture. But I think for all practical purposes, I'm not calling it yet because I know you're going to ask that question next. Madhya Pradesh seems to be going to the BJP way because this gap is huge now. Whichever source you look at, 50, 60, 90, in fact, as per the main source that we're picking up. And to bridge that gap, I think even though it's 10:30 a.m., I really think something special has to happen. So that's the clarification I wanted to give to our viewers.
So at the moment, we are sticking to our own numbers and we are sticking to our own agency. We'll also check the Election Commission. Telangana is so far a clear-cut case. I see Salman Soz of the Congress join us, but let me get his colleague Ram Mohan Reddy from Telangana as a state leader to come in with his thoughts. You said you better go mute when I asked you if Revanth Reddy is going to be chief minister. What do you think worked for the Congress in Telangana, Ram? Was it the narrative that the BJP and the BRS are together? Was that the big factor? Was it the fact that the BRS did not change?
That is one of the factors. That is one of the factors. There is so much of anti-incumbency. There are factors which need to be highlighted, like unemployment, inflation, and corruption. These three are the biggest factors which contributed to Congress victory and BRS defeat. And one more thing, Congress party was on ground right from day one. And BJP was just acting, just like Modi ji, who just comes into Hyderabad and do bhashans and always talks about taking action against BRS corrupt government. But till date, there is not even a single case or single action been taken from BJP. So BJP lost its credibility because in initial stages, BJP was gaining. But we curtailed it on the grounds that both BRS and BJP are working together. The formula, in fact, worked really good for Congress, which in fact is true.
Okay, Ram.
And now the numbers in Telangana, crossed the 72. Barkha ji. Our sources.
Oh, okay, your sources. We'll try and keep pace with your sources. Ram, before you go, is this Revanth Reddy's win or Rahul Gandhi's win?
It's Congress party's win.
Very politically correct.
Collective effort.
That's a sign of a true politician. He knows when to go mute and he knows when to give a diplomatic answer. So congratulations on that.
Okay,
Thank
Ram.
you so much, sir. Thank you, Barkha.
I think what I meant was, is this an election that has been fought on local factors, or has it been fought on national factors?
No, it's on local factors. 100% it's on local factors.
One of the lines that Revanth Reddy said in that interview to me was, he said the election is local, the politics is national, which I thought was an interesting
Yes, 100%. See, whenever there is some setbacks or drawbacks of Congress party, then definitely it will be highlighted by the Godi media. Then that will become national. So, but confining to the state subject, so Congress party fought on not national issues, but local issues. Yes, 100% it is the contribution of local aspects only.
Okay, Ram, we're going to let you go.
Thank you so much.
You need to mute yourself. Ram, thank you. And thank you for joining us. Salman Soos, senior leader of the Congress, is with us. PKD Nambiar is with us. Madhavan is with us. Dr. Sandeep Purohit is with us. Before I get Salman to come in, Karthik, do you want to give us? All right, the Congress party has called an the Congress party has called an India Alliance meeting on Wednesday, but we need clarity on what's. Yeah, that's fine, but we need clarity on what's happening in the states. Telangana leaning Congress, it's kind of safe to say. Karthik, you want to take us through the other three states?
Yeah, Chhattisgarh, as per one source, dead heat. As per the other source, Congress pulling ahead beyond 50, really comfortable. Rajasthan, one source 120 to 66, the other one saying 112 to 71. So BJP leading. The question is that of margin. Madhya Pradesh, I think, Barkha is if I may say so, is I think the bigger embarrassment for the Congress. It now seems that the Congress is going to not cross the 100 mark. That's what it seems like. And these leads have been holding now for some time. And if that really happens, I think the Congress will have to do very deep introspection, because then this is the state where they would have hoped to pick up 5 to 7 Lok Sabha seats. But if they lose to Shivraj Singh Chauhan now, what does that mean to those prospects? So I think that would be the biggest worrying point for the Congress. I think the fight in Rajasthan was a commendable one. If they cross the 70-75 mark in Rajasthan, they will have lost with pride, I would say. If they pull ahead in Chhattisgarh and Telangana, those are 2 victories. But Madhya Pradesh, I think, will be the biggest sore point for the Congress today.
Okay, I want to bring in Salman. So, Salman, mixed bag, mixed morning so far. Still awaiting clarity. And again, before we argue over the numbers, I think Karthik just explained here that there are 2 different sources that are giving numbers at a different pace. So we're just going by ours. So let's assume for the moment that Telangana is yours. Chhattisgarh, you managed to take the state. I'm going to assume that for a moment, even though our numbers are still showing a dead heat, but I'm going to assume that going by the sources. Madhya Pradesh, you lose, which is what it looks like right now. And it looks like you will lose Rajasthan if this gap holds in the Rajasthan numbers, even though the others group still has a significant number. If this were the case, and Chhattisgarh is going up and down, I just have to qualify that it's going up and down, but I'm going to assume for the moment that you managed to take Chhattisgarh, maybe, and you managed to take, you are of course winning Telangana. That seems quite evident. But you lose Madhya Pradesh and you lose Rajasthan. Politically, Madhavan Narayan, minutes before you joined, he said something quite harsh. He said, Kamalnath has been the biggest political disaster of this election story. Is that too harsh, or would you have to concede that?
Well, if the Madhya Pradesh results are in line with what we are seeing, then of course it is going to be a huge disappointment for us. And by the way, this would be a surprise for most people who've been following elections. We've been following your coverage as well. Everybody thought that in Madhya Pradesh, the Congress had a very good opportunity to unseat the BJP. But it seems that the voters have a different view, and we have to figure out what it will take for us to really make a dent in Madhya Pradesh, which is sustainable. So we did that in 2018. I think we can do it again. But we need to really kind of think about how we can actually attack the BJP there. But when I look at the elections as a whole, my sense is that if we do win Telangana, and if we do win Chhattisgarh, and we do run up some good numbers in Rajasthan, I think overall the lesson that I would draw is that there is where we have put in a lot of effort. We fought. In fact, I think we put in a lot of effort everywhere. But I think the strategy has worked in some states spectacularly. In Madhya Pradesh, clearly not. And we have to understand what the differences are, because every state is different. These state elections are very different. But overall, I would not be, if I was a Congress worker, I would take a lot of heart from this, because I think we have a plausible way to compete in the Lok Sabha elections, of course, as part of the India Alliance. And I think we may have some silver linings in this that, quite frankly, in many past days like this, we haven't had. And I think this time we have some silver linings, and we have to learn from that. And wherever we have disappointments, we have to learn equally from there and figure out how we can kind of narrow the difference with the BJP in those states.
So we are awaiting clarity in Chhattisgarh, but the trends seem quite clear, even though I'm not, I've learned the hard way not to call elections till at least noon. But my question to you, Salman, is the old question. Are we seeing a political framework where Hindi heartland sort of politics in the political space is just owned by the BJP? I can see Dilip Cherian joining us. Good morning, Dilip. And the South is a kind of completely different politics. It looks to me, although Karnataka has been an outlier where the BJP did very well in the Karnataka Lok Sabha elections the last time. But it looks to me that if Telangana is in your kitty, Karnataka is now in your kitty, there are other states by non-BJP leaders. Are we looking at a kind of division in how the North and the South practice politics? And are we looking at the heartland still being owned very much by the BJP's politics? Salman Soos.
It may seem like that when you look at the averages, when you look at it from a distance, but I think there's a lot hidden behind the averages. I mean, if you think about Haryana, for example, that's a Hindi heartland state. I expect us to win in Haryana. I'm confident we're going to win in Haryana, not just in the assembly, but also in the Lok Sabha, because the dynamics of that state are different. I think if what you've seen in Rajasthan so far, if we put up a stiff resistance, we have, I think, if you think about Rajasthan, the previous time we lost, I think we lost very badly. This time there's been a fight. And I think that fight I'm seeing more and more in my colleagues. I've been now with the Congress for since 2012. And I see the Congress workers and leaders fighting very, very hard on the ground. And I think there is determination that we will not let BJP have easy victories. Now, I take it, that in Madhya Pradesh, something's gone horribly wrong. But otherwise, I think we're fighting. And that opening up Telangana for us, coming from all the way back to defeating a party, if these trends hold, defeating a party that had 88 seats, I think. That's a huge change. And that does something in the South, which creates kind of a beachhead, I think, to my mind, is a beachhead that could see progress beyond the South into the plains in India. So I think the Lok Sabha election is a whole different ball game, but I would not say that the BJP is going to dominate the same way it has in the past. That is my view.
Okay, let's open this up now. Dilip Cherian is with us, but I just want to bring in PKD Nambiar. I know, Madhavan, I'm coming to everybody one by one. PKD, I'm going to say that we don't have clarity on Chhattisgarh. And I'm going to say it looks to me that Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh are going to the BJP. Telangana is a sweep for the Congress. This is how it looks like right now, with all the caveats that these are not fully finished results. We're not officially calling this. Politically, you're from the south of India, PKD. Telangana celebration shots, that's the Congress distributing the proverbial laddus that are a must for every counting day. How do you think this is going to shape politics in the run-up to 2024, Mr. Nambiar?
If BJP is able to retain Madhya Pradesh, and 2 days back I have tweeted that if BJP is able to retain Madhya Pradesh and handsomely win in Rajasthan and have a Tucker fight in Chhattisgarh, then it is going to be the BJP way. It is going to complement the 2024 election. But I also said that the BRS winning, Congress winning the Telangana election may have a political divide between South and the North. The South predominantly going by the Congress way, because we know that in the next election, Congress might win in Kerala, and Congress is in power, if not directly, indirectly in Tamil Nadu, because their ally is ruling. And except the Andhra, so all the other places, Congress has got something or the other to do with the power, or either ruling or allied. So the question is that, will it have a big impact on socio-political situation across the, because we also know that in the next 2-3 years, there is a delimitation is going to happen. There is already a worry in the south of India that yes, we will lose a lot of seats as compared to the north because of good education, good healthcare, and etc. I think BJP needs to really work hard in the southern states, needs to give a lot of importance, which I don't see right now happening because of the reason that we are now going to be in another poll, the major poll of in another next 2-3 months or immediately after that. But then one thing is very clear, that good governance, if it is reaching to the people and they are able to feel the governance, people don't want it to change the government. And also, people don't want it to see the drama, political drama day in, day out, what happened in the case of Rajasthan. There is an infighting, even the real Chiranjeevi scheme and etc. is not reaching to the people.
Can I ask you briefly? Do you think the BJP has, the BJP will now, if the BJP wins Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, they're not going to accept our Gyangiri on, why did they sideline Shivraj, why did they sideline Vasundhara? But do you think in Telangana, for example, they should not have replaced a Bandi Sanjay? Every state has its own dynamics, and the BJP probably needs to understand that it's not one size fit all. It's not the Modi factor in every state. However, if the BJP takes Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, as now looks the case, they're going to say, you pundits, you keep quiet. We know what we're doing.
Absolutely. And it's true that way. The Madhya Pradesh election result, if it is going by the way what we are showing, then it is a lot of unlearning for the people like you and me needs to be done, because this is not something which anybody have expected, including some of the BJP people with whomsoever I am in touch. Nobody expected such kind of a victory for BJP in Madhya Pradesh. And this is BJP in Madhya Pradesh is now going by the Gujarat model, Gujarat way. So in a way, it is the next Gujarat for BJP. Madhya Pradesh is the next Gujarat for BJP. So I think we need to give a lot of credit to the existing leader. But then a cadre party needs to take a decision that who should lead. It cannot be that, yes, one person is in CM, he is CM forever. There may be a better person can come in. And believe me, in the case of, as I was telling you earlier, that we were talking about Rajasthan, Vasundhara Raje or Ashok Gehlot, as the way we portray that they are the master blaster politicians of the state, they may have some impact, but they have never been able to come back into the power. That means there is nothing called as so much of an impact on them on the ground. It's basically the people decide, the parties who they wanted to be ruled by the next 5 years.
Okay, PKD, stay as long as you can, though I'm told you have to go. Salman Soos is with us, Sandeep Purohit is with us, Madhavan Narayan is with us. I want to come to Dilip Karthik. I know you're furiously looking at the numbers. Can you quickly give us a broad update? And again, we should caveat, because a lot of politicians are watching two sources and wondering why our numbers are different. So I'm going to leave it to you to explain that discrepancy. Karthik, Madhavan, coming to you in just a moment. Yeah, Karthik, quickly. Quick overview, Karthik, quickly.
Unmute me some. Yeah, okay. So, Barkha, the problem with Chhattisgarh is it's swinging really wild. I can tell you, the source we are picking the numbers from, BJP is 50, Congress is 38. Surprise, surprise. The other source is exactly the opposite, which is Congress 51, BJP 38. So, for the life of me, I don't know what's happening here, but Election Commission website. The problem with that is it's a little slow, but the number of leads also are much smaller. Out of the 64 leads from Chhattisgarh, 34 BJP, 28 Congress, and 2 others. So Chhattisgarh seems to be some sort of an informational problem, through different sources.
So let's just say, we don't know Chhattisgarh right now.
Yeah,
let's say we don't know Chhattisgarh right now.
Yeah, we can't reconcile that. But,
Karthik, I'm going to cut you short because the guests are here for a limited time. I need to make use of their time. Dilip, let's say Chhattisgarh, we're putting a pause because as Karthik explained, there's a contradictory set of numbers coming in from the two sources. But the big picture is that Madhya Pradesh, Kamalnath is going to be devastated. Madhavan said he has been the biggest political disaster of this campaign. That is Madhavan's words, not mine. If you switch to Rajasthan for just a moment, can I go back to Rajasthan? Somewhere where I can see the Rajasthan numbers. Rajasthan, the BJP is leading in 117, while the others are sizable. And Gehlot may have been counting on the others, there's 16. If the gap remains what it is, 117, Rajasthan, I need to stay on Rajasthan, guys. I need to stay on Rajasthan. Give me the Rajasthan slide. If it remains this gap, then the others don't matter. Politically, as Salman said, joyous news out of Telangana, but pretty devastating news out of Madhya Pradesh. Rajasthan, I think they knew that they were going to not make it. Dilip, what's the big take? And then Madhavan. Yeah. No. Hang on, Dilip. I can't hear you. Yeah. I can't hear you, Dilip.
Okay.
Yeah, I can now. Yeah.
The big take is Madhya Pradesh. It looks like everybody who was betting on Kamalnath's ability to manage elections and produce numbers are looking shocked at the moment. I know, and we're all saying this several times with the usual caveats, but Madhya Pradesh looked a lot better for the Congress in terms of the campaign they ran and the confidence they projected. So was this all a chimera? And has Mamaji once again shown that he may be tired, but he is not going to retire? For him, the big message is going to be that it's a message which probably will disappoint others who are waiting in line. But if he manages to pull this government back into the seat, then that is probably the single biggest message from this election, because he is going to emerge, despite efforts by his own party, as strong and long lasting. And this will change, to my mind, the post 2024 scenario also. Because
in what way? In what way?
In the way that he will become a serious contender for definitely being number 2, if he's if he's willing to hold his horses at this point of time. And I think that the efforts to try and replace him as chief minister politically may be tricky now, given this kind of upset that he is demonstrating on the ground here. As far as Rajasthan is concerned, I want to just make this observation that the pundits on both sides have been talking about the power of the others. I think that this whole belief that you can fine-tune elections to make sure that the rebels who you put up yourself are going to be the reason why you will eventually win is, again, a false flag to fly with. And I think that that is probably what is going to be the undoing of the Congress as far as Rajasthan is concerned, if this results hold.
Okay, Dilip, stay with us. Madhavan, you wanted to come in. You had some very strong words. You said brand Gehlot was all fluff. Ashok Gehlot hired a branding agency this time, Design Box. A lot of people said that the campaign was all about him. Kharge did his best to iron over the differences within the Rajasthan Congress. But Rajasthan does have a pattern. I don't think the Congress will be as shocked by Rajasthan as it will be by Madhya Pradesh.
Absolutely. Let me put in my caveats there. I was basing my earlier thought about Ashok Gehlot being fluff based on the data that Congress has got only 65 or so seats. If it crosses 80, then it's a moral victory for Ashok Gehlot for 3 reasons. He has withstood a BJP RSS organizational muscle. He has withstood internal dissensions within the party, and he is also, in spite of Rajasthan's famous anti-incumbency wave all the time, Rajasthan always goes seesaw. If he can get 80 seats in spite of these 3 factors, then it's a moral victory for Ashok Gehlot. But if your data earlier was correct, because as Winston Churchill famously said, if facts change, you have to change your opinion. How about you? So I'm only a journalist or an analyst, not, I have not been traveling in Rajasthan, which would have given me perhaps a small additional advantage. So that way, Gehlot is still to call. But most important, the big picture that before I go, I want to say is that Congress has had a minor, or I would say major moral victory in this election. It is successful. Let me put two things together. One is that Congress has successfully, after Karnataka, shifted the agenda from Hindutva to socio-economic issues, forcing the BJP to play ball. But to use a memorable Silicon Valley expression, BJP has learned the art of pivoting. They have pivoted from a Hindutva-oriented cultural agenda into a socio-economic agenda, and that late swing using Ladli Behan, branded schemes. And so this, coupled with the RSS BJP organizational capability, which I have already said day before, together give the BJP an advantage, and that's a very striking fact for the India alliance if it goes into 2024 together, which is that BJP is not going to just stick to its agenda and style. But let me assert that Modi's leadership is still under stress. So this is not, they have been
Why would
made
you
to
say
work.
that? Why would you say that? Okay, there's some confusion about Chhattisgarh, but imagine for a moment that, and Karthik, I don't know, do we have any greater clarity of Chhattisgarh? No. Do we? No. Okay, but imagine for a moment that they've taken Rajasthan. Okay, that's the historical trend. They've taken Madhya Pradesh, where only one exit poll actually said so conclusively that they would take it, right? And Telangana, they were not a contender. So why is Modi's leadership under stress? And I want to actually take that question to all of our guests. But quickly, Madhavan.
Let me put you that there are 5 things at stake: issues, ideology, issues, implementation, initiatives. These are the 4 I's which I'm using to analyze this election, because things have become much more complex. It's not a simple wave theory. So BJP's ideology is under stress, and Modi is seen essentially as some kind of a Hindutva leader. But his implementation, as Nambiar very correctly said, has been very strong. Issues have gone Congress's way. BJP is strong on ideology and implementation, but issues have been quietly shifted by the Congress towards socio-economic themes. That is a good thing for Congress. But with the Ayodhya temple becoming an issue close to the next general election, BJP's excellent campaign machinery might give a positive vibe built around the Ayodhya temple. I've already seen that happening in some way. So that is something that the India Alliance will have to contend with. But it's quite clear that if you take in the Sanatana Dharma controversy and Uday Stalin, which Modi used in his own way, it's not by and large a Hindutva election. It is by and large only a marginal factor. And I don't want to go into the demographics. Bottom line is that 2024 elections, Congress has to really go that extra mile in conceding grounds to both its state leadership as well as allies if it wants to be anywhere near defeating Modi, in spite of the fact that Modi's leadership is under stress.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I've got Dr. Gulrez. Yeah, Madhavan, I know you have to go. We'll connect with you later. Thanks very much. Dr. Gulrez Sheikh of the BJP is with us. Salman, I'll come to you right after that. Dr. Gulrez, agar aapko meri awaaz aa rahi hai, I can barely see you. Your first reactions, Madhya Pradesh is looking excellent, but I don't think we can see Gulrez sir. Yeah, we lost him there. So let me take it back to Salman, Dilip and Sandeep Purohit, right? The analysis will keep happening. We're still waiting for clarity. What's intriguing, Salman, is that the Congress has called for a meeting of the India Alliance on Wednesday. Why are we talking about the India Alliance suddenly? Is there a kind of realization that after Madhya Pradesh, which looks set to go to the BJP, there needs to be a greater banding together of forces? How disappointed are you really? Not to take away from Telangana, which is a very handsome victory.
I think calling for a meeting of the India Alliance is a great thing, because the India Alliance, the main reason for creating the India Alliance is to contest the 2024 general election. That's the main reason we are in this together. So I think these elections are now over. Today is results day. Of course, It is disappointing, to see what has happened in Madhya Pradesh against all expectations. And, I know that Rajasthan, we were not expected to win, but still, I think our team put in a lot of effort there. And to some extent, some of the results that you see reflect that. I remain concerned a little bit about Chhattisgarh, of course, but Telangana gives me a little bit of hope. But the meeting of the alliance, I think we now need to start working on the election. We cannot waste any time, and so I'm glad our party has requested a meeting, and now we need to really have a solid program for the people of the country. But I think one thing is clear, that in these elections, the narrative was set by the Congress party. The socio-economic issues that really are at play. By the way, in each election, the central leadership of the BJP did everything it could to undermine Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Did not even announce his name in the first, list. We sometimes forget these things. And if the results hold, nobody can say that this is Prime Minister Modi's victory. Everybody's going to say that this is Shivraj Singh Chauhan basically saying that, look, I'm still I'm the people of the state.
I want to just bring in Dilip while Vinita Hariharan of the BJP is joining us, and Sandeep Purohit, a senior journalist from Rajasthan, hasn't spoken yet. Dilip, when we were talking earlier this week, you said if the Congress wins Telangana but loses Madhya Pradesh, Telangana will not compensate politically for the Congress if it loses Madhya Pradesh. Are you still holding that view?
Totally. I feel that the loss in Madhya Pradesh is probably the most significant message for the Congress. And you've very rightly, Barkha, asked the question, why have they called for the India Alliance meeting on Wednesday? The fact is that they have recognized, and they should have recognized earlier, that if you want to treat these elections as a dead heat for 2024, then you have to do the alliances in the states. You cannot allow the traditional arrogance of the Congress party to dominate the narrative in states where you think, sound, and expect to be strong, i.e. both Rajasthan, where they should have allied with I know this will shock a lot of political pundits, where they should have allied with the BSP, and in Madhya Pradesh, where they should have allied with Akhilesh's party. I'm not saying that it would have dramatically changed the numbers, but it would have dramatically changed the narrative that going into 2024, the India Alliance is serious work, and this is something that the party needs to send out as a message. Can it send it out on the meeting on the 6th? My feeling is that it is it's a little late to do this, and other leaders will take it for what it is. And does it need to be convened by the Congress? All these are questions that other party leaders will want to ask, given that the Congress hasn't shown the kind of electoral competence if these election results as seen now stay.
Okay, that's very interesting, and I'm sure there'll be reactions to it. Sandeep ji, there are two Sandeeps here. Sandeep Ghosh, good morning, welcome to the program. But we also have Sandeep Purohit from Rajasthan. मैं पहले संदीप पुरोहित के पास जाना चाहूंगी. संदीप जी, अगर आप कुछ ये राजस्थान के आंकड़ों पे बोलना चाहें.
देखिए, राजस्थान में जो इस वक्त आंकड़े आप देख रहे हैं, उसमें कांग्रेस पिछड़ रही है. 67 सीट्स राजस्थान के पास है, लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि अशोक गहलोत चुनाव कितना अच्छा लड़ा हो बरखा जी, लेकिन आपको 3 बार मौका मिला और तीनों बार आप गवर्नमेंट रिपीट नहीं कर पाए. आपकी गवर्नेंस बहुत अच्छी है, सब कुछ अच्छा है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट तो रिपीट नहीं हो पाई तीनों बार. सेम चीज वसुंधरा के साथ है कि वो 2 बार गवर्नमेंट रिपीट नहीं कर पाई. तो ये दोनों लीडर्स के साथ, दोनों लीडर्स बहुत पॉपुलर है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट रिपीट नहीं कर पाते हैं. ये राजस्थान में इन दोनों के लिए सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज रहता है.
आपके मुताबिक संदीप जी, मुख्यमंत्री अगर ये गैप रहा तो कौन बनेगा?
जी, अगर गैप रहता है तो वसुंधरा को प्रॉब्लम आएगी. फ्रंट रनर्स जी, अगर बीजेपी 120 प्लस होती है, इवन 115 प्लस भी होगी, तो अदर जो कंटेंडर्स है वसुंधरा जी के, वो आगे निकल करके आएंगे. लेकिन अगर बीजेपी 110 के बिलो रहती है तो विन विन पोजीशन वसुंधरा जी की रहेगी।
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कि अगर बीजेपी का गैप नैरो है तो वसुंधरा जी का चांस है, अगर बीजेपी का विक्ट्री गैप हैंडसम है तो वसुंधरा जी नहीं बनेंगी मुख्यमंत्री। Karthik, Vinita Hariharan of the BJP is with us, Sandeep Ghosh is with us, but go ahead with a quick update.
Yeah, Barkha, the situation with Rajasthan is also very similar to Chhattisgarh in terms of numbers.
What do you mean?
Although the primary source is telling us the gap is 115 to 68, the other source is putting the BJP at 104 and the Congress at 73. The Election Commission website is giving us BJP at 100, Congress at 78 out of 196. So what the gentleman was saying before me, why I'm adding this is because this is very important. If the BJP is stuck between 100 and 110, then Miss Raje comes into the picture. If the BJP crosses 110, 115, then probably not so much. So I think on that number, the clarity is still awaited because the primary source we are following suggests the BJP is around 115. But the other sources, whether it's Election Commission or this other source that we are following, is telling us that the BJP is this tenuous territory between 100 and 105. And Chhattisgarh, the confusion still persists. Two sources, two opposite stories. So we're still trying to reconcile. But Madhya Pradesh, the gap has narrowed in the last few minutes. BJP 139 to Congress is 90. But still, Congress struggling to cross the double figure mark. And Telangana is probably the only state where we have
Can I summarize? We have Mahima G of the Congress joining us as well. But Karthike, please interrupt me if I say this wrongly. Telangana is set to go to the Congress. Madhya Pradesh is set to go to the BJP. In Rajasthan, the BJP is clearly in the lead, though there is some clarity awaited on what that gap is. And Chhattisgarh is the big confusion because the two sources that we're tracking for numbers, our source is putting the BJP in the lead, but the other source is putting the Congress in the lead. So we do not have clarity.
Although Barkha, I must say, even our source has been narrowing the gap in favor of the Congress over the last few minutes, with the BJP now 45, Congress 43. The other source is telling us Congress 46, BJP 42. So if the trend continues of our source shrinking that gap, it is possible that the other source has picked up something faster than this primary source of ours. But still, clarity awaited. Clarity definitely awaited.
So clarity awaited in Chhattisgarh, where there's a neck-and-neck fight. The BJP seems set to take Madhya Pradesh. The BJP is clearly in the lead in Rajasthan. And the Congress has swept, so far, Telangana. This is the big picture. I want the conversation to start.
Can I also add something, Barkha? This might not be of interest just because of the personality involved. Madhya Pradesh, Congress is actually doing pretty well in the Gwalior Chambal area, which has something to which is important for Mr. Scindia.
Which is Scindia.
Yeah. The Congress has been swept out of the Malwa Nimad area, of the Bhopal area. The Congress is only saving grace coming from the Mahakaushal area, the Vindh area, where the Congress was supposed to do better this time. Nothing happening. And this if you look at this is all Election Commission data, by the way, so it's definitely not completely up to the mark, but whatever we have, if you look at the vote share, Barkha, Congress 40%, BJP 48.7%. That's an 8 percentage point gap. That is one of the gaps that when exit polls are predicting, nobody is willing to believe. But it seems that exit poll was correct. And if you go by that, then this is huge, because I'm looking at the map of Madhya Pradesh currently, and it's completely rang de tu mohe gerua at this point.
Okay, I want Dilip to start this conversation. There are lots of new guests. Oh, I think Yogendra Yadav also, and I think he's there with us for just, I think Yogendra ji is there with us for just a few minutes. So if with everyone's permission, I'm just... Yes. I'm just going to go to him very quickly. Yogendra ji, welcome to the program. I want to start by asking you, thodi picture mein confusion hai. Here's what we know. Telangana is being swept by the Congress, and I think you had written an article saying that it is the untold story of this election. But Madhya Pradesh is set to go to, if these numbers hold, to the BJP. Rajasthan, the Congress is in the lead, but there is some confusion on the final gap because two different sources are giving us two different numbers.
BJP in the lead, Barkha, BJP in the lead, Rajasthan.
Sorry, did I say that wrong? I meant the BJP
Yes, you
is in
said
the
Congress.
lead.
Yeah,
I beg your pardon. The BJP is very clearly in the lead in Rajasthan, but the gap has to be settled. और छत्तीसगढ़ को लेके सबसे ज्यादा कंफ्यूजन है, जहां पे नेक एंड नेक है और हर राउंड के बाद हमारी एजेंसी के मुताबिक नंबर्स बदल रहे हैं. योगेंद्र यादव, the big picture when you look at this, as someone who's been a convener, national convener of the Bharat Jodo Abhiyan, when you look at these numbers, what would you say?
Barkha, as you rightly say, the situation in Telangana is quite clear, and so it is in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh clearly going BJP way, Telangana clearly going Congress's way. In Rajasthan, the only confusion is, only uncertainty as of now is whether BJP will get a clear majority on its own or will fall just short of majority. That's the only confusion part of it. In Chhattisgarh, as you rightly said, there is sort of seesaw. Probably Congress a little ahead, maybe scrape through, but not entirely. Now, if we look at the big picture, Barkha, to my mind, this election was not so much about deciding the BJP's strength. BJP is strong in these areas. The question for BJP was, will it be able to break through Telangana? And will BJP be able to do what it did in West Bengal in Telangana? The answer is no, it's not. In South, BJP is still looking for one proper entry because Karnataka being closed now. In these northern states, the real question was whether Congress will be able to win these elections, all three of which were winnable for the Congress to begin with. In Rajasthan, the fact is that Ashok Gehlot government was popular, so was Ashok Gehlot himself. In principle, Congress could have won this election. In Madhya Pradesh, when I traveled 3-4 months ago, everyone spoke about Badlav. So yes, in principle, Congress could have won. In Chhattisgarh, Baghel had good schemes and some politically smart strategy. Once again, Congress should have won it. So the real question is, why did the Congress not manage to convert its potential strength into real strength in these areas? You could blame, and to my mind, 2 or 3 patterns are emerging. Number one, in the case of Rajasthan, and I think partly in Madhya Pradesh, but only partly, inability to do your ticket distribution in a way that would suit the party. Because in Rajasthan, it was quite clear that there was strong anti-incumbency against the sitting MLAs, not so much against the chief minister. BJP managed to distribute its tickets in a way that was smart and sensible. In Madhya Pradesh, about Congress, you wouldn't be able to say that, especially in Rajasthan, where Congress ended up giving tickets to many of the sitting MLAs, against which it was quite clear that there was strong anti-incumbency. In Rajasthan, again, 2 simple alliances that could have been struck, one with CPIM, another with Bharatiya Adivasi Party, both of which account for at least 10 to 12 seats as of now. At least in 10 or 12 seats, Congress is suffering just because of not having these 2 alliances. These are the kind of things. But the other 2 factors I wanted to mention quickly. One is Congress's inability to connect to the OBC wind. For the first time, Madhya Pradesh has seen a bit of rise of the OBC. This was a great opportunity for Congress. To my mind, Congress failed to tap into that. And 2, both in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, in the Adivasi areas, Congress is doing unexpectedly poorly. These are things that should worry the Congress party.
Can I just bring in Yogendra ji, Dilip Cherian, because just 2 minutes before you joined, Dilip was making the point that the Telangana's resounding victory will not politically compensate for the Congress's bid for relevance and assertion in sort of what is called loosely the Hindi heartland. And Dilip, if you just want to respond to what Yogendra has said, and then I'll take it back to Yogendra and then open it up for the others. Dilip?
I respect, understand, and appreciate what Yogendra just said. And Yogendra has traveled a lot more on the ground than many other people. But I think that the big message for me remains that, leaders like Kamalnath probably are leaders who are not connecting with the the people who are undecided, the new voter. And that is a message that the Congress will have to take to heart. They are unable to connect with them. They are getting the kind of people who come out and speak in front of cameras, talk to visiting journalists, but the new voter and the reasonably silent voter is not finding the connection with a certain kind of Congress leader. Is it experience? Is it the need to be on the ground? And you can't blame Kamal for not having been on the ground. This is a battle that he has actually fought squarely and personally and quite strongly. This means that despite every effort, that battle is not being won as we see the results just now. The reason I mentioned that the Telangana factor is not a compensatory factor is because in Telangana, anyone who has traveled there will tell you that the Congress has been able to cash in on the fact that the division of the state was something that they initiated, and people of Telangana respect the fact that efforts to bring in others, to restore Andhra style politics didn't work in Telangana. I think the Congress did well by staying there.
Yogendra Yadav, if I could come back to you, you made the point about alliances, that there could have been alliances. You made the point about the OBC vote. Something we haven't spoken about is Hindutva. Kamalnath ran a very visibly religious campaign. The phrase soft Hindutva has now entered our political lexicon. There are those who feel that imitating the BJP may not give the Congress results, but it's confusing because in Telangana, Revant Reddy is a former ABVP guy who's now poised to become the chief minister of Telangana. So this debate continues. If you were to look at this, are we now looking at a north-south divide in politics? Are we looking at a familiar ideological debate over whether soft Hindutva works? And how concerned are you at the Congress's inability to score in the Hindi heartland while being able to do relatively better in the southern states?
Let's first pick up the southern issue. I have a slight disagreement with Dilip. The disagreement is this, that, if Congress had to cash on the fact that Congress made Telangana, then it should have done 10 years ago. It should have done 5 years ago. The fact is that Congress could not. This time, if the Congress has been able to remind people of that, it is not so much the fact that Congress had given Telangana statehood. The real thing that has clicked is Congress has put in enormous energy. Congress, which was written off. Honestly, a year ago, if you went to Telangana, everyone said BJP was number 2. Congress had been relegated to number 3, that Congress was going to meet the same fate that it had met in Bengal, that it had met in Andhra Pradesh. If Congress could come back from that situation, it speaks about picking a new and energetic leader. It is some credit should go to Bharat Jodo Yatra. Something should be attributed to Karnataka's victory, which has a spillover effect on Telangana, and a lot of energy that Congress put in. So yes, that does have a meaning. And Barkha, responding to what you said, there appears to now be a very clear north-south divide, because the gates for South have, in a sense, been closed for the BJP with this last major bid in Telangana not coming the BJP's way. But the real important question that Congress leadership will have to face is about inability in North India, despite very reasonable chances. In Uttar Pradesh, Congress can say, we don't have a chance. Fair enough. In Bihar, they can say, we are nowhere right now. It takes a long time. But this is not what you can say about Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. To my mind, this is not about soft Hindutva. I don't think BJP's victory is a victory of Hindutva. I don't think Kamalnath's failure is a failure of his soft Hindutva line. The simple fact is these were not the real issues. The issues were about projecting a hope to the people. Congress can say that, look, in Rajasthan, it's a standard roti palatne ki baat hai. वो पहले भी होती थी, बार फिर हो गई. But if that was the case, Congress should have been able to, and it is a fact that Ashok Gehlot's government has done much better than Ashok Gehlot did in the last two previous occasions. Because last two times, not only did he lose, he lost very, very badly, and he's had the dubious distinction of running good governments and losing elections very badly. It is not so bad this time.
Yeah, you made 2 points. I want to just bring in, I know, Yogendra, you're there for just 5 more minutes, but I want Sandeep Ghosh to come in with one comment, and then I want you to respond to that. You made 2 comments. You said the gateway of the South is closed to the BJP. We have to see what happens in Karnataka, in particular in the Lok Sabha, where the BJP did quite well the last time. And you said the Congress must introspect or think about its inability to score in the North. Sandeep, I bring you in because you, despite being a Modi supporter, were not happy. You were not admiring of how the BJP had run its campaign in Rajasthan. The BJP seems to have managed, nevertheless. Your thoughts of the big picture that's emerging, Sandeep, before I take it back to Yogendraji.
See, Barkha, they say hindsight is 20/20 correct, but it's not so, I think, when you're wearing tinted glasses. So some panelists are wearing tinted glasses even while applying hindsight. They're today blaming Rajasthan's Congress's thing on ticket distribution, but if anybody had a problem in ticket distribution, it was the BJP. The kind of backlash they had, pushback they had on ticket distribution, the kind of pushback they had on the central leadership coming in to vote was way, way more than what the Congress failed. So the reasons have to be, you have to probe much deeper rather than just write it off to the ticket distribution and anti-incumbency against local people. There is much deeper factors, and it cannot also be said about Bazi Palatna hai, that sort of a thing. Most, I think the ridiculous argument is to say BJP's doors are closed for South India. Even when Congress ruled Karnataka, BJP had a high score of Lok Sabha seats. And if anybody thought, especially psephologists, that BJP was trying to win Telangana, I don't think they could have been more off the mark. BJP's only objective there was to, they have managed to raise a 6% to 14% or 15%. That's a huge raise. And their objective there was to split the anti-incumbency vote from Congress. And they had to raise their salience in Telangana to be able to make something in the Lok Sabha thing. Their objective was certainly not, I think they would not have been unrealistic to think they would form the government, irrespective of what they would be saying. That they went on putting so much energy till the end was, unless they again raise the salience, they will be out of the race in Lok Sabha, and whatever they will strike, BRS, etc., can happen. So last thing, so therefore, to say so categorically BJP's door is shut in south of India would be as naive. The best Congress can now say is, I think Congress's line will be, Rahul Gandhi put his energy in Telangana, so they have done well. Other places, Gehlot and Kamalnath kept him away, so they have done poorly. That's the next one you'll hear. Congress did not put any less energy in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, especially, you might say Rajasthan. Money power also. Money power in Chhattisgarh. Congress cannot complain that they didn't have the money.
Let me just get a last comment from Yogendra Yadav. We actually have a BJP leader from the south of India while we're talking about this, but I just want Yogendra Yadav to respond to what he's heard from both Sandeep Ghosh and Dilip Cherian. The Modi factor, we haven't spoken about it. Many political pundits thought that the BJP was making a critical mistake, Yogendra Yadav, by sidelining its state-level leadership, whether in Rajasthan or in Madhya Pradesh. If these numbers hold, what it shows is it didn't matter. It just simply didn't matter that the BJP did not declare a chief ministerial candidate. Even more compelling, if Chhattisgarh, and I'm again saying many caveats, Chhattisgarh mein clarity nahi hai, if Chhattisgarh also goes the BJP way, then even more, Raman Singh was such a low-key counter to the high-profile Bhupesh Baghel. So everybody will have to redo their punditry. Do we need to talk about the Modi factor, which we haven't spoken about? Yogendra Yadav.
Barkha, just on Telangana, I wouldn't know BJP's intentions as closely as Mr. Ghosh would, so I would bow to him. My own sense was that BJP was trying to do a West Bengal in Telangana. BJP saw that they had done decently in the Lok Sabha election, that this was the one state where they had potentials to go up further. And the whole strategy, from what I could see last year, was to pump Telangana with money, with energy, with propaganda, and aim for number one and end up with a very decent number two, which is what I thought BJP's strategy was till the time they got rid of their president of the state unit, which is where BJP's entire strategy started going wrong. So I probably don't know as well the BJP as well as he would. I'm just speaking from what I saw the signals on the ground, and these look very obvious signals. At some stage, BJP said, all right, now Congress is emerging, maybe best to give BRS a chance. And BJP did step back. And this is not me alleging this. These are BJP own state leaders saying that, why has my party withdrawn? Why is my party not going straight on the BRS? So that's so far. Is it permanently a closure of the BJP in South? No. But is it closing of door for 2024? In significant ways, yes, because BJP's Telangana was the one state where BJP had room to grow in a big way in the Lok Sabha election. That strategy has backfired. Karnataka, BJP, I'm not saying BJP would be wiped out in Karnataka, but BJP now has a much difficult task than it ever did. So despite several attempts for a real breakthrough in the South, it's not working out for the BJP. That's a fact. But anyway, that does not take away from the bigger story. The bigger story is Congress's inability to convert winnable elections into victory. Yeah, I think Mr. Ghosh is absolutely right to say that the factional squabble within the Rajasthan BJP was much more than the Congress's factional squabble. So we should not blame the factional bit at all, bit majorly. When I spoke of smart candidate selection, it was Madhya Pradesh. I think Madhya Pradesh, BJP showed a certain overall strategy, something that you could not accuse Congress of. In Madhya Pradesh, BJP knew what it was doing. In Rajasthan, I do think that finally this thing of changeover, and this is not my interpretation, this has been happening for the last 30 years. Every single ruling party has been voted out, no matter what. And this required Congress to put in some additional energy, additional imagination. Simply saying we have some wonderful schemes, and incidentally, Chiranjeevi's scheme was a wonderful scheme. And it is really a pity that a government that has had such strong welfare schemes is being voted out. But the simple political lesson is having a good scheme is not enough to win elections. You have to convert that into a message. You have to convert that into political organization, both of which Congress failed to do. And those are the things Congress really needs to think about.
Okay, before we let you go, and very briefly, Yogendra Yadav, as a critic of the government, a supporter, as it were, of the opposition politics, a convener of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, you made a very important point. You said the Congress needs to think about its inability to convert winnable elections into victories. Between now and 2024, what's the biggest challenge for the opposition?
Look, what is the real strength of the Congress in North India, in all these states, or in fact throughout the country? The strength is that Congress is the party of the bottom of the pyramid. Congress, at least in whatever votes Congress gets disproportionately larger number of votes from the poor, from the minorities, from the marginalized sectors as SC, ST, and OBC. The difficulty is that Congress's political strategy is not aligned to this reality. So this is the one real challenge. Rahul Gandhi speaks about OBC caste census. Do Congress workers on the ground at all know what caste census is? Do they talk about it? At least I didn't hear them talking about it. Rahul Gandhi speaks about Adani, launches a very sharp attack on crony capitalism. Do Congress's own chief ministers and their own candidates actually carry that forward? At least I did not hear that. So unless there is that alignment of the larger picture, of the alignment of the party with its own vote base, alignment of its policies and its communication with that, otherwise Congress would have the kind of disappointments that it has seen today.
Okay, I think the last point is very important, that our people on the ground even talking about the issues that Rahul Gandhi has made front and central. You named 2 points, two issues: caste census and Adani. A Congress-run states looking at Adani in the same way. Yugendra Yadav, we're going to let you go. Thank you very much. We'll see you again later in the day. We are now going to take some of your points to the rest of our panel. I also want to bring in, I know Dilip, we have you for a few more minutes, but Shivraj Singh Chauhan is reacting. Just want to play that out. We had a Congress supporter's perspective. We must have undoubtedly the story of the, in some ways, the man of the match, if there is one, is going to be Shivraj Singh Chauhan. In so much so that Dilip Cherian said that he can now be a contender for the number 2 position in the party. And we need to talk a little bit about Mamaji, who transformed himself into bulldozer Mamaji. Let's listen in. This was a while earlier, Shivraj Singh Chauhan reacting to what is poised to be a big BJP win in Madhya Pradesh.
सर लगातार लाडली बहनों का लाडली दिया है, कमल का फूल बहनों का आशीर्वाद सिर्फ मध्य प्रदेश में बल्कि बाकी राज्यों में भी।
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है। उनके प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण है। डबल इंजन की सरकार।
So what's very interesting, Dilip Cherian, Kartikeya, do you have a very urgent update? Can we unmute Kartikeya, because I have to go to Dilip. Kartik, I can't hear you. You're on mute. So till you sort that out, Dilip, what's very interesting is that
I'm saying it's pretty clear that the Congress has lost Chhattisgarh, it seems.
Oh, that's a big one.
Because from all sources, the same information is coming in. That's why
finally all the information is reconciled. All right, that's a big one.
Which means, Barkha, if there is no ulatfer from here on, the big headline is the Congress is wiped out of the Hindi heartland. Because they've lost Rajasthan, they've lost Chhattisgarh, they've been unable to unseat Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh. I'll let Mr. Cherian speak and then we have the vote share numbers coming up.
Okay, I think this is a very, very significant news point. We have been reporting all morning that the BJP has been in the lead in Chhattisgarh, and a lot of Congress leaders were contesting our numbers. Kartik says that those numbers are now reconciled between both sources. The BJP is at 50 in Chhattisgarh, the Congress is at 38. In Madhya Pradesh, it's a clear and distinct win for the BJP, and in Rajasthan, the BJP is very comfortably in the lead. So, as Kartik said, the big story, Dilip, the political big story is the BJP is being edged out of the Hindi heartland. If Yogendra says the South is closing its doors for the BJP, some could argue that large chunks of the North are doing that for the Congress.
Totally. And I think that is a very interesting message. If you juxtapose it, the Congress is being wiped out in the Hindi heartland with the Congress appealing for a meeting of the India Alliance 2 days or 3 days from now, I think the message is now emerging as to what the political message for 2024 is likely to be. The message is that the Congress has to ally and be a reconciled part of the India Alliance if it is to win back, claw back any space for itself in the northern heartland. And that is where elections of the future, as everybody has said, after any delimitation, that's where the real numbers are going to come from. So unless the Congress bows its head and recognizes that being part of an alliance is the route to victory, that is the way to go. In fact, that brings me to one more little anecdote that a very senior BJP person was telling me just last night, that their best hope in Telangana was that they would form an alliance with BRS that would stand them in good stead. So, when the BJP is willing to think like that, the Congress has to recognize that this is the time to totally change strategy And I would say that the Chhattisgarh defeat, if that turns out to be true, and since all your numbers, as Karthik said, are lining up for the first time, it is likely that that message will be resonating more strongly when the India Alliance meets.
Okay, I want to take this to Vinita, who's been waiting very patiently, also Mahima. But Karthik, just a brief overview. Are we calling this election or are we still being careful?
I think Barkha, Madhya Pradesh can be called. I mean, I don't see anything happening now in Madhya Pradesh at least. Chhattisgarh, I'll still wait because Chhattisgarh is a bit of a seesaw. The number of seats, the gap is not that big.
You want to briefly talk about the vote shares while we get the comparisons up? Yeah, go ahead.
Barkha, what's interesting, a thread that is emerging, Congress has either held on to its vote share or increased across all 4 states. But in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, the BJP has surged ahead of the Congress. And if you see the Madhya Pradesh vote share, Barkha, last time the Congress and BJP were both in the 40 to 41 range. BJP now is 48.5%, which means the space for these other parties has shrunk significantly. If I tell you the last time, the share of others was roughly 18%, and that is going down to 11%. Of the 18%, BSP was 5%, SP was 1.3%. All that has shrunk down to now just 11%. So the BJP has gained at the expense of these chota parties, of the independents. That is the big story. The Congress has held on to its vote share from last time, more or less, in Madhya Pradesh.
Yeah.
If we switch to Chhattisgarh, a similar story emerges, Barkha, which is that last time, and we were saying this in our exit polls also, that last time BJP lost a lot of the vote to these outsiders, the third parties, the independents, and they were actually being smart by half because a lot of them had been fielded by them. Can I get Chhattisgarh slide, please? Chhattisgarh, if you look at the numbers currently, BJP 45.2, Congress 42.4. Last time, Congress was 43, BJP was 33. What that tells you is the Congress has held its vote share, but the BJP has gained at the expense of the others. And these others are all the independents, the Jogi Congress, the BSP, the CPI, etc., etc. So that is the big story. Congress holding, but BJP surging ahead in these 2 states. Rajasthan. If you look at Rajasthan, the situation has changed only marginally. The gap is very narrow. In fact, Barkha, you have to give it to Ashok Gehlot. It seems that the Congress has lost with a lot more respect in Rajasthan than in Madhya Pradesh. The fight that they gave in Rajasthan ended up being a much stronger fight than in Madhya Pradesh. So let's look at the vote share.
So when Madhavan said that Kamalnath has been the most overestimated political brand of this election, you would agree?
Empirically, I have no reason to not believe him. Let's put it this way. So 2018, the BJP gets 38.8% in Rajasthan. Congress gets 39.6. These are still provisional numbers. They will change, but we're just going by them right now. So BJP has upped its vote share by what, 2 percentage points? Congress has held its own, roughly in the 39 to 40% ballpark. Again, it's the others who have suffered even in Rajasthan. And lastly, Telangana. If we go to Telangana, that is where the Congress has shown the sort of surge that the BJP is showing in other states. Because last time the Congress was at 32% along with TDP. Now the Congress is 41%.
So Karthik, I have a request. Sorry. No, my only request is, I think what would be really useful is if we can see these vote shares in comparison to last time and also juxtapose them with the leads, because then we also have an idea of how the Congress has probably failed to convert a lot of vote percentage into seats because of the first past the post system. I just want to bring in reactions. Anyone who's just joining us, it's 11:30 a.m. on Sunday morning. Here is the big picture. The BJP has handsomely, I don't want to call it, is set to win in Madhya Pradesh. The BJP is surging ahead in Rajasthan. The BJP is ahead in Chhattisgarh, and the Congress is set to sweep Telangana. I want political reactions, and Karthik can go through these numbers. Vinita and Mahima have been waiting patiently. Mahima, it's been not even a mixed bag. If you lose Chhattisgarh, it will be a disappointing result, notwithstanding the dramatic likely win in Telangana. Your thoughts? Ma'am, I can't hear you. Yeah,
am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah. I wanted to say that I am reminded of Ramdhari Singh Dinkar's poetry, where he says, "Singhasan khali karo ki janata aati hai." So either ways, Barkha, it is the people's victory. It is the citizens of India that win. It is the citizens of the respective states that win. It is the democracy that prevails. Unlike the picture that the BJP tried to show the country, 9 years ago and all along, that there will be a Congress Mukt Bharat. You see that we are gaining our lost ground in Telangana. So certainly that is a good news for us, and I think we do deserve a pat on our shoulder for that when the BJP said that the Congress is completely losing. And certainly it is not Congress Mukt Bharat. The states where we are swinging, the state of Rajasthan, it is by tradition, it is a swing state. And I think in spite of whatever happens today, we would have to our credit having given to the state of Rajasthan the right to health, the only state in the country to have the right of the sort. We would have to our credit having given to Rajasthan, a law which protects the gig workers. In Chhattisgarh, we have given loan waivers to the farmer in an unprecedented manner. We have protected the last in the line in Chhattisgarh.
Mahima ji, you were here when Yogendra Yadav, who was a supporter of your party, he said the following. He said the Congress must think about why it is unable to convert winnable elections into victories.
I would say that, see, when it comes to the BJP putting up a fight, we saw in Rajasthan and we saw in Madhya Pradesh that in addition, Rajasthan, we were incumbent. Madhya Pradesh, they were incumbent. They copied our guarantees. They implemented, misappropriating the state machinery within a very short span of time. Rajasthan, Mr. Modi actually himself had to bring the politics to such a low level. He brought it to caste politics. They brought it to communalism. So all communalism, hatred, political vendetta, misappropriation of agencies, an ED official found taking bribe, all of this put together. Yet we lose the election.
Are you disappointed? Are you disappointed?
We would be. If this was the outcome, then we would be disappointed. We would be back to our drawing board. We would introspect. We would, at the end of the day, you see, Dinkar also said, "Surma nahi vichlit hote, kshan ek nahi dheeraj khote, कांटों को गले लगाते हैं, विघ्नों को गले लगाते हैं, कांटों में राह बनाते हैं." That is the story of the Congress, with the people's interests at the core of its fight, at the very core of its fight.
Okay, Vinita, as a leader of the BJP from the South, you've heard a lot about the South being closed to the BJP, the North being close to the Congress, it seems, or large parts of it. How do you see it? From the south of the Vindhyas, how are you looking at what's happening in Telangana and what's happening in the north?
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't want to see it as a north-south divide, Barkha. I think we're really emerging as a formidable force. So you should allow us some, victory and time to celebrate this victory. And so I think, so what has happened clearly is beyond what the apologists and strategists have to say. Of course, with all due respect to them. It's about the work on the ground, Modi ji's work on the ground. You can't deny that. It's all about the development, the vikas, as has been, kind of exemplified in Madhya Pradesh, in the opposition ruled states in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Also, we have done our bit, and more than our bit in terms of the central government's interventions and in infrastructure development and overall development of these states. And we have seen how Congress has badly mismanaged Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan with all the series of scams and the paper leaks and whatnot, and all the farm waivers not being promised. Promised but not being fulfilled. And Congress, unfortunately, they are above freebies and not really taking those freebies to the last mile. So, which is what unfortunately in the south of India, we see that the states are falling for the freebies and the guarantees. But we have to just let the time go and see how they can actually fulfill these promises on the ground. So we can see a volte-face definitely in the 2024 Lok Sabha for sure. This is not going to be the nature of voting in South India for the Lok Sabha elections. They clearly vote differently for the Assembly and the Lok Sabha. So definitely we're going to be coming back with a resounding victory in the south of India in 2024 Lok Sabha. And I think we have to give it to...
Sorry, go ahead.
We have to give it to the development paradigm and the developmental agenda, the nation building agenda, which is not just about elections for the BJP. However cliched you may want to sound, you may want to look at it as a cliched expression, but it is that it has been a nation building effort over the last 10 years that our government has been across India, not just the election winning.
I want to bring in Sandeep Ghosh and then Karthik can take us through all the numbers and the vote shares. Sandeep, were you struck by the fact that Shivraj Singh Chauhan, when he spoke, we didn't get a chance to talk about this, he credited Modi. On the other hand, you had a Dilip Jain who said that now Shivraj Singh Chauhan's place in the hierarchy of the BJP is going to really soar. But the BJP doesn't necessarily operate like that. The BJP sidelined Vasundhara and has seemingly got away with it. The BJP did not declare Shivraj Singh Chauhan as the chief ministerial candidate. And while the victory may be in large measure of his own popularity and not just Modi's, he was very careful to credit it to Modi. What do you see happening within the BJP hierarchy? There's the Yogi Adityanath, who's been very much his own brand. Is Shivraj entering that space or not quite? Hang on, Sandeep, I can't hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Whatever little I know of BJP, I'm not a BJP activist or support, worker or anything of that kind. If you see Modi's rise, okay, Modi created his own equity, but his becoming a prime ministerial candidate was not with the blessings of the then High Command. He created the ground swell, which forced him to become the prime ministerial candidate, forced the hands of the High Command not to be able to deny him that ticket. So I don't think Shivraj Singh is as yet going to make that sort of a pitch. And that will come much later. And right now, he's making the right political noise and sound, because there'll be the time for still the center was going to choose who's the chief minister going to be. My sense is they are not going to disturb Shivraj Singh till the Madhya Pradesh elections. That would be, but you never know.
You mean the Lok Sabha?
Lok Sabha election. My apologies. I meant the Lok Sabha election. But then BJP works in very, very different ways. Although they did, I won't take it for granted. But certainly, Shivraj Singh is not too old. If I'm not mistaken, he's just 62, 63. He has got a long way to go. So Mr. Modi may come back for his third term despite the 75 or something, but then the field is open subsequently and that will emerge. I think it's too early days to call that whether he was in the race even earlier. If you recall, at that point in time, Mr. Modi was coming, some people were rooting for Shivraj Singh as well, that he has been the most successful chief minister, and the rest of it, even Advani, I think in some places said that he has been more successful than Modi in Gujarat on certain counts. So that will happen later. As far as Congress is concerned, if I may take a minute, I think this time they are a lot of victim of overconfidence. Karnataka gave them a huge overconfidence. The hype they created or they thought they created on Bharat Jodo, that didn't quite materialize. And what Yogendra finally, I think, half admitted, there's a disconnect between what Rahul Gandhi says and the rest of the part, not only the ground people, but also his regional leaders. Rahul Gandhi can abuse Adani, but Kamalnath doesn't do that. Ashok Gehlot doesn't do that. Even Bhupesh Baghel doesn't do that.
That was quite a perceptive point by Yogendra, that the issues that Rahul Gandhi is raising are not finding resonance on the ground with his workers or his chief ministers.
Chief ministers is the point. See, he made all this analogy of two secretaries being from OBC. Obviously, that doesn't, he thinks it's cutting through the audience. It's not cutting through to people that, to OBC, and therefore, so they played the OBC card, but right now they're saying that, BJP was able to capitalize. And the last thing is, they need to again revise. I found that they had again got very uppity in terms of insulting Modi, including the Panauti comment and all the things, some of their spokespersons go on tweeting about Modi, Vishwaguru, this, that. I think they need to revise that. They have to learn from what happened in 2019. To be taken seriously, they have to, come across the party with gravitas.
Sandeep, stay with us. Tavleen, good morning. And I can see Tavleen is here. Tavleen Singh, trenchant columnist, author, political analyst. Tavleen, I'll be with you in a moment. Kartikeya Batra, who is celebrating his birthday, wading through data. Happy birthday, Kartikeya, again. Take us through the overall situation. Let me give the political broad stroke, and you can do the micro numbers. Madhya Pradesh, Kamalnath has lost. That's the bottom line. The BJP is winning Madhya Pradesh. The Congress has swept Telangana. The BJP is leading comfortably in Rajasthan, and the BJP is ahead in Chhattisgarh. This cannot be good news for the Congress, notwithstanding that dramatic win in Telangana. Kartikeya, before I get in, Tavleen and others, I want you to take us through the numbers, and we also have some comparisons now to make with 2018. It's over to you, Kartikeya.
Yeah, so let's start with Rajasthan, Barkha. And I'll tell you, in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh, the funny thing is the Congress will look at its vote shares and think that what did we do wrong? Because we are holding on to our vote shares, but our seats are just not there. That's primarily because the BJP has zoomed ahead of Congress. Not so much in Rajasthan, but in Chhattisgarh and MP. So look at the vote shares in 2018 and today. So BJP has gained in Rajasthan roughly 3%, right? The Congress is still there in the 39 to 40% ballpark. But it's the others quota that has gone down, as a result of which, if you look at the number of seats, the BJP is up from 73 to 113. The Congress, 99 to 70. I will still say they've gone down fighting. I think there, if you look at the strike rate in Rajasthan is much better than what you see in Madhya Pradesh. So the strike rate in Rajasthan, and I think this was like that was gone, like done and dusted, but they seem to have made a fight out of this. So this was again to be lost, but they've lost it with some level of respect. At least they can lay claim to a Rajya Sabha seat or two, with some comfort.
Now Madhya
Pradesh. Look at again, Barkha. Look at the interesting part. The Congress's vote share. You see, it's not moved, beyond 0.4%. They were 40.9, they're down to 40.5. That's it. That's the only drop that's happened. Look at the BJP from 41% to 48.5% at the expense of the BSP, the SP, the independents, the Chota parties. That is the big story. The Congress retaining its vote share, but the BJP bettering its vote share by a huge margin. 7 percentage points, not a joke. So look at where the BJP is. 136 leads as of now, and this keeps on fluctuating, 135, 140. This is one election that we can call at this point, much like Telangana.
Yeah.
2018, the BJP was 109. Can we get the slide back, please, Madhya Pradesh? Congress dips from 114 to 93. Again, the Congress would say, what did we do wrong? Well, you didn't do much wrong. Just the BJP bettered you by so much. That's the story of Madhya Pradesh. But the Congress's strike rate much lower than that.
So you're saying the Congress fought better in Rajasthan than in Madhya Pradesh?
I would say, given this baseline that they started from, definitely they ended up with a better result than they expected. Given the baseline they started from in Madhya Pradesh, I think they'll be very disappointed. But I think this is as much a Congress loss as it seems to be a BJP victory, because it's not that the Congress has gone down so much. It's just the BJP has picked up a lot of vote share. Okay, let's then at some point we'll also do some regional analysis of these results, Barkha. And I'll tell you that the BJP has performed well across areas, except in Mahakaushal, which is Kamalnath's area, where the Congress has done well, which is expected. Chhattisgarh, again, the Congress is.
By the way, do you want to give the caveat that these numbers have been fluctuating all morning and it's a confusing picture? Yeah.
Chhattisgarh is still. We're not calling Chhattisgarh.
Before you move on, one small comment. Mahakaushal also, what I mentioned on the exit poll discussion day, BJP has been able to neutralize Congress to some extent. I had said very specifically there were side deals. And more interesting is the Chambal Bhin Morena belt, where people had said that BJP is wiped out. And there also
people had written off the Scindia belt, the Scindia dominated belt.
And one last little quip. I don't know Congress will admit or not if any of you traveled to Rajasthan, which I did quite a few times during this period. the billboards didn't have Rahul Gandhi anywhere. It was only Gehlot, only except in the last bit when Rahul Gandhi went to Jaipur and all, they put up a few boards. But throughout the campaign, it was only Gehlot campaign.
Yeah.
So he raised the Rajasthani pride angle, basically. He played on that sub-nationalism that has become very popular in fighting the BJP in different states. Chhattisgarh, Barkha, just to add, we are not calling it yet because it is still very close and these are very small margin seats. I would say that 49-39, some sources are giving it 44-45, but some are saying 50-38. BJP right now comfortably ahead, but this could change. But the vote share won't change violently now. So look at the vote shares. The Congress still retaining 42.4% of the 43 that they held. But look at the BJP. They have zoomed past the Congress, raising their vote share from 33 to 45.2. And it's all come at the expense of the independent smaller parties. Last time, the BJP fielded a lot of these candidates hoping they would eat into the Congress's vote share, but the opposite happened. This time, all that vote has come back to the BJP, and that's why the BJP is gaining. The Congress's loss in Chhattisgarh, Barkha, primarily coming from the tribal belt, something that the exit polls had also, or the opinion polls had predicted, especially the one from Sea Voter. And finally, Telangana, if we could move on quickly. Telangana is the one state where the incumbent is losing votes and the challenger is gaining votes. So BRS has lost votes from 47 to 38, a drop of 9 percentage points. Look at the Congress. That's called a victory, a jump of 12.7 percentage points. The BJP almost doubling its vote share and others going from 18 to 7.7. So the Congress will be the happiest in Telangana, followed by the BJP actually, because they've almost doubled their vote share. But look at the BRS has declined 47 to 38%. That's how you cash in on anti-incumbency, by projecting a solid narrative, a leader.
And also it suits
in Madhya Pradesh.
Sorry, I'm cutting in, but it also suits the BJP politics to go head to head with the Congress. In fact, where the BJP, it's regional parties versus the BJP, where the BJP has a takkar ki ladai. Usually in direct fights, the BJP prefers that. So the BJP would be quite happy, I think, with the Congress taking Telangana compared to the BRS, but that's just an analytical point. Tavleen, I want to open this up. Here's what it looks like to me. I'm not a numbers expert like Kartikeya. Yeah, hang on. I'm not a numbers expert like Kartikeya, but here's what I see. I see the BJP not having declared a chief ministerial candidate in Madhya Pradesh, sidelining Vasundhara Raje in Rajasthan, winning, I think it's safe to say, Madhya Pradesh very comfortably, poised to take Rajasthan, and possibly, we don't know, Chhattisgarh is up for grabs. This means that conventional punditry and understanding what works for the BJP is not working. We simply don't know when we analyze what the BJP does and doesn't do. Similarly, the Congress, there's now a kind of north-south divide. The Congress, with its win in Telangana, it will probably now fall back on a kind of southern bloc. But it's been ousted, if these numbers hold, from the Hindi heartland, from the north. One sec, Tavleen. One sec. Can we unmute Tavleen, please? Yeah, Tavleen.
Yeah. The Congress hasn't been around much in North India for a while. It started with the Mandal parties taking away their vote banks, right? The Muslims, and that started a long time ago. What worries me, because I'm not a numbers person either, so I can't tell you what the vote share means. But what I can see is that the BJP manages, even in a state like Madhya Pradesh, to reinvent itself with a new narrative at election time. Whereas with the Congress party, it's the same old faces and the same old narrative. I can remember that in 2014, in Banaras, I heard Rahul Gandhi going on about Adani and Ambani, and they're taking the money out of the pockets of the poor and putting it in the pocket. He's still saying that. The only thing that they've added on is a few more freebies, etc. But the Congress has to reinvent a leadership for a start. It just hasn't changed anything. neither the faces nor the narrative. Why should you go back there? And it's certainly in Chhattisgarh, there was all those corruption scandals. In Rajasthan, there was law and order issues of that they had to deal with. So it isn't just that the BJP it has changed or reinvents itself. It is that they come back with a new narrative and with very, very good election management.
Can I ask you also to talk a little? I've got to Vinita just a moment, but can I ask you to talk a little bit about the fact that the BJP has managed to do this without declaring chief ministerial candidates? And almost everybody thought that, oh, this is the Congressification of the BJP. The Congress has localized its campaigns, but the BJP has sidelined a Shivraj or Vasundhara. What is the message that is emerging from these victories in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh? Possibly Chhattisgarh, we don't know.
Well, I actually think that what they're looking for is finding younger leaders to send them to the top. And I think that the Congress party should have done that a long time ago. You can't have Gehlot from the time of Sanjay Gandhi to now. And who's going to, you have Sachin Pilot who was kicked aside. You have, there's no respect for the fact that people are looking for new things. Also, I think that the BJP has done very well by making women into a separate category of voter. I think that, it started with Beti Bachao in 2014. And now, in Madhya Pradesh, one big factor was this, that, 6 months ago, women started getting 1,200 rupees in their bank accounts. So, all of that, there has been, the Congress party is still trying to promise things that are really old ideas, like the old pension scheme.
But briefly, while it is the BJP's day, especially if they take 3 out of 4 states, two they certainly seem to be poised to take. Are there concerns for the BJP as well? The BJP has improved its performance in Telangana, but it's clearly now, if you look at the south of India, the south of the Vindhya, it's an entire non-BJP bloc.
Yeah, well, hasn't it always been that way? What did they have?
I know, but the BJP did not want to be a so-called cowbelt party, right? As the cliche used to go.
No, they are, well, they're not a cowbelt party anymore because they've got the West as well. But I think in the East and the South, they've been weak for a very long time. And somehow they haven't managed to, I think that, don't forget the Modi factor, okay? In North India, in Rajasthan, you would meet people who would speak against, even this time, against local BJP leaders, but never the prime minister. So somehow he's convinced North Indians, across the whole cow belt or whatever, that he really is a proper leader and that he can, give them things that they didn't have before. And I think that the direct benefit, what is it called? When you put the money in the bank,
the direct cash benefit, the direct
that has made a big difference because you see, all the Congress party welfare schemes were leaking like sieves all these years. So, the minute that you had a huge program, like say, food grain, these are all Congress programs or Manrega, but they leaked so much that people didn't really see the benefits of it. And I think the BJP has done very well with these programs.
Okay, let's open up
this. I'll just add, last night when we're traveling to my place of stay from the airport, the driver told me that for the first time, his wife has seen money being credited to the account. In the earlier period, they never saw this 3,000 rupees because of the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana and all that. Barkha, I'll give you rights to one term which I use in business. Instead of Hindi heartland or cowbelt, what I use is Hindi speaking market. That's where
that's a better phrase. That is indeed a better phrase.
That captures the, if you want to replace market, you can see electorate. It is the Hindi speaking electorate.
That is a better phrase. We'll use that. Mahima ji, I know you have your hand up, but one comment from Vinita and then coming to you. Sorry, okay, Mahima, aap bole. Mahima, can we unmute Mahima ji?
Yeah. I can hear you. And while I was listening to Ms. Singh, who's a veteran in her own right and an expert of her subject, I was very curious to ask her when she points out Rahul Gandhi. You see, what Rahul Gandhi speaks and does not. I think when he calls out an Adani or when he calls out the wrongdoings of the Modi government, versus when Mr. Modi says, "ऐसे button दबाओ, कि आप button यहाँ दबाओ और फांसी वहाँ लग जाए." So Mr. Rahul Gandhi was was urging the people in the same manner in Telangana, rather I would say more fiercely in Telangana, and it worked for us. Whereas Mr. Modi, also did the same things in Telangana. So, it is worth pondering that if the factor is Rahul Gandhi, he did not even go to
So why did
Rajasthan as he
why
went
did
to.
it
Yeah,
why
so
did it then work in
I didn't
Telangana?
say the factor was Rahul Gandhi. What I said that Rahul Gandhi's narrative hasn't changed.
But that narrative remained the same in Telangana.
No, but one minute.
Rather fierce.
Excuse me.
Rahul Gandhi was
In
kept away
Telangana,
from
there was
Rajasthan.
huge anti-incumbency. Don't
Rahul
forget
Gandhi
that.
was kept away from Rajasthan because of the Sachin pilot factor.
No, I think
Rahul-
what Mahima is asking, Tavleen, is that if Rahul Gandhi's narrative worked in Telangana and did not work in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, then is it the narrative?
Then the problem is not the narrative. Then the problem is not the narrative. It is rather the hateful. Just a moment. It is rather the hateful slurs by the Prime Minister, I think, which seem to woo the youngsters in the Hindi heartland, probably.
But then that question can be reversed to you. Why would those slurs not work in Telangana, right? It can be reversed.
No, but again, Mr. Modi did not go to Telangana as much as he went to Rajasthan, and we'll see Mizoram tomorrow, where he actually withdrew his visit.
Can I just answer? Can I just answer?
Tavleen and then Karthik. Yeah, Tavleen and then Karthik. Yes.
You know something? I'm not saying that Rahul Gandhi is the problem. I'm saying that the narrative is the problem. Because do you remember that in the 2019 election, he said that Anil Ambani had put all this money in his pocket from Rafale, etc. Anil Ambani was broke. I mean, it's a narrative he keeps on. And when you keep on about the rich versus poor and the low caste versus this guy, this is too old a narrative. People are now, they're very happy if you can do something for them. If they had concentrated more on unemployment, which is an issue, across the country. But it doesn't seem to be that. The economic issues don't come up. It's all this, we will go for this caste and that caste. This is a very, very old.
No. Just 5 seconds more, Barkha. So, do you mean we should do for the people when they're gasping for the oxygen? We should play our political games like they played in Madhya Pradesh, or we should, do those hateful slurs. What I heard when you spoke earlier,
what I'm saying.
When you spoke earlier, you said. Just a moment, Miss Singh. With due respect, just a moment.
Madam. Can you answer
when you
what
spoke
I say?
earlier?
Don't invent your own little story and put it on me. I didn't talk about that. I am saying to you that narrative of Modi being corrupt, which has been the anthem of the Congress election campaign since 2014, that hasn't worked. I'm not saying that when people were dying of oxygen,
Can I come in now?
What are you hearing?
I also heard you say
Mahima, 1 minute. Hold this. Let me quote Yogendra Yadav, a supporter of your party, on this program moments ago, saying Rahul Gandhi is raising Adani, but his own chief ministers don't want to raise that. Rahul Gandhi is raising caste census, but the cadres are not raising that. Vinita, I do want to bring you in unless Karthik, you have an urgent update, or can I take a comment from Vinita? Can I take a comment from Vinita?
No, I want to pitch in on this debate, but I can speak after you've had.
Okay, so first Vinita and then you. Okay, Vinita, this north-south divide, how do you come in on this, right? The fact is, yes, Lok Sabha and states may be different, but the BJP has only done well in the Lok Sabha in one southern state, and that is Karnataka, right? In the last election. And we have to wait and see what happens. There is the north-south divide. How do you understand that? How do you explain it? I can't hear you, Vinita. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I said we don't want to label our party as a Hindi speaker. It's a formidable force. It's emerging across India, and I think Congress has to be graceful in its defeat and accept the failures which they have had in the past, and even now they continue to witness failures because the criticisms are hollow, and as has been validated by an objective expert like Tavleen Singh ji herself. So definitely, I mean, beyond all the the psychologists, the strategists, and the objective analyzers, it's all about Congress has to learn a lesson or two in humility and development from the BJP, if not anything else. And I think I would want to close the comments at this. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, Vinita, we let you go. Asif Bhavla, national spokesperson of the BJP, is also with us. Vinita, I know you have to go, so I'm just saying thank you. Karthik, you wanted to jump into the debate? Do go ahead before I bring in Mr. Bhavla.
No,
also,
I think
Karthik, before you comment on the debate, the Chhattisgarh numbers I was just looking at, I don't know if you had a chance to see, and I don't know if these are the updated figures, but the lead seems quite big for the BJP if these are the numbers that are
Yeah, I think it's getting settled now, but again, I will not call it because it's just the nature of seats in Chhattisgarh, very keenly contested. So let's wait a little bit. It's not as clear as Rajasthan, MP, or Telangana for that matter, but it's only a matter of time. I think it's going to go in that direction. But what I was saying was that I don't have a problem in admitting that different political regions have different appetites for different kinds of leaders. So why I think it's absolutely fine to accept the fact that a particular kind of leader works in one part of the country and a particular kind of leader works in the other part of the country. So it's possible simply that Mr. Rahul Gandhi's style is better suited for politics in a certain part of the country. That's fine. And Mr. Modi's kind of politics is suited for that other part of the country. They all have different histories, different cultures, different linguistic backgrounds. So I think that's something that at least I am comfortable in accepting. The second part of Ms. Singh, I would just summarize it by saying the following. I think the Congress and for a large part the India Alliance also, what they are doing well, it seems, is talk about issues of social justice. But that's not sufficient. You have to pair social justice with an agenda that is based on aspirations and ambition of a young India. I think that's where the Congress and even the India Alliance is missing a trick or two. So talking about redistribution is good, redistributing the pie is good, but you also have to come up with ideas to enlarge the pie, and which is where I think the Congress and the larger opposition alliance is missing a trick. Look at Mr. Modi. He may not follow up, right? But look at he can talk of AI one day, deep fake the other day, climate change on the third day, manufacturing on the fourth day. It doesn't matter whether he follows up or not, but it just shows you that he speaks the language of the day. I think that's where the opposition missing a big trick.
Okay, we've got Asif Bhamla. Mr. Bhamla of the BJP joining us. But let me go back to Tavleen. State elections don't always mean something for national politics. The Congress actually won these 3 states that it looks like it's going to lose this time in 2018 and then got wiped out in the Lok Sabha. But intriguingly, this time the Congress really believed that it had recovered its fighting spirit and that it was going to take at least 2 out of the 4 states. What do you think this is once again going to do about the pivotal sort of position that the Congress was seeking to occupy in the anti-BJP bloc, in the opposition bloc? Do you think that diminishes now? Do you think it's all up for grabs? Or do you think that the regional parties now will be nervous and there'll be a new push for all of them to band together? Tavleen.
I would love to be a fly on the wall of Akhilesh Yadav's house today, because you see, right. the Congress has been very arrogant in the India alliance. It's been, it hasn't conceded any room to the others where it thought it was strong. So now you're going to really have, I think, a reconvening of ideas, etc., in that alliance. And to tell you the truth, I actually want the opposition to get its act together. I mean, we can't have election after election in which, it's a complete wipeout. So they need to get their act together. But I think that the Congress has certainly been damaged by these results, and they will have to re-examine their position on all this. Don't forget that they've been projecting Rahul Gandhi as the main opponent to Narendra Modi. right? Now, to do that, you've got to win. You should have won. If they'd won 2 of these states, the big ones, then they could do that. But they've already been doing that, and it isn't working.
Yeah. Let me bring in, before I go to Mr. Bhamla, Karthik on the overview of the numbers. Karthik, I think, did I lose Karthik there? I don't see Karthik. So if you've just actually joined us, let me take you through the numbers. The BJP is clearly ahead in Rajasthan in 114 seats to the Congress in 68. The others remain sizable, but the gap is, if this gap stays, the others will actually be not relevant. Karthik is back. I was doing the Rajasthan numbers. You can take us through the other 3 states. Go ahead, Karthik.
So Rajasthan, as you rightly said, Barkha, is okay. Telangana is the only beacon of happiness for the Congress today. Congress 66, BRS 37, BJP. By the way, BJP had 1 seat in the last assembly in Telangana. They're up to 8. That's not trivial. So the vote share has doubled. The number of seats has gone from 1 to 8. Congress 66, BRS 37. And let's look at the next state, which is Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh is a sweep for the BJP, basically, Barkha. If you look at the map of Madhya Pradesh, if you look at the ECI map, we 158 to the BJP, Congress 69, 3 others. And again, for the Congress, the saving grace has been the Mahakaushal area. The BJP has swept through Malwa Nimad. The BJP has swept through the Bhopal region. They've done really well in the Gwalior Chambal belt. Baghelkhand, Vind region, which was supposed to be giving the Congress a new lease of life this time, has also largely gone towards the BJP. And then we can also talk about Chhattisgarh quickly. Chhattisgarh, Barkha, will be the biggest disappointment if I were to say that, if Congress loses. I'm not sure which of the two will be the bigger bitter pill to swallow. Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh was a pro-incumbent state with a very popular chief minister, but the Congress somehow was not able to match the BJP. And can we move to Chhattisgarh quickly? Chhattisgarh, BJP current leads is 52, Congress 36. And this, I think, is all exit polls said this would be very close. And my guess is this will still fluctuate, but it seems to be heading the BJP's way. If these 3 things hold, then whichever way you may want to address it, the Hindi-speaking market or the Hindi polity or the Hindi heartland, the Congress seems to be wiped out in all 3 states. I think that I think can in no way be compensated by the victory in Telangana.
Yeah. Let me get
Telangana was supposed to be the icing on the cake, but they're just left with the icing. The cake is gone.
Are we calling this? We're calling all states except Chhattisgarh right now, or are we waiting for Rajasthan?
Yeah, Chhattisgarh, I think, except Chhattisgarh, we can call all 3, because Rajasthan, Barkha, is about the BJP's margin, because 113 is what we are getting from our source. And that's roughly been the case with the BJP between 100 and 115. They've been in that range. But I will again I will underscore this again. The Congress fought at the end, ended up fighting a better election in Rajasthan than in Madhya Pradesh, just going by the results.
So I want to bring in Asif Bhamla, national spokesperson of the BJP, on that. Mr. Bhamla, on that program last week, you had predicted this. And look at that. That's a great image of Shivraj, Chauhan, Jyotiraditya Scindia and other BJP leaders watching the counting coming in. According to Karthike, Mr. Scindia has vindicated himself. The area that he dominates, the BJP has in fact done well. Kamalnath and Karthike, who's taking us through our numbers, makes the point that Ashok Gehlot has run a better campaign in terms of strike rate in Rajasthan than Kamalnath has in Madhya Pradesh. One of our analysts said that Kamalnath is the biggest sort of loser, as it were, of this campaign. Asif Bhamla, your thoughts, but there's also a north-south divide, a dramatic win for the Congress in Telangana.
You see, you're right. As far as Mr. Gehlot is concerned, he has fared better off. But compared to what Kamalnath lived in his arrogance always. We saw the language that he used for a 5-year, completed chief minister like Akhilesh Yadav. I mean, of course, who was part of the India Alliance and so on, and all the jazz that happened. So the way that the language that he spread, Akhilesh kya hai? तो उनको जीत और कामयाबी सर already चढ़ चुकी थी पहले ही, एंड मुझे लगता है उसी के फलस्वरूप हम देख रहे हैं ये जो परिणाम आ रहा है. ऑफ कोर्स उसके मुकाबले गेहलोत जी वाज ग्राउंडेड मोर, बट अगेन उनका भी जादू, ऑल्दो ही वाज मदारी एंड ही वाज वो अपनी जगह रहे, लेकिन उनका जादू राजस्थान में नहीं चल पाया, क्योंकि ऑफ कोर्स राजस्थान में ये प्रथा रही है कि एक बार हम और एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो एक बार कांग्रेस को मौका दिया जाता है, तो वो हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा नहीं है. हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ी जीत, और जो मैं जिस पर हमारी पार्टी का आकलन जब हुआ था, तब ये था कि जो आला नेता थे वो कहते थे कि छत्तीसगढ़ जिसको हम राइट ऑफ करते, वो आप देखिएगा, आप लोग को शॉकिंग न्यूज देगी, एंड दैट हैज क्रिएटेड pride and glory to us today in this. You see, about these two states, last time in my debates, I was very clear, I was very upfront that there is no way that we will, go off, and we will not budge, because we were confident about the machinery. Of course, I was myself in Rajasthan also for 2 days, just 1 day in Madhya Pradesh, so I could sense the feel in ground reality. And
let me interrupt, sir. Let me interrupt.
शिवराज सिंह चौहान का भी जो जादू है, उनकी जो कार्य प्रणाली है, उनकी जो सक्षमता है, वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा अहम. और
Asif bhai, I'm going to have to interrupt you, because there's a lot to talk about. I have Matthew Anthony, leader of the Congress, with us, and we do have to take a look at the numbers again. Karthik, very briefly, then Tavleen, and then Matthew, and then Sandeep. Karthik, just for anybody just tuning in, not everybody is crazy like us to start their Sunday at 7:30. There will be lots of people just tuning in to see what's going on in the counting. So what's the big picture, Karthik?
Yeah, while you feast on your breakfast or brunch, whatever, here's what's happened. Chhattisgarh, Congress seems to be trailing 52 to the BJP, 36 to the Congress. And again, Barkha, I'll repeat, a lot of the Congress's losses coming from the tribal belts. And when we do the microanalysis, I can tell you certain reasons why this has happened. And one of the reasons is that one of the strategies of the Congress of sort of pursuing this Hindutva policy has backfired amongst the Christians, it seems, in some pockets, who saw them as too Hindutvaized, if I were to use that phrase. But again, that's for a later day, maybe.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Madhya Pradesh is a sweep. And I think, Barkha, if there is one man of the match today, I would call that would be Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
Absolutely.
And to some extent, Revant Reddy, probably. Revant Reddy. But Shivraj Singh Chauhan definitely takes the cake. It's not just a victory, Barkha. If after 20 years of incumbency, you are able to sweep the state like he has, then that has to mean something. And that could have implications now for his standing within the BJP. Remember, Barkha, it was not long ago when he was indulging in bulldozer politics to impress the top leadership that he could also be a yogi, but he doesn't have to be one, because he's Shivraj Singh Chauhan and he has pulled it off being Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
What's interesting is that he's very careful to credit Narendra Modi for the win. Didn't take anything for the state unit. Quickly, I want to bring in Matthew Anthony, Tavleen, and Sandeep.
I'll wrap it up quickly. Telangana is, as I said, the beacon of hope for Congress with 68. It's a sweep. Credit where it's due. Congress has really swept the state. And I think this is a stellar performance. Congress will take a lot of heart. This is basically Telangana is this time what Chhattisgarh was last time to the Congress. Unexpected, unprecedented, and a huge victory.
Yeah. So I want to bring in Matthew Anthony.
Rajasthan, I think Rajasthan, BJP winning, but not as handsomely as they would have thought. 113 seats to Congress 71. Again, I would end by saying Mr. Gehlot actually fought a pretty good campaign. This is a respectable loss. They went down fighting respectably. So Telangana, Rajasthan should give Congress hope. Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh will be the biggest sort of sources of loss or disappointment for them.
Okay, Matthew Anthony, good morning. Obviously, you expect it differently in Madhya Pradesh. Chhattisgarh, we're still waiting to call. Rajasthan doesn't look like it's going your way either. That's 3 out of 4, possibly, definitely 2 to the BJP. Telangana, big win. But are you disappointed?
Barkha and Karthik, first of all, I should compliment you for doing a very objective analysis rather than doing a commentary-like thing of a cricket match. Now, I will, as a politician, I would
Some credit to
only
the panelists too.
Credit to the panelists too. Yes, yes.
Credit to the panelists too. I agree. I compliment that. Asif is a neighbor in Bombay with me. So now let me say that it is not a time to accept the loss till the time it is counted completely. So I would still maintain the position that let's kind of wait till the end, because a critical point is going to be the vote share percentage. To analyze in these states on how we have performed, especially in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Chhattisgarh. Of course, the number of seats coming across is not giving us anything to kind of celebrate in these states. However, Telangana is a good victory, is a convincing victory. So that's what we are at this point of time. We are waiting for the final results to come across, and then we'll make our own qualified statements on these states.
Matthew, it's fair to say that the elections have to be fully counted before you see defeat. But I think just like we know you have won Telangana, we know you have lost Madhya Pradesh. I think that much we know. And so that must be a source of great dismay. And if you lose Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, what might that mean for the Congress's strategy going forward?
See, we will have to sit down, just like how Karthik did his micro-analysis, and, he came out with reasons on certain areas why we have lost or why we are going behind. We will have to look at it from a very objective perspective because we did a very energized campaign in all these 5 states. I'm sitting in Mizoram. I've been camping here for the last 3 months, giving up my profession and all other things like this. So there were hundreds of people in all these states working very religiously for the victory of the Congress party. Very well-oiled campaign from the center and the state in all these states. So we will have to look into the micro-analysis of a seat-wise, region-wise basis on how we have performed and what has cost us the results for us.
I'm going to cut you short. I want to welcome Nikhil Dave. He's a BJP supporter. He's joining us, especially to talk about Madhya Pradesh. Namaskar. Once again, Nikhil, can you hear me? Nikhil, aapko meri awaaz aa rahi?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Just 1 second. Karthik has a brief update and then I'm coming to you. Karthik, go ahead.
No, Barkha, just to Mr. Anthony, just to tell him, the Congress either retained its vote share or actually increased its vote share. It's just that the BJP bettered your performance. So that's something that objectively we just summarize your vote shares. The Congress actually held on to its vote share in the states it lost.
But we'll look at the vote shares. Can we actually have those vote share comparison slides? They'll be really useful to look at. Nikhil Dave, let's talk about Madhya Pradesh. आप BJP के supporter हैं. You come from a BJP family. Yeah, how do you explain this Madhya Pradesh victory? ये मामा जी की जीत है, ये मोदी जी की जीत है, ये किसकी जीत है? निखिल जी.
ये जीत जो है ये मोदी जी मामा जी दोनों की जीत है, लेकिन उससे बढ़कर के ये कांग्रेस की एक हार है. जिस तरह से कांग्रेस ने अपना कैंपेन लगा, कांग्रेस के जिस तरह के सीनियर लीडर्स के जो बयान आते थे कि सरकार आने के बाद में देख लेंगे, वो बहुत ही ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट थे अपनी चीजों को लेकर के. दूसरा, कांग्रेस का जो वर्कर है वो ग्राउंड रूट लेवल पर कहीं पर भी नहीं था. ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल स्ट्रक्चर कांग्रेस का पिछले चुनाव से भी ज्यादा बिगड़ा हुआ इस चुनाव में दिखा. और मुझे लगता है कि बीजेपी को कहीं ना कहीं एक ये थोड़ा सा संशय था कि हम सरकार किस तरह से बनाएंगे, कितना मार्जिन रहेगा. तो बीजेपी के वर्कर ने बहुत ही कड़ी मेहनत करके और अपनी सीटें निकाली हैं. तो ये कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी की जीत के साथ में कांग्रेस के लिए एक बड़ा सबक है कि इतना ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस और इतना अविश्वास अपने कार्यकर्ताओं और अपने जनता के लिए ये ठीक नहीं है.
निखिल जी, मध्य प्रदेश को लेकर काफी चर्चा हुई कि शिवराज जी, मामा जी को साइडलाइन किया जा रहा था, उनको मुख्यमंत्री कैंडिडेट नहीं डिक्लेयर किया गया. क्या उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा? क्या लोगों के माइंड में वही थे फेस ऑफ कैंपेन? ये थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन करिए.
ये बिल्कुल ठीक बात है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से हमने देखा कि महिलाओं का वोट शेयर बढ़ा है और उसका एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन पोल्स के लिए या वोटिंग के लिए अवेयरनेस तो होता ही है. साथ में जो लाडली बहना वाला जो एक स्कीम शिवराज जी की थी, जिसको कहा जा रहा है कि मध्य प्रदेश का वो गेम चेंजर हुआ है, वो चेहरा कहीं ना कहीं उन महिलाओं के ध्यान में शिवराज सिंह चौहान थे. और बहुत सारी सीटें हम ऐसी देख रहे हैं जहां पर स्थानीय विधायक को वापस टिकट मिला, लेकिन उसका विरोध था, लेकिन लोगों ने फिर भी जो है उसे अभी तक तो लीड मिल रही है, और होपफुली जो लीड है उससे वो जीतेंगे भी। तो वो कहीं ना कहीं वो वोट जो है वो बीजेपी की सरकार और शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का नेतृत्व और नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो एक मतलब मोदी के मन में एमपी का जो एक नारा था, तो कहीं ना कहीं ऐसा लग रहा था कि भाई डबल इंजन की सरकार यहाँ पर जरूरी है।
मैं आपसे एक सवाल और पूछना चाहती हूँ, देन आई विल ओपन इट अप। मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा?
अब ये तो पार्टी तय करेगी।
तो मतलब ये तय नहीं है कि मामा जी बनेंगे, ये तय नहीं है?
नहीं, देखिए, अगर हम एक आम जनता की नजर से हम देखें, तो अगर लाडली बहना की वजह से अगर वोट मिलता है, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो वोट जो है वो शिवराज जी के चेहरे को बल मिलता है उससे।
जी, तो ये एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सिचुएशन है वेयर शिवराज सिंह चौहान इज क्रेडिटिंग द प्राइम मिनिस्टर Tavleen, the BJP's almost erasure of a generation of second generation leaders, not needing to promote them. What happens to Vasundhara in Rajasthan? Most BJP leaders believe if the BJP wins handsomely, they may not even need her. Nikhil is an avid BJP supporter. He thinks Shivraj is, central to the BJP win. He's not sure that he will be the chief minister. I mean, how do we understand this sort of BJP where state leaders matter, but only up to a point? Hang on, I can't hear you. Please, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Vasudha Raje have been, kicked aside as such. I think that they wanted, it's quite a good strategy when you say we're not going to declare a chief minister. So everybody has to work. So, otherwise it's charisma of one person. You've already got one person, which is the prime minister, in that pole position. So I think that, that local issues, local leaders, I don't understand what the strategy was, but I really want to make the point. Somebody said that, that Congress ke worker dikhe hi nahi. That is absolutely true. And it's been true for the past 10 years. Because, there was a time, I've said that before on your show, where you couldn't go to a village without seeing somebody from the Seva Dal, without seeing some Congress leader at a local level, at the panchayat level even. You don't see those guys anymore. You've got the RSS, and don't call it the RSS, BJP workers everywhere. Now, you cannot build your party with the Darbar in Delhi. You've got to build the party upwards. So I actually think that Rahul Gandhi, had he wanted to, after the what was it, that yatra called?
Bharat Jodo.
Bharat Jodo Yatra. Had they set up little cells everywhere, to continue that work, to continue the outreach,
but don't you think they tried to localize the states by giving it to Kamalnath, to Gehlot, to Revant Reddy?
No, these are all... No, Revant Reddy, let's keep him out of this story. But Kamalnath is a Delhi leader. He's been there, and again, since Sanjay Gandhi's time. And basically there is a real need in the coming general election, in my view, for a party that is slightly left of the BJP with a different agenda. What you've seen so far from the Congress is they're copying the BJP. If the BJP's leaders go to temples, they follow them there. They've lost their mojo. To say that on the Mojo Story is a good word to use.
Yes, perfect. It is
They've
indeed.
lost their mojo.
We welcome the branding. Yes.
Yeah. They've lost their mojo.
Yeah. The Congress has lost its mojo.
Barkha,
yes. Karthik, you have an update?
Can I just add to Barkha? On the issue of regional leaders, actually, I think, if at all, this underscores the importance of regional leaders for the BJP. Look at the victory in Madhya Pradesh, which was eventually fought on the face of the sitting chief minister, versus look at the victory in Rajasthan, where until the end, Ms. Raje was not given the primacy that probably she should have as the primary candidate. And then look at the BJP's performance. I think the BJP's Rajasthan campaign was not a very good campaign, because it was completely scattered. The issues were just They were throwing all kinds of issues, and you can see that in the results.
But I
Madhya
think the
Pradesh, on the
point,
other hand,
I think the point Tabeen is making is that the BJP's organizational structure runs much deeper, and therefore is not as dependent on individuals.
I'm answering your question. I'm not responding to Ms. Singh. I'm answering your question about regional leadership. I think at the end of it, actually, this has just reaffirmed the idea that to win state elections, you need a strong state leadership. And the results are, at least to my mind, there is no ambiguity in the results.
Tabeen, you want to quickly? Yeah, Mr. Bhavla, just one sentence from Tabeen and then you. Yes.
Importance of the state organization and not just the leader. If your organization is really strong, then you can say, we'll choose the chief minister later on. The Congress party's organization has collapsed a long time ago, and they haven't rebuilt it. That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay, Asif Bhavla, go ahead. This sort of marginalization, as it were, of state leaders, as some say. Sorry, I know, Matthew. Just give me half a second after Asif. Go ahead. Yeah. I'm really sorry, but I can't hear you. Yeah, okay.
That Congress has lost its mojo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, great. So, like the previous spokesperson was mentioning, you see, in the BJP, we don't come under pressure with local leaders. Like you see, Vasundhara ji there, Shivraj Singh ji there. For a long time, people thought that Shivraj Singh ji ko एकदम ही boycott किया गया, abstain किया गया. So party का अपना infrastructure is so large and strong that we don't rely on the leadership. You see, like we have preferred to lose even in states like Karnataka. We've lost. Maybe if we would have had a Yedurappa, we would have still won that. I mean, he's a very tall leader, but BJP doesn't succumb to any pressure. You must have seen, बहुत सारे लोग कहते थे रानी को आपने रानी जी को बाहर नहीं निकाला, वसुंधरा जी के नहीं दिखने से आपको वहाँ लॉस आएगा. No. But the party cadre's commitment, if you see today morning also, the Panna Pramukhs were on the floor, on the booth. Pramukhs were out at 4 o'clock in the morning in all the states that wherever there were elections, they were all there on the with their responsibility. जबकि आप देखोगे on the ground level in Madhya Pradesh, if you see, Congress का जो worker है नीचे स्तर का, वो बिल्कुल गायब सा था. वो सिर्फ हवा में रहे पूरा टाइम कि हम जीत जाएंगे, कमल जीत जाएगा. उन्हें पता नहीं था कि कमल वहां खिलने ही वाला है. बट हमारे कार्यकर्ता उस डर और दहशत से कि कहीं हम हार ना जाए, हमने मध्य प्रदेश में ज्यादा मेहनत, ज्यादा टाइम, लेबर, एनर्जी लगा के और जैसे कि हमने देखा कि मोदी और मामा जी ये जो कॉम्बिनेशन वहां हुआ, वो एक ऐतिहासिक कॉम्बिनेशन है. An incumbency of so many years, of 20 years, and after that again in Madhya Pradesh we can come back. So this is again like a Gujarat model that we have created, and we have set aside all the the normal assumptions that one time this party should come, one time that party. And I'm sure now that we've come in Rajasthan, you will see that this trend in Rajasthan also goes for a very longer time.
Barkha, I think Bhavla makes one very big point which we miss when we are judging things from sitting in Delhi or wherever. If you recall, Mr. Modi began his MP campaign by having a convention of all the karyakartas. They start with that. They speak to and that is a big difference.
We don't start with leaders. We start with the lowest level worker.
I think Congress is a top-down approach. They will fly in the helicopter, parachute Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi in various places and speak to the crowd, and they judge the success by the amount of crowd gathered, which always we know is a different kind of mobilization. But BJP spends a lot of time, and Modi right from the top holds these, karyakarta. They have a particular term. Mr. Bhamla would be able to say, trying to keep them motivated. And Madhya Pradesh is one place BJP always had very strong field force.
Okay, can I just actually at this point?
We also 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
Okay.
The moral poverty on behalf of Congress when they call our honorable leader, who's known worldwide as a Panvati, आज पनवती कौन है और कौन शक्तिशाली है। You see, ये तमाम इस तरीके से जो प्रधानमंत्री जी को ये पुट डाउन करते हैं, जब चाहिए उन्हें जो शब्द का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, चाहे वो देश में हो विदेश में हो, आज ये लोगों ने जो है इनको लठाड़ा है। You can't call a prime minister who's gone to increase the morale of the cricketers who've lost, after winning 10 matches for the country who are there. उन्होंने उनका वहां जाना और आपने उसके पनवती रेट कर दिया। I mean, this is
can I come in?
1 second, Barkha, on an aside.
बरखा जी 1 मिनट।
अच्छा, सब इकट्ठे बोल रहे हैं, 1 मिनट, सब इकट्ठे बोल रहे हैं। अब एक करके, हाँ Sandeep, 1 sentence, then Matthew, then Tavleen, then Nikhil. Okay, in that order. Okay.
This is just to lighten the mood. I believe at Kharge's book release 2 days back, one of my journalist friend who attended, Congress was trying to invent a term which is an opposite of Panauti, to basically say he's been lucky for Congress that after his coming, Congress is on a roll. So now I don't know what they will do.
Okay. Tavleen wanted to briefly come in on Panauti, and then Matthew can take all the points. Tavleen Singh. Okay, 1 minute. Mr. Bhavna, 1 minute. Tavleen Singh. Yes, Tavleen.
Oh, so Tavleen has to go. So I'm just going to make a last comment. On Panauti, I don't think that matters, but I don't think you should abuse the Prime Minister of India. He's not just a leader. I've said that before. And, there's an office that he stands for. And when you call him a chore and a Panauti, that sort of thing, you're actually abusing the Prime Minister of India. They should remember that. But I also want to say something that I noticed during the campaign. There was an entitled quality to the Congress campaign. It was their top leaders. There was that thing of, we've ruled this country for so long, we can still do it. And I think that they've got to show a little bit more humility and a little bit more understanding of what their failures have been. Can I go now?
Okay, Tavleen, thank you as ever. Okay, see you soon. Thank you. Matthew, sorry, you've been waiting for a long time to respond to a lot of points that have been made. I'm also seeing Pawan Verma join us. Pawan, good morning. Coming to you in just a moment. I'll just let Matthew Anthony of the Congress make some points. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah. Barkha, I think I have been one against many here. And what I'm saying is, on the Panauti, when all the respected panelists are making so much of a concern about that one, why don't you recollect the kind of statements which the Prime Minister, when he was the Chief Minister and as the Prime Minister, made against many of the Congress leaders, including respected Sonia Gandhi, as well as many others? I stop it at that on that one. Have some reflection on that. Okay, I don't want to get into a debate on that Panauti remark right now because this is the election debate. So I'll kind of move on from there. Reflect yourself before you speak on that one. What all remarks he has made on the people of the Congress leaders. Now, coming back to the elections response, on Tavleen May, the people in the glass doors have not recalled, even she found it difficult to recall the name of the Yatra, Bharat Jodo Yatra, which has touched 4,000 kilometers and touched billions of people in the heart. It has touched the poorest of the poorest in the country. So it may not have touched the people in the glass
We're seeing the results.
Let me complete. I didn't interrupt any one of you when you spoke. So Bharat Jodo Yatra is a message which conveyed that it's love against hate. So we have to give the respect for the Yatra. Bharat Jodo Yatra didn't have the electoral politics in that one. It was just giving a message of harmony, love against hate on that one. Then Asif, commented about the Congress leaders' grassroots work and all other things like that. We have had many Congress leaders who have been in the Congress but never worked in the grassroots. But they speak about, the grassroots workers, when they move into other parties. So Congress also had convened state conventions, and I would like to say that, in Madhya Pradesh, when Prime Minister Modi convened, the state convention, he failed to acknowledge or he snubbed the presence of the chief minister. Then the Ladli program, which was announced long back, implemented in the last few months of the election. And the beneficiaries are 1.32 crores of women. And if at all you have to give 1,250 rupees, it's a 1,600 crores of exchequer a month. So where are these going to come from? So you made promises and things like that. So in Madhya Pradesh, you're saying that, and Shivraj Singh's message was almost like a farewell message. And you put seven. I didn't interrupt. So
No.
Okay. I have to come in. I have to come in with an update now, and I have to get Pavan Verma. The Congress workers are protesting at the party headquarters against EVMs, which I don't know why this is happening, because the Congress has one of the same EVMs resoundingly in Telangana. निखिल जी, आप एक पॉइंट बोलना चाह रहे थे मध्य प्रदेश के बारे में. देन आई हैव टू गो टू पवन वर्मा. प्लीज संक्षेप में अगर आप बोले. निखिल जी, निखिल को अनम्यूट
मैम,
करिए. जी बोले.
दो चीजें हैं. एक तो जो अभी आप जैसे बोल रहे थे कि लाडली बहना वाला, तो कांग्रेस भी तो पूरे कैंपेन में कहीं ना कहीं उसके पीछे भागती रही. बीजेपी ने अपना एक कैंपेन डिजाइन किया जो एक जीत का बड़ा कारण है, और कांग्रेस उसके पीछे भागती रही. दूसरा एक जो बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है मध्य प्रदेश को लेकर के, कि 15 महीने की कांग्रेस की सरकार का कांग्रेस कोई अचीवमेंट यहां नहीं बता पाई. उल्टा ये हुआ कि 2003 के पहले का मध्य प्रदेश लोगों को बार बार बीजेपी ने याद दिलाया. तो कांग्रेस के पास में अचीवमेंट बताने के लिए कुछ नहीं था, सिर्फ वो बीजेपी के कैंपेन को काउंटर करने में लगी रही. वो एक बड़ा कारण है जो कांग्रेस को खुद को सोचना चाहिए.
जी, ये आपने बहुत जरूरी 2-3 बातें कही. मैं आप पवन वर्मा को इस कॉन्वर्सेशन में लाना चाहती हूँ. पवन, द बिग पिक्चर इज लाइक दिस. द BJP has captured what Sandeep Ghosh is calling the Hindi-speaking market, North India. The Congress has a dramatic win in Telangana, but will be devastated by the result in Madhya Pradesh. And if Chhattisgarh also goes into the BJP kitty, we haven't called Chhattisgarh yet, but we are calling Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan for the BJP, Telangana for the Congress. What is the message overall politically from your perch?
2 or 3 lessons, Barkha, which I think are incontrovertible. First of all, the Congress. You see, there is no substitute for organizational vigor. You have to build an organization structured from the ground upwards in order to be able to fight electoral battles effectively. One Bharat Jodo Yatra with little follow-up on the ground does not create for you a counter to the remarkable electoral machine of the BJP. That's point number one. And the Congress has to understand that. Secondly, in my view, the star campaigner of the BJP was Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As you know, in Rajasthan, they did not declare a face. In Madhya Pradesh, they did not declare a face. But I'm aware of a survey which shows that Prime Minister Modi's popularity in Rajasthan is greater than Gujarat. So, therefore, that has an influencing factor. Thirdly, I think there has been a policy, at least in Rajasthan, of one government following the other. And Chief Minister Gehlot made a valiant effort to retain his popularity. But frankly, there were too many internal divisions within the Congress in Rajasthan, which the leadership or high command, if you prefer to call it, at the center, dilly-dallied with it for too long, dealt with it in the most amateur fashion, and allowed things to simmer to a point where, again, the organization of the party was either demoralized or disorganized. So that is point number 2. Point number 3, to my mind, is that there are 3 leaders in various parties who are in various moods of happiness and unhappiness. I think Sachin Pilot may not be too unhappy. He stands.
Explain that a little bit for those who don't follow politics very closely.
No, he stands vindicated that the Congress needed a revamp in Rajasthan, a new infusion of leadership, a new face, and he was, in spite of many promises to the contrary, sidelined. You will remember that it was largely his efforts which brought the Congress back in 2018. So he stands vindicated. I think Vasundhara Raje may not be very happy because, in spite of the fact that she was not declared the chief minister and was probably marginalized, although later in some form accommodated, and the perception in her mind that she is not among the top favorites of the two people who matter in the BJP. The BJP has romped home with a very decisive victory. The third person is Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's in a new mood of vindication, where, in a sense, the BJP High Command thought that either he's getting too powerful, belongs to the old Advani Vajpayee era, or that his popularity has diminished. Uh, and I don't think that has been shown in this. So there are these three things. The last point I want to make, just a last point quickly. You see, there is now clearly emerging a north-south divide. North of the Vindhyas, you have the BJP's essential catchment area. These are population dense areas, so there are more seats there. South of the Vindhyas, the inroads of the BJP are highly limited. And let me say to you that the one win that Congress has got in Telangana is not because of organizational acumen. It is because local leadership was strong and there was genuine fatigue. Fatigue and a mood for change in Telangana after 10 years of KCR and the family rule, and notwithstanding the fact that he has done a lot for Telangana. So therefore, in Congress, in Telangana, Congress seems to have come by default more or less, and they fought a good battle. But that is broadly, in my mind, the position.
Can I ask you quickly, because I want to go to Nikhil Dave, who's from Madhya Pradesh, to talk about Shivraj. But Pawan, you don't seem very impressed with how the Congress has run these campaigns. And if there was one thing these are thoughts, of course, of the BJP celebrating, if there's one thing that you would urge the Congress to rethink in the run-up to 2024, what would it be? Just for context, Yogendra Yadav, whom you know is a Congress supporter now, he said on this program that he thought there was a dissonance on the issues that Rahul Gandhi raises. For example, Adani. He said none of the Congress chief ministers want to raise that issue. He said Rahul Gandhi talks about caste census, the cadres don't. There is a dissonance. And the second point he made was alliances, that there weren't enough alliances, that the Congress overestimated itself. Though, just to bring that into context, if there was one thing you would say the Congress needs to do differently, learning from the BJP and how it's run these campaigns, what would it be? I can't hear you. I'm so sorry. We just, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I would say two things very clearly. Leadership and organization. Leadership and organization. You see, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is well-meaning. But Mr. Rahul Gandhi, surrounded by those close to him who have never won an election, in spite of Mr. Kharge rules the roost, and Mr. Kharge is an extremely experienced grassrooted politician. But he has been made president too late. And therefore, you have a situation where the Congress is in the stranglehold of, in my mind, an inept leadership and lacks the will to do the difficult job of revamping and organizing the party. So that is its weakness.
So you just made a very strong statement. The Congress is in the stranglehold of inept leadership. Is there anyone you see in the opposition bloc who you think is fit to lead the campaign instead of Rahul Gandhi? Or are you talking about somebody else leading the Congress?
No. I think that, first of all, in the Congress, there should be a rethink rethink, not about the lack of importance of the Gandhi family. They have contributed a lot to the Congress. They have given their blood for the nation. But there must be delegation in substantial and real senses to leadership and a far more transparent decision-making process, a more, let's say, interactive discussion and debate. I mean, there are matters which are allowed to pend for months. Take, for instance, this India Alliance, Barkha. If it had to show some results during these elections, you meet in Patna in June. You do nothing for 4 weeks. You meet again in Bengaluru. You have a nice dinner and do nothing. 5 weeks later, you meet in Madhya Pradesh, in Mumbai. You have dinner and coffee and do nothing. Then you cancel Bhopal. Now, where is the organization? If you were efficient, within 1 week of the first meeting in Patna, you would have set up a secretariat, come out with a common minimum program, made a working group on seat sharing, swallowed some egos, begun to create an atmosphere where the opposition was seen to be as a coherent, electorally effective bloc. But that never happened, and I'm afraid in this process, the Congress carries much of the burden of failure.
Well, I think those are very strong words, that the Congress is in the stranglehold of inept leadership. I want to take that to Matthew of the Congress, but also Nikhil Dave, because Pawan made a very incisive point about Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and I think Sandeep is also waiting, so is Mr. Bhamla. So let's get reactions. Yes, Matthew, go ahead. Matthew Anthony of the Congress, go ahead.
Barkha, to hold the respect of your platform, that's why I'm not interfering while others are speaking and taking so much of things against Congress. But I would rather say that just because in few states our election performances are not coming up to the expectations, it doesn't mean that our leadership is in strangleholds. We had an elected president in the Congress party, which is Mallikarjun Kharge, and we have recently got the CWC in place, and we have got and Pawan made a statement of saying that people who have not contested are making opinions about in Rahul Gandhi's team. Now how many of us have contested elections, and we make so much of remarks and analysis about elections. I, being a part of being in Mizoram for the last 3 months, and I know about several hundreds of people in all these 5 states working, giving up their everything and working for the party and building the organization. Just because we didn't win the seats, this doesn't mean that we don't have an organization in place. There are certain things which might not have worked with us, or which might not have worked with the people. That doesn't mean that we don't have an organization in place. Matthew, what would you identify as the weakness then? What would you identify as the weakness? We need to see what has been the disconnect between our messaging and what the people have perceived about our messaging. That's exactly what we have to look into, because none of our campaigns, messaging and construct and the promises were bad in any of these states. So we will have to look at how the feedback system from the people, whether it has reached or has got any feedback against us. That is the disconnect which we have to kind of look into it, and that's where we'll have to rework again.
Sorry, I will put this to Pawan. There is Rahul Gandhi being made an easy punching bag, but Nikhil Dave is wanting to come in. Can I just bring in Nikhil Dave for a second? Nikhil Dave, Pawan वर्मा ने बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात की शिवराज सिंह चौहान मामा जी के बारे में, कि जिस तरह से उनको साइडलाइन किया था, उन्होंने अपनी पोजीशन, अपनी रेलेवेंस दिखा दी. मैं जानती हूँ कि इसके बारे में पार्टी शायद बहुत कुछ नहीं कह सकती, समर्थक होने के नाते आप भी नहीं कह सकते, पर आपको लगता है कि मामा जी को उसके साथ बेटर बर्ताव होना चाहिए था? एक सवाल. दूसरा सवाल, आपको लगता है कि अब उन्हीं को मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए? निखिल जी.
मैम देखिए, एक बात तो ये कि किसी को साइडलाइन नहीं किया. शिवराज जी को अगर सीएम फेस नहीं थे, तो पार्टी ने कभी ये नहीं कहा कि वो सीएम फेस नहीं है. ये पार्टी की स्ट्रेटेजी थी, उसने सभी लीडर्स को चुनाव लड़वाया, और ये हमेशा होते आया है भारतीय जनता पार्टी में. तो ऐसा कहीं नहीं है कि उनको साइडलाइन किया. सबसे ज्यादा सभाएं मध्य प्रदेश में शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी ने करी है. जिस लाडली बहना को हम गेम चेंजर मान रहे हैं, वो गेम चेंजर शिवराज जी के चेहरे पर वो वोट गया है कहीं ना कहीं. इस बात को सब लोग मानते हैं, और ये पार्टी का डिसीजन है कि पार्टी किसको मुख्यमंत्री बनाती है, किसे कौन सा मंत्रिमंडल मिलता है. ये सब बहुत, और बीजेपी में ये सारी चीजें मुझे लगता है कि शायद कैलकुलेट नहीं की जाती हैं। इसीलिए बीजेपी आज इतनी स्ट्रांगली अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के दम पर चुनाव लड़ती है, चाहे फिर मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कोई भी हो। यहाँ हम, जैसा प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी कहते हैं कि हमारा चेहरा कमल का फूल है, हमारा मुख्यमंत्री प्रधानमंत्री कमल का फूल है, तो उसी थॉट के साथ में बीजेपी काम करती है। एक दूसरी चीज मैं जो ऐड करना चाहता हूँ, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्ट्रक्चर की जो बात हो रही है बीजेपी और कांग्रेस की दोनों में, तो जैसा अभी हमारे कांग्रेस के मित्र बता रहे थे कि कांग्रेस के पास में ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, बीजेपी के पास में है नहीं है। देखिए मैम, एक बड़ा जो अंतर आया है वो ये है कि शायद बीजेपी ने अपने वोटर को वर्कर की तरह कन्वर्ट कर लिया है। बीजेपी ने ये, बीजेपी की एक बड़ी आइडियोलॉजिकल जीत है ये, कि उसका जो वोटर है वो खुद प्रचार करता है। और दूसरा, कांग्रेस के साथ में जो सबसे बड़ा नुकसान है वो ये है कि कांग्रेस का जो वर्कर था, अब वो अपने आप को वोटर भी कांग्रेस का कहने में शर्माता है, संकोच करता है। तो ये एक कांग्रेस के, आपके पास में हो सकता है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होगा, आपके पास में वर्कर्स होंगे, लेकिन वो वर्कर क्यों नहीं निकल रहे हैं, इसकी आप लोगों को चिंता करना चाहिए।
ये आपने एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात की on organization and the response of the worker. I want quick responses from Mr. Bhamla and Sandeep Ghosh, and then I want to go back to Pavan, because he's been very harsh on harsh scathing critique of Rahul Gandhi, but also very interesting appraisal. Sandeep, do you want to take that of the three leaders? Pavan, Sachin Pilot, not too unhappy, would be vindicated. Shivraj Singh Chauhan would be vindicated. And what did you say about Vasundhara? I missed that, Pavan. I want Pavan to just repeat his point about Vasundhara. Can we unmute him, please? Can we unmute Pavan?
I just said that
Pavan, yeah.
Vasundhara, who's a very dear friend and has been a competent chief minister, must have realized that her relevance to the leadership or the consequences of what she might perceive to be marginalization have not affected the results of the BJP on the ground.
So, but the Pavan, the assumption in Rajasthan is if it's a slender win, she still gets to be chief minister. If it's a comfortable win, she's out in the cold.
And I don't think she'll be out in the cold.
Well, she won't be CM.
At least you see, I won't call it redundancy, but the fact is that the High Command is fully in control of what happens in Rajasthan next.
That's right. I think that's very perceptive on those three leaders. Sandeep, come in. Can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Sorry. I'm not differing with Pavan, but I'll just try to give a slightly, varied perspective. First of all, Sachin Pilot. I think Sachin Pilot will have reasons to be extremely unhappy. He could not, right now he is really caught in no man's land. His utility for BJP has been severely damaged, and therefore, because he is no longer valuable for him to, whereas Gehlot has given a reasonably good fight despite him. He remains the tallest leader of Congress in Rajasthan. And for a variety of reasons, including Rajasthan has been a cash cow for Congress, they will not be able to totally replace Gehlot in the... So Sachin Pilot is neither here nor there. Vasundhara Raje, my own reading is BJP struck some kind of an understanding. There was a visit by Amit Shah, after which they met, and she seemed to have been placated. And my sense is that placating is not with the promise of chief ministership. It is with the promise of something else. First of all, her son has been propped up, though he's not a chief minister candidate. Rising star there, and she there, and maybe they can accommodate her with some kind of other thing, whether a position in the center or something. So I think she is kind of would be reconciled to the fact that okay, now it's time for her to move on to another stage. This is my reading on these two people primarily. And I will take another position as far as Pavan is concerned. I personally believe the Congress, for good or for bad, can't do without the Gandhis. The Congress in this thing. Even if you see, for whatever it's worth, in the campaigning this time, it is Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi who really raised some degree of excitement. And everybody around today, even if you give them the full power, they are not capable of really running the party on their own steam. None of them have really got a base. See, like Kamalnath, even if he can't deliver Madhya Pradesh, what will he do? In Madhya Pradesh, who's his Betanoia? It is Digvijay Singh. So you've got so many such people, and the people who are really calling the shots today in Congress are people who I believe handles the communication department. People talking about Bharat Jodo.
The U2 song, right? Can't live with or without you. I think is the Congress situation with the Gandhis. I mean, not that anyone's saying we can't live with you. I know Matthew will take objection to that. But
Bharat Jodo Yatra reminds us, somebody I spoke very senior in Congress, I don't want to name, in Madhya Pradesh, who reminded me of the Sarojini Naidu statement of how much it costs us to keep Bapu poor. And they said that तुम तो वही देखते हो कि जो मीडिया में रिपोर्ट करते हैं, तुम्हें पता नहीं उसके ऊपर हमारा कितना खर्चा हो जाता है. So many people traveling, उसका देखभाल करो, उसको खाना पीना कराओ, और उसमें what is the benefit the state is receiving. So they are into a different mold. They have to reinvent themselves.
I'm so sorry. I'm cutting you short. Karthik, very briefly. Aarti Jayarat is with us. Sriram Kari is with us. Pawan Verma is still with us. So is Matthew Anthony, Nikhil Dave, Asif Bhavna. The numbers, we have called this election for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, the Congress in Telangana. What is happening with Chhattisgarh? Karthik, quickly.
Chhattisgarh, Barkha, a quick and dirty analysis is Chhattisgarh BJP, going the BJP way. The only reason why I have been a little cagey about it is because we knew it would be a keenly contested fight and seats could flip here and there. It's not like a washout for the Congress either, right? It's currently 53 to 36. Yeah, exactly. Now you may call this is a washout, but if 5-6 seats flip here and there, things could change. But I think we are in a position where very soon we can call this for the BJP because these trends have held and they've held for a long time now. It's not that these trends have just emerged. So I think this is almost ready to be called in favor of the BJP.
So the way it's looking,
the 5 seats of Telangana, others, how many of them are AIMM?
Yeah, we need the MIM breakdown. I've been asking for it for a while. If we can please look at that quickly. But meanwhile, I have to give some 1 minute. Everybody, 1 minute, Mr. Bhavna. 1 minute. Do you have the MIM numbers? Karthik,
MIM as per the Election Commission is 4 seats.
Now that is down for MIM. I want to actually, and can we please update our slides with the MIM actually represented there separately? If we can quickly do that. I have to give credit to Sriram Kari for one thing. Last week on this program, he said, I am calling the election for Congress in Telangana. I don't know about all the other Panditri, Sriram, but congratulations are owed to you. And it's the only state that has good news today for the Congress. Sriram, what's happening there and what's happening with the MIM? There, we have the leads for the MIM. Very interesting. Sriram, unmute yourself before you speak. The MIM stranglehold in the Hyderabad region appears to have been broken by the Congress as well. Go ahead, Sriram.
Barkha, the only reason I correctly called the state of Telangana for you is because despite knowing that I am from Chhattisgarh and MP, you did not ask me for my predictions on those 2 states.
What do you
Otherwise,
mean? You're being sarcastic. You're being sarcastic.
No. 17 of my classmates, seniors or juniors are fighting for Congress or BJP in MP. 7 candidates in Chhattisgarh across 2 parties. I was born in Chhattisgarh, which was then MP. I studied in MP. My own classmates.
God. I didn't know that.
Nobody asked because I'm based in Hyderabad. I'm a poor colonial cousin now.
Let's come back to the politics. What's going on with the MIM? What's going on with the sweep? What happens to BRS now? The BJP has hang on. The BJP has improved its vote share. Go ahead. Make sense of Telangana for us.
Well, there's only one set of people who can stop the Modi juggernaut in India today, and that's the state Telangana BJP leaders. Give it to them, Barkha. That they have defied the Modi wave, the possibility of the resurgence of BJP. If anybody can stop Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah, it's the Telangana state BJP leadership. Everybody in the country should acknowledge that. Having said that, the MIM is down to 3. Nampalli, and Malakpet are going to Congress, and MIM swinging rapidly round on round, and 2 seats, Karwan and which is the fourth one? Yakutpura and Karwan are going to BJP. So half the Lok Sabha, 4 out of 7 seats, MIM is fighting for the first time in 30 years with a possibility of defeat looming large. This is the beer hug of KCR that brought MIM down. The perception that KCR was with BJP and Modi, the perception that MIM was also with Modi and Mr. Amit Shah, and that together all of them are huddled together, is KCR was coming third in Kamareddy, behind Revant Reddy of Congress and the BJP candidate Venkat Reddy in Karimnagar. KCR was also trailing in his core constituency of Gajwel, though is now back to leading. Revant is winning both seats. So what we are witnessing is something extraordinary, but not at all surprising.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. I do want to actually say bye to guests who've been with us and welcome our new guests in. Mr. Bhavna, a quick comment before we say goodbye to you. Quick comment before we say thank you to you, Mr. Bhavna.
Before we conclude, all I would like to say is that irrespective which way the state assembly contest, of course, we'll know in a few moments from now. Today, one thing is clear, that the economic growth momentum that was created by the Honorable PM during his second term, the narrative, the vision, towards a developed India by 2047 have seen no political counter. Let me tell you that there has been no political opponents or no opposition to his plan, to his roadmap, and to his role modelship. So beyond regressive ideas, to just create to create a consensus and a list of freebies, there is nothing much the opposition has been able to offer to the ruling arrangement. And we are not very happy about it, because we also want a strong opposition. But we see that they're not able to counter by giving anything by bringing anything to the table, just making conscious by just providing
I have to welcome my other guests. I'm going to say thank you to you now. If 30 seconds are want to be made by Sandeep and
Barkha, I would like to make a statement before I leave.
Yes, please, Matthew.
Okay, I just want to make a statement that Congress party is proud to have Gandhi's family with us. We have no shame at all, irrespective of however the propaganda is to beat a family down, because the sacrifices made by the family and the popularity of the family with the country's people is very significant. And then we have fought a good battle. We had our promises good. We had a good campaign. We will accept the results, but that doesn't mean that we are in a bad position. We are in a wrong organization or anything of that sort. We are here to serve the people of this country, and we are very clear about it. Thank you, and thank
Matthew,
you, Barkha, for taking me here.
Thank you, Matthew. Take care. Sandeep, last thoughts before we let you go, and then we move on.
Before signing off, to tell Karthik, you can call the Telangana elections, but don't as yet call who will form the government. That's it.
Really? You still think that's an open question, Sandeep? Looking at the numbers in Telangana? Can I just go back? Can I go back? Hang on. Sriram is fighting vociferously. Sriram, you want to come in? Actually, hold that thought. I want Pavan, before we lose Pavan, we've got a new hour starting. I want to welcome our new guest, Nischay Bajpai. Sandeep, feel free to stay on if you have a few minutes. Nischay Bajpai of the BJP. Namaskar, sir. आपकी ये जो आंकड़े हैं, मैं छत्तीसगढ़ के बारे में 2 मिनट के बाद बात करना चाहूंगी. आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए. Pavan and Aarti, I want big pictures from you. Aarti, Pavan just said that the Congress is in the stranglehold of inept leadership. He also said, okay, Sandeep, thank you. He also said, Aarti, that 3 leaders, he said Vasundhara has realized that sidelining her didn't make a difference to the BJP. Shivraj is vindicated. Sachin is not unhappy. Do you want to add to that perspective? And very strong words he made about the Congress leadership. Aarti?
See, Barkha, if we compare the way the BJP approached these elections and the way the Congress approached these elections, the Congress took the Karnataka template and decided to use that in all the states, except Telangana, where it actually promoted a new leader, a new face, Revant Reddy. But in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, and in Rajasthan, it just took the Karnataka template and just put it in place in these states and decided local for vocal or whatever, and promoted local leaders and so on, completely forgetting that if you look at the vintage of these leaders, except for Bhupesh Baghel, who's younger and newer, Kamalnath, Digvijay Singh, Ashok Gehlot, they all belong to the 1977-1980 vintage. Barkha, they are, leaders who are probably past their expiry date. They're all in their 70s, nothing new to offer, nothing new to say. They ran tired campaigns, offering sops, as if you can just buy voters with, by throwing rarity at them. It doesn't work like that. The BJP, on the other hand, is so agile. It is, I mean, although the BJP has in the past promoted local faces and projected state leaderships as CM aspirants, this time they decided to go with collective leadership. They decided to bring in leaders from the center, put them back in the state, and they relied on brand Modi. Modi was the face of the campaign. He led the charge. He led from the front. Look at the number of rallies he addressed in Madhya Pradesh. He has never addressed so many rallies in the state election, except maybe UP, because UP is a larger state. So, they just change their strategy. You see, they think on their feet. The Congress, unfortunately, lacks that ability to, do fresh thinking, to come up with new strategies. One thing works somewhere, they use the same strategy somewhere else, and they've paid for it. So, I think really hats off to the BJP for being able to pull this off. This is entirely, whatever you may say about Ladli Behna and all, I'm sure it contributed, but the BJP has never won so big in Madhya Pradesh. And I would say that a large part of the credit for the BJP's victory in Madhya Pradesh and the turnaround in Rajasthan, the fact that they won it, and possibly are in position to win Chhattisgarh, this is entirely due to Narendra Modi. So he is now the man in charge. He has also established his dominance in North India. I would hesitate to talk about a North-South divide at this point of time, but what he tried in Karnataka did not work in Karnataka, but it worked really well in North India. So, clearly Modi is very much.
And I want to say to Pavan, just a question to Pavan. Shruti Kapila, who's a professor at Cambridge University, welcome to the program. Manu Sharma is back with us. Nishchay ji, मैं आपके पास 2 minute में आ रही हूँ. Pavan, picking up on what Aarti said, Pandits got it wrong. All of us went on about, the BJP hasn't learned from its mistakes in Karnataka. Why is it sidelining Shivraj? Why is it sidelining Vasundhara? Why does it not recognize that state elections are different from national elections? All commonsensical questions. We didn't understand. What did we not understand? And when I say we, I'm using the we loosely. Generally, pundits and journalists, not anyone in particular. Pavan?
What we did not understand is that the only way you can counter the BJP is by 3 things. First of all, a new grassroots leader. Secondly, a new face. And thirdly, organizational rigor. If you don't have these, and I'm sorry, very sorry. Fourthly, a new and alternative comprehensible vision with the ability to carry it out to the masses. If you don't have these 4,
but where is this face?
You cannot
where is this face? Can you pick a face instead of the face that you have? You've said Rahul Gandhi is inept.
No.
Who is the face?
No, I said broadly that the Congress is lacking organization and it has inept leadership because there is no organizational feedback. So therefore, I feel that among the faces that we see today, we have strong and competent leaders at the regional level. But there is no pan-Indian leader who has all of these 4 qualities with a pan-Indian footprint. So long as that is there, the BJP with its electoral machine, with the face, with the narrative, and an ideology is not defeatable.
Okay, Pavan, stay as long as you can. Thank you for those insights. Kartik, are you finally calling Chhattisgarh? Because मुझे निश्चय जी से बात करनी है, जो बीजेपी के नेता हैं छत्तीसगढ़ से. Please मुझे छत्तीसगढ़ के बारे में बता दीजिए.
Chhattisgarh can be called to for the BJP Barkha, but can I just make a point? I think we have to take things into a little perspective. When you are saying your question per se, when you say that this was the Prime Minister's election, what did we see not coming? They have won. I would say that there are two different kinds of victories here. Rajasthan and MP are not the same kinds of victories. The Rajasthan victory, which is largely a product of the Prime Minister and the BJP symbol, is not as convincing. Again, I will just harp on that. If the BJP had put in a state leader with credibility, with a past track record, probably this number would have been 130, 140.
But can I ask you something? Can I ask you something? Are we now saying that the BJP has taken 3 of the 4 states? Are we now formally calling it?
We are calling it, but I'm making an additional point. Which
I got your point. I got your point, and I want Pavan and
Yeah.
Aarti to respond to it. That no two states are alike. लेकिन निश्चय जी, नमस्कार. और आंकड़ों के मुताबिक बीजेपी की लीड 53 में, कांग्रेस के 35 में. ये कैसे हुआ? बहुत लोगों ने कहा था कि भाई बघेल साहब की ही विक्ट्री है. रमन सिंह को भी मुख्यमंत्री कैंडिडेट को कभी डिक्लेयर नहीं किया. इन आंकड़ों को आप किस तरह से देखते हैं, निश्चय जी?
देखिए, हमारे यहाँ जो भूपेश बघेल जी की सरकार रही है, वो विज्ञापन की सरकार रही है, और विज्ञापन के माध्यम से उन्होंने एक ऐसा दृश्य बनाने का प्रयास किया कि वो बहुत लोकप्रिय हैं और बहुत लोकहितकारी काम कर रहे हैं, जबकि वस्तुतः वो केवल हर क्षेत्र में घोटाले कर रहे थे. ये सच्चाई जिसको यहाँ की जनता जानती थी. उसके साथ साथ इन्होंने यहाँ के जनता के साथ, सभी वर्गों के साथ जो वादे किए उससे वादा खिलाफी भी की. और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि महिलाओं के साथ जिस तरह की शराबबंदी का वादा किया था, लेकिन शराब की अवैध बिक्री को इतना बढ़ाया कि हर घर उससे प्रभावित हुआ, और महिला समूहों को काम छीनने से लेकर के उनके रोजगार छीनने से लेकर ग्रामीण स्थिति बहुत खराब रही. महिलाओं के बीच में बहुत आक्रोश था. ऐसे ही युवाओं के साथ में इन्होंने जो है जिस तरीके से पीएससी के पद अपने परिवारों में बांटे और अपने बेचने का काम किया, उसके साथ साथ जितने माफिया और अपराधी हैं उनको बढ़ाने का काम किया. इसको लेकर के जनता के बीच में बहुत आक्रोश था, और ये परिणाम पहले से ही बड़ा सुस्पष्ट था हम लोगों के बीच में, मगर विज्ञापनों की चकाचौंध में और आतिशबाजी में संभवतः ये दूसरे लोगों को नहीं सुनाई दे रहा था. वो परिणाम के रूप में अभी सामने आ रहा है.
मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी कि अगर मतलब बीजेपी की सरकार तो बनते हुए दिख रही है, मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेंगे?
देखिए, मुख्यमंत्री का निर्णय तो संसदीय दल में होगा और विधायक दल में बैठ के निर्णय होगा. ये इसके लिए थोड़ी प्रतीक्षा करनी होगी.
निश्चित हमारे साथ बने रहिए. अश्विनी शाही बीजेपी के नेता है, वो भी हमारे साथ है. लेकिन मैं चाहती हूँ कि पवन वर्मा कार्तिकी बत्रा का पॉइंट उठाएं. इट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट, पवन. It's a very important point that you and Aarti have clubbed all 3 states, is the point he's making. That none of these victories are simply explained. There are different factors. I think that's the point, Karthik, you're making, right? That there are different factors at play in all 3 states. So when you generalize and you say it's the Congress's inept leadership, it's the Modi factor, he's saying that formula may not work as neatly.
No, let me clarify what I was saying. That in Rajasthan.
Sorry, Pavan, last comment. You can go after that. Karthik, quickly.
I was saying in Rajasthan, Vasundhara Raje was kept on the back burner until the end. But in Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Chauhan was brought into the campaign as its face in the last few stages.
But not formally, but not officially.
No, but he was the one leader. Everybody saw him because he took charge. If you look at the last 2 lists also of the Madhya Pradesh.
Okay, let Pavan quickly respond. Pavan quickly respond because the others are waiting to speak. Yeah, go ahead, Pavan.
Yes, that's my last comment, but I have to go for another time.
Yeah, sure.
You see, each state is different, but the difference I think is that Telangana was different to Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. Now, why do I say that? In Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, to be honest, it is the failing of the Congress party, and I must continue to repeat like a stuck record. There is no substitution for ground level organizational rigor. You cannot win battles on slogans, on leaders, on promises, on projection. You have to have that cadre in an organized basis. How in the country, ask the Congress party, how many block development officers post are, party posts are lying vacant for months, if not years. So that has never happened. You may have elections, but you know that the body is packed and that a person who has the temerity to stand is ostracized. So let's not be, the party needs a revamp. The Telangana, the Congress has won, and I give it credit for it, but it is largely a default victory because there was fatigue for 10 years of KCR, although he did a lot for the state. And by now, there was a mood for change. I always said that either Congress will come to a comfortable majority or the BRS will scrape through. If there is a mood for change, it's a comfortable majority. And that is what has happened in Telangana.
Okay, Pavan, we let you go. You've given us a lot of food for thought, a lot of provocative appraisals. You never disappoint on that. I know Sriram will have things to say about what you said about Telangana. I need the slides to change. Let's open up. S.V. Ramani of the Congress. Pavan, thank you. S.V. Ramani of the Congress, Ashwini Shai of the BJP, Dr. Shruti Kapila. Let's get first comments. Manu is back with us. S.V. Ramani, disappointed? The BJP has taken 3 or 4 states. We're calling it now. We were waiting for Chhattisgarh, but it looks pretty much certain that the BJP is going to form the government unless there's some last moment sort of surprise that we can't anticipate. Telangana is yours. It's a big win, but you have been wiped out, so to speak, in the Hindi-speaking heartland. Mr. Ramani, your thoughts?
Disappointing to some extent because even I have a lot of respect for Pavan, but I still believe that the elections were fought by us in a very competitive manner in all the 3 states. And as far as organization is concerned, in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh, we have had a wonderful organization, even at the grassroots level. So I don't think that that's the reason for our defeat or would-be defeat there. But it is really surprising because in Rajasthan, we have done, the government of Ashok Gehlot was very much acclaimed as one of the people's government. Some of the policies which they have brought, some of the schemes which he has brought in, and also some of the guarantees which we have projected at the time of elections, they were well received by the people. And also, people may say that there was a misunderstanding between him and Mr. Sachin Pilot, but that was a thing in the past because last 1 year, they have worked very well together, they have gelled very well together, and the entire team worked together. So it is a surprise for us that we lost Rajasthan. Similarly, in Chhattisgarh, some of the schemes of the chief minister have reached even to the downtrodden, almost 100% of the people. The schemes have reached. The farmers have benefited. The poor people have benefited. The women have benefited. There was a overall.
But do you see a north-south? Do you see
a consensus?
Okay, I'm going to. Sorry, I'm saying there are many questions for you, including whether there's a north-south divide in Indian politics. But Karthik, 30 seconds to you before we let you go and enjoy the rest of your birthday. Manu Sharma is here to take us through the remaining numbers. Karthik, quick last word. And Sriram, I'm coming to everybody one by one. Quickly, Karthik.
I think this is a victory. The BJP has swept the Hindi heartland, but I don't think we can discount the local leadership factor. Organization, definitely the BJP is ahead. We have no doubts about it. But I will stick my neck out that the BJP has done well state after state elections where the central leadership's charisma has been complemented by the credibility of a strong state leadership. And that's where you see the difference in Madhya Pradesh.
How does that apply? How does that apply in these states where no chief ministerial candidate was declared?
That's exactly the point I'm trying to drive home for the last couple of hours, Barkha, that let's put things into perspective. The Rajasthan victory is a victory. The Madhya Pradesh victory is a sweep. There is a difference, and the difference is caused by the fact that the Rajasthan narrative and the campaign were very scattered. The Rajasthan campaign was fought against a government which essentially did not work for the first 3-4 years. But in the last 1 year, it gained enough ground to give the BJP a tough fight. But look at Madhya Pradesh, where you had such strong anti-incumbency, and in the last 3-4 months, a chief minister swings it around with 157 seats out of 230. So I'm saying that local leadership's role, whether the BJP or the Congress, cannot be discounted. But the Congress's victory in Telangana should give its hope. its fight in Rajasthan should give it hope. Man of the match for me today is Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
I think we all agree. I think we probably all agree on that. And Revant Reddy would possibly, for Congress supporters, come up close second. And even objectively, I think those are the two big heroes of today. Shriram on his phone, so let me get Ashwini Shahi and Dr. Kapila in. Ashwini ji, एक बीजेपी प्रवक्ता होने के नाते बड़ी जीत है बीजेपी के लिए, खास करके नॉर्थ इंडिया में. इसको आप किस रूप से देखेंगे? क्योंकि बार बार ये सवाल उठाया जा रहा है कि इन तीनों ही प्रदेशों में बीजेपी ने एक सीएम कैंडिडेट, एक सीएम फेस नहीं डिक्लेयर किया, फिर भी जीत हुई.
बरखा जी, ये जीत माननीय मोदी जी की उन गारंटियों की है जिन पर पूरा देश विश्वास करता है. विश्व के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता की गारंटी है और उस पर जनता ने भरोसा किया है. ये जीत हमारे अर्ध पन्ना प्रमुखों की है जिन्होंने दमखम लगा दिया, चाहे वो छत्तीसगढ़ हो, चाहे मध्य प्रदेश हो, चाहे राजस्थान हो. ये हार उस जादूगर की है जो अपने जादू पर भरोसा कर रहा था, वो छूमंतर हो गया. ये हार उस गोबर घोटाले वाले मुख्यमंत्री का है जो गोबर 229 करोड़ का खा गया. ये हार उस नकली हिंदू कमलनाथ का है कि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 2014 के सरकार आने के बाद एक हिंदू बनने का नाटक कर रहे थे और कांग्रेसियों ने तो किताब में लिख दिया बोको हरम और पता नहीं किससे तुलना कर दी. ये जनता की जीत है और माननीय मोदी जी का चेहरा किसी से कम है क्या? बरखा जी, आप कह रही हैं कि प्रदेश में नेतृत्व, अब विधायक दल की बैठक होगी, उसमें नेता चुना जाएगा. नेता चुनने के बाद संसदीय बोर्ड जिस पर मोहर लगाएगा वो मुख्यमंत्री होगा. लेकिन उस मुख्यमंत्री के बारे में सोचिए जो अपने अहंकार में हार गया. एक तो केंद्रीय नेतृत्व कांग्रेस का अहंकार में, दूसरा अशोक गहलोत जी की कांग्रेस अहंकार में लड़ गए लोग. उस मर्दों का प्रदेश वाले को टिकट दे दिया. बलात्कार होते रहेंगे तो जनता, आधी महिलाएं, आधी आबादी है, उन्होंने अपने वोट के अधिकार से बता दिया.
आपने मोदी जी को आपने क्रेडिट दिया, ठीक बात है, लेकिन आपने शिवराज जी, जिसको हम सब मैन ऑफ द मैच कह रहे हैं, उनको क्रेडिट क्यों नहीं दिया? रमन सिंह को
मेरी बात अभी पूरी नहीं हुई थी बरखा जी. मैं सबके बारे में कह रहा हूं. लाडली बहना योजना, शिवराज जी की, अब लखपति बहना की बात कर रहे हैं वो. शिवराज जी की योजनाओं को आधी आबादी की मैंने बात शुरू किया था, उसमें अधूरे रह जाएंगे शिवराज जी अगर उनकी बात नहीं होगी. उन्होंने अपने पूरे प्रदेश के वो मामा हैं. महिलाओं ने किस तरीके से बढ़ चढ़कर हाथ में लिया उनको, और किसके लिए? भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आधी आबादी के लिए काम किया है. चाहे हम जो है नारी बंधन अधिनियम की हम बात करें और चाहे लाडली बहना की बात करें, हमने ही उनको देखा है. तो आज ये जीत जो है हर उस कार्यकर्ता की है, हर उस नेता की है, हर उस नेतृत्व क्या है जिसके बारे में ये अभी कुछ दिन पहले, क्या 2 दिन पहले, 4 दिन पहले तक ये कह रहे थे लोग कि कांग्रेस कांग्रेस कांग्रेस. कांग्रेस खत्म है. इस जो मोहब्बत की दुकान खोले थे वहां से वो भारत तोड़ो यात्रा में वो नफरत की दुकान में बदलकर बंद हो गई वो दुकान, और जनता उस दुकान को खोलने नहीं देना चाहती है. चाहे कन्हैया दर्जी की हत्या हो, चाहे वो वहां गोबर घोटाला हो.
लेकिन तेलंगाना की जीत भी, आती हूँ आपके पास वापस. डॉक्टर कपिला, if you want to come in, and Shriram, if we can add Shriram back, I really want to talk a little bit about Telangana also. Dr. Kapila, do you now see a very clear, I know I think it was Aarti who said I don't want to get into the north-south divide, but is there something taking shape in that form? Because Yogendra Yadav, who's a supporter of Rahul Gandhi, he earlier on this program was saying that the Congress must introspect how it fails to take winnable elections and why it can't convert winnable elections into victories. Your take, Shruti.
Yogendra Yadav.
Sorry, Shruti, I can't hear you. I'm so sorry. Just start all over again, please. Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to ignore because I haven't heard what Yadav said. But I actually think I'll be with Aarti Jairath, and I'd like to kind of keep my powder dry on the north and south division that appears to be to have taken place. I actually think that regardless of this, the problem remains, or the issue remains in India, that you're going to have a one dominant party and very other smaller parties in contention. This was the Congress story for 40-50 years. With the BJP, you're getting a party state. I have argued that it's not simply a party, but it's a party state. Now, this poses a real identity crisis for the Congress because it is a national party. It is not a regional party, and that is why it is doing extremely well in fighting regional parties. And now the question comes, what is going to happen to the alliance? I have always said that actually the alliance is a contradiction, because it actually is a fight between the Congress and regional parties for actually Congress's remaking. Because wherever we have seen in the north, certainly head-to-head BJP and the Congress, that is not a winning battle for the Congress just yet. And it's not simply about welfarism. It has a lot to do with what has happened with 30 years of Hindu nationalism, which is now seeped in. It is part of the DNA of the Indian politics.
Why did you, when you call the BJP a party state, what does that do to the idea of alliances or the India alliance?
I mean, I actually don't believe in that alliance. I mean, I have not believed it from the get-go. It is a great name.
Tell us why. Tell us why.
Precisely because the nature of political competition is that if you look at the deep structure of as it were party formations and movement in India, you have dominant parties and federalist regional parties. Those regional parties today have saturated. They are going through a generational shift. They are also going through, as it were, a crisis of their own. They have actually all saturated all OBC parties. And to that extent, Rahul Gandhi saying, as it were, caste census required is also moving into that turf, because that is the obvious thing to do. Now, that actually poses a problem, because your alliance is really the Congress plus these smaller parties, when you are actually in real competition with them. And for the Congress, it actually succeeds against the smaller parties. So what is it going to do now in Uttar Pradesh? Is it actually going to take on the SP over the long term? Or is it going to be in an alliance? Same with RJD, same with other places. But I actually do think that it's not a north-south divide, because in the south too, as I said, there are other smaller parties, the DMK, the CPM. So it's not going to be easy for the Congress to actually prevail there in 2024 either.
What's interesting, Shruti, is even as you say this, the Congress has called for an India Alliance meeting, in the next couple of days. Sriram is wanting to respond to what you said. Also, the pictures you see on your screen are perhaps the only state where the Congress can celebrate. Telangana, Revant Reddy taking out a roadshow there. Sriram, you've heard a lot. North-South divide, local factors. Was it anti-incumbency? I'm coming to Aarti right after that. Sriram, go ahead.
I believe there is a very strong north-south divide. I am the only panelist here from South, and you're not letting me speak at all.
I'm so sorry. Punjabi bias. Go ahead, Sriram. Yeah.
जो व्यक्ति गुड़गांव में बैठता है वो तेलंगाना के बारे में जानता है, लेकिन मैं हैदराबाद में हूँ, मुझे छत्तीसगढ़ के बारे में मालूम नहीं है. मैं बिलासपुर से, रायपुर से, भिलाई से, राजनांदगांव का एग्जैक्ट डिस्टेंस बतला सकता हूँ. मैं बिलासपुर में पैदा हुआ हूँ, मैं मध्य प्रदेश में पढ़ा हूँ.
आप बोलिए प्लीज
इसलिए नहीं दूंगी क्योंकि मैं दक्षिण भारतीय हूँ, मुझे हिंदी नहीं आता है.
चलो श्रीराम बताइए.
नहीं, मगर मैं ये जरूर बताना चाहता हूँ, ये जब मैं पिछले 30 दिन मेरा फोकस बहुत ओके, रिवर्ट टू इंग्लिश. Barkha, my point was this. In the last 45 days, I was watching debate. I did not want to get on any debate, but in our office, we were doing exit polls, and I wrote all the 3 North Indian states for BJP, and somebody thought I'm out of my mind, and they said, why? And I said, have you realized the shadow of January 22nd is already fallen from Ayodhya right down to the south of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh? No, the whole debate and entire media never said Ram Temple is there. Jan 22nd, we begin to see images, and nobody talked as if it's an issue or a sub-thought at all. And I believe that was playing a factor in these as much as many others. We are already in that kind of thing, but it missed everybody. But let me, since I'm the provincial expert, go back to my subject of Telangana. As I predicted on your TV channel, Barkha, you'll be very happy to know, no journalist on television on any national channel from Hyderabad said anything except BRS was winning. You are the only channel to get it right. And not surprisingly at all, I'm pretty sure by the final count, the margin of Congress will become bigger, because the vote shares I'm seeing on different channels or whatever, my own estimate is it'll be far bigger. The fact
Can we look at the Telangana vote share? I just want to bring up the slide.
And MIM is down to 3 or 4. MIM is losing minimum 3 seats. They're going up and down, up and down, up and down rapidly. But my point is, even if they win all, let's say 6 out of 7, the fact is MIM has been jolted out of stupor and overconfidence. BRS has been defeated. You said it was strong words when I said more than the campaign of Congress. Yes, Congress did nothing wrong, but the people of this state well and truly wanted to kick out this government. And I'm saying it again, this is the resolve of the people. Congress merely aligned to it well. And yes, I go by the dictate of the wisdom of Napoleon, that I am not scared of an army of lions led by a sheep, but I am scared of an army of sheep led by one lion. Revant Reddy is the single reason why I believed the only two people who could have defeated KCR, one was Bandi Sanjay, one was Revant Reddy. Thankfully for Congress, BJP eliminated.
BJP replaced Bandi Sanjay. Aarti, you wanted to come in. Shriram, don't go away. You'll go away.
I'm going out. I'm taking my whole team for lunch. I'll be back.
Okay, go and eat lunch. Go get. But you went. We didn't send you off before we're accused of North Indian bias. Aarti, go ahead. Aarti, go ahead.
You know, Barkha, I think one thing is becoming increasingly clear, and these assembly results really prove it, which is, I think, why all of us, you know, all the exit polls and everything went so wrong. The Congress roots in the North are decaying. You know, they have more or less died in UP. They have more or less died in Bihar. Now you're seeing Madhya Pradesh also, the fact that the Congress has not been able to win this state for the last 4 or 5 terms. You know, I mean, it won briefly 5 years ago, but, you know, it was snatched away from them. So the Congress roots are decaying in the North. Even in Rajasthan, it had Ashok Gehlot, it won. But if you remember, Ashok Gehlot's victory last time, 5 years ago, was a bare victory. He did not win a full-scale majority. He had to form his government with the help of independents. So, you know, the organizationally, what Pawan was talking about, the organization, the roots of the Congress in North India are decaying, in some places already dead. In the South, on the other hand, and I think, again, this is being proved by recent assembly elections, the Congress still has roots. Maybe dormant, like in Telangana, they've been dormant. But if the people decide that they want to kick out an incumbent government because they are fed up, the default option becomes a Congress, because a Congress is still there. The BJP has not been able to shed its image of a North Indian Hindu party, you know, and I think the South is still not ready to accept the BJP. And that is why the Congress still survives there.
I just wanted to ask you how we understand Chhattisgarh, where the chief minister was widely perceived to be a kind of effective incumbent, an efficient, effective.
So again, you know, this is where we talk about the organization, you know, the election management. You know, the BJP has been working, and, you know, the BJP is very lucky that it has in the RSS backroom, you know, kind of a backroom boy or a backroom organization that is continuously working for them, you know, amongst the tribals, amongst the scheduled castes, you know, amongst Hindus. It is continuously working. I think they got a jolt last time when they lost all these 3 states, and they have been working. You know that they've been doing a sustained outreach amongst tribals. They have managed to create a polarization between the, you know, Christian Adivasis and the non-Christian Adivasis, which has worked to their advantage. You saw in Bastar this time, the, you know, BJP has actually gained a number of seats, you know, which I think is, you know, given them that boost in Chhattisgarh. And also in Madhya Pradesh. So, you know, the fact is that the Congress, you know, the Congress depends on a Hawa. Hawa came their way in Telangana, they sat on it and they rode it. You know, in the North, you know, the Hawa, there is no Hawa for the Congress, because where is the Congress in the North? Do we see it? It's not even alive.
Okay,
and,
let me
you know, Ashok Gehlot thought that his welfare schemes would, you know, get him votes. But, you know, I think one thing, and this is the great thing for Indian democracy, because this was supposed to be a fight of welfare schemes versus welfare schemes, right? People did not this time. I don't think welfare schemes influenced their decisions. They went for something more than welfare schemes. And yes, I think the Hindutva narrative of the BJPs has taken root in the North, and it is only going to grow stronger as the parliamentary polls.
And yet, what Ashwini Shahi called the Nakli Hindu, where leaders, Manu, you can back this up. Karthik was making the point that the Congress's strike rate in Rajasthan has been better than the Congress's strike rate in Madhya Pradesh. So where Kamalnath was, seen to be this very astute Sharad Pawar-esque, practicing Hindu, he even Rajiv Gandhi was the first one to unlock, Ayodhya. Actually, the strike rate has been much worse. This sort of soft Hindutva, imitative Hindutva has not worked for the Congress, seemingly. Manu Sharma?
I have a slightly different take here. If it were not for Kamalnath, Congress would have fared even worse in Madhya Pradesh. And the reason for that is that one has to understand the underpinnings of a state that is going to the polls. I've said this before, if Gujarat is the Mount Everest of saffron politics, Madhya Pradesh is K2. It's the Godwin Austen. It's the second tallest. You have a 4-term government heading into the polls, and yet not only were they, in the reckoning, they've swept the election. So there is something going on at the organizational level, and also there is something to tell about the electorate. So just as, analysts proudly say, okay, in Kerala, BJP will find it hard to, expand with its brand of politics. I believe anybody who takes a far, left of center plank in Madhya Pradesh will find it equally hard. It's just
but
how
Kamalnath didn't do that. But Kamalnath did not do that.
He didn't do that because, even to be competitive in the state, he had to have the plank that he, was riding on. If he would have chosen something different, it would have been even worse. Now, coming to Rajasthan, what happened in Rajasthan? Rajasthan, the politics is about a lot of personalities. And Congress actually was helped by a very strong dissenting group within the BJP. And there were also factions within the Congress itself. So the political scenario in Rajasthan was one of divisions, and ultimately which party was more divided. It was all about that. And in Madhya Pradesh, it was actually about Kamalnath versus the organizational might of the BJP and its extended parivar. So it was an uphill battle. And with Mahakaushal and Chambal underperforming, that was his only realistic route to win. And Chambal was taken away by Jyotiraditya Scindia. So he was fighting an uphill battle anyway.
Okay, so those are, by the way, pictures coming from the one celebration of the Congress, that's Revanth Reddy in Telangana. Of course, we're going to see big celebrations break out in the 3 BJP states. But Manu makes a very interesting point that while everyone's lashing out at Kamalnath for being overestimated, things could have been even worse for the Congress had he not played the campaign the way he did. निश्चय जी, आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, एक चर्चा ये भी चल रही है कि अगर बीजेपी की जीत को देखते हुए शायद टीएस सिंह देव भी आपकी तरफ आ जाए, ये भी बहुत चर्चा चल रही है. आप इस पे क्या बोलेंगे?
नहीं, मैं इस पे कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा. कोई भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत का परिणाम है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक बड़ी जीत दर्ज कर रही है. तो ये जो आप चर्चा बोल रहे हैं, इसका तो मुझे नहीं संदर्भ समझ में आ रहा, लेकिन इस पे मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा. एक बात जरूर बोलना चाहता हूँ. जितना हम समझते हैं, राजनीति में कोई जादू नहीं होता कि 2 महीना पहले आके ये वाला कैंपेन कर दिया, 1 महीना पहले आके, या इस तरीके की कोई भी चीजें नहीं होती. और कोई सरकार जिसने 90 में से 71 सीटें पाई हो और उसकी सारी योजनाएं जो है ग्रास रूट पे जा रही थी, जैसा मैं सुन रहा था आपके विद्वानों को, कि महिलाओं के लिए भी, किसानों के लिए भी, युवाओं के लिए भी, सबके लिए उनकी योजना थी और बहुत वो लोकप्रिय थे. तो फिर कैसे जो है 71 सीटों की 90 में से 71 वो सरकार जो है मुंह के बल गिरती है, औंधे मुंह गिरती है? ऐसा कभी नहीं होता और कोई जादू राजनीति में नहीं होता है. आप जनता जो है बहुत समझदार हो चुकी है, विवेकशील है, आपकी नीयत को जानती है और आपकी योजनाओं के विज्ञापन और आपकी योजनाओं के धरातल पे जो असर है उसके अंतर को जानती है. मूलतः ये बात सही है कि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विचार है, गरीब की सहूलियत के लिए काम करना, जिसके लिए मोदी जी काम कर रहे हैं. हमारे यहाँ 13 लाख मकान ऐसे थे बरखा जी, जो केंद्र से स्वीकृत होके आए, कच्ची छत वालों के मकान, उसको भूपेश बघेल जी ने वापस कर दिया. हम इनके मकान नहीं बनने देंगे, प्रधानमंत्री का नाम है इसमें. और यहाँ पे आयुष्मान की योजना को 2 वर्षों तक लटकाया गया. यहाँ पे 3 वर्षों तक जो कोरोना का राशन आया, सारे गरीब परिवारों के लिए वो सारे के सारे राशन का घोटाला कर दिया गया, सबको बाजार में जाके भेज दिया गया, गरीबों को राशन नहीं दिया गया कोरोना का। तो ऐसी तमाम बातें हैं और इतने घोटाले हुए हैं, ये वास्तव में जो छत्तीसगढ़ की ग्राउंड रियलिटी को जानता है। जनता 3 साल पहले भी उनकी मानसिकता वैसी हो चुकी थी और 6 महीने बाद ही, मतलब 2018 के विधानसभा चुनाव के बाद 6 महीने बाद जब लोकसभा का चुनाव हुआ था तो एक तरफा हराने का काम कांग्रेस को किया था और वही परिणाम अभी विधानसभा में आया है। इसको थोड़ा सा मुझे ऐसा लगता है,
आपने एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात कही कि जादू नहीं होता चुनाव में, जादू नहीं होता, ये बहुत जरूरी बात है। लेकिन अगर आपको एक फैक्टर आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़े, जैसे एक बड़ा मुद्दा, तो छत्तीसगढ़ में वो क्या था? क्योंकि भूपेश बघेल माने जाते थे कि भाई पॉपुलर है, ऐसे नैरेटिव तो था उनका, तो क्या वो एक मुद्दा था?
देखिए वही कह रहा हूँ ना, एक किस्सा गोई नैरेटिव वाली जो बात है और ग्राउंड रियलिटी दो अलग अलग चीजें हो सकती हैं। एक फैक्टर नहीं है, महिलाओं के अलग इश्यूज थे, महिलाओं को जो परेशानियां थी वो अलग थी, युवाओं की परेशानियां अलग थी, किसानों का हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में पहली बार रकबा काटा गया था, ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ, बारदाने की और खाद की कालाबाजारी नहीं। और हमारे यहाँ तो वो धुलरा मिट्टी वाला, जिसको ये वर्मी कंपोस्ट बोल के बहुत विज्ञापन करते थे, वो वास्तव में धूल मिट्टी मिला हुआ गोबर 10-10 रुपए किलो में जबरदस्ती किसानों को बेचा जाता था। किसान जो है, छोटे किसान बहुत त्रस्त थे इस सरकार से। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो काम को देखा 15 सालों में, जहां पे पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ को निर्माण करने का काम अटल जी ने किया था, तो उसको धरातल पे उसकी इमारत बनाने का काम रमन सरकार ने किया था, उसको भी देखा जनता ने और उसको पुनः याद किया। और
आपने बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग पर्सपेक्टिव दिया है, हाउ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, लोकल इश्यूज and sort of brand Modi probably intersect even at the state level. I just want to take final comments now. हमारे पास 10-15 मिनट है। अश्विनी जी, इस पे अगर आप कुछ जोड़ना चाहें, then प्रोफेसर रामनी, then डॉक्टर कपिला। अश्विनी जी कुछ जोड़ना चाहेंगे आप?
देखिए वहां के धरातल की बात अभी हमारे नेता ने किया, लेकिन उसमें देखिए 2-4 बातें और ऐड किया जाएगा। जैसे वहां की जनता के साथ जो छल किया गया, अपने नेताओं के साथ छल किया गया, टी.एस. सिंहदेव साहब के साथ छल किया गया 2.5 साल वाला, वो जनता का क्या होगा जो आदमी अपना नहीं हो सकता है। ये जनता बहुत होशियार है, आप लोगों के माध्यम से, सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से जागरूक जनता है और आज बताया है, तीनों प्रदेश में बताया है। कांग्रेस का मध्य प्रदेश में देखिए जिस तरीके से शिवराज जी की लाडली बहना, लाडली लक्ष्मी और अब लखपति वाली जो योजनाएं हैं, इन योजनाओं ने बहुत काम किया। भूपेश बघेल साहब अपनी हार उसी दिन स्वीकार कर चुके थे जिस दिन पहले फेज का चुनाव बस्तर में हुआ, क्योंकि उनका घोषणा पत्र जारी होने के बाद वो महिलाओं के लिए फिर दूसरी घोषणाएं लेकर आते हैं। तो वो पहले फेज में वो जान चुके थे कि हम चुनाव हार रहे हैं, हमने कुछ किया नहीं है, अब ये करने का समय आ गया। लेकिन वहां की जनता उनसे तेज निकली, उन्होंने कहा कि तुम लालच में नहीं फंसेंगे, हम आपको वोट के माध्यम से अपना परिणाम बताएंगे, इसलिए किनारे किया गया। वही तीनों प्रदेश में वही हुआ। और आपने पिछली बार तेलंगाना का पूछा था, मैं एक बात कहूंगा, तेलंगाना में भारतीय जनता पार्टी गेन कर रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कभी नहीं कहा कि हम सरकार बनाने के लिए लड़ रहे हैं। वहां 13% वोट हमारा 18 में था, लगभग 13-14% वोट आप दिखा रही हैं। 20% वोट हमारा 19 में हो गया था। तो वोट हमारा कम नहीं हो रहा है, वोट हमारा बढ़ रहा है। एक सीट से अगर हम 9-10 सीटों की तरफ जा रहे हैं तो सोचिए कि परसेंटेज में कितना ग्रोथ है। और दक्षिण के राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मजबूत कदम के रूप में वोट परसेंटेज बढ़ाते हुए एंटर कर रही है।
मैं प्रोफेसर रामनी, I want to ask you, these were 3 states that the Congress won in 2018 and still lost in the Lok Sabha. Now you are in a situation where you have lost them in the assembly, making it even more difficult for the Lok Sabha. Where do you go back to the drawing board? I don't take away the significance of the Telangana victory, but these 3 states, to lose them. Rajasthan, chalo, you can argue that's the historical trend, but the other 2.
Barkha, you will have to look at a very important factor here. You will know that till the first week of October, the face of Mr. Modi was the guiding factor in both Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan elections. Then suddenly, if you remember, a survey was brought out, which clearly said that Congress is winning both Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. And we suddenly find that the Modi's face goes back and the regional leaders' face come up. So the fact is that, the Modi himself did not believe that his face is going to win the elections in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. So he brought Mr. Chavan and Vasundhara Raje ji into the picture there. So the two elections, I'm looking at it differently. In 2018, if you look at it the other way, we won the elections and then BJP won in the Lok Sabha. Maybe the same thing could happen now because the 10 years of Modi's phase has been rejected and only it was Chavan and as well as Vasundhara Raje who was able to win the elections in the end. Second thing.
No, we don't know. We don't know that, sir. We don't know that. I have to disagree with you there. I don't.
Just give me a minute, Barkha. So some of the people who have been talking here about the India alliance, and they say that they don't believe in the India alliance. We should agree today that, including UP, if I take, there are something like 390 seats. If you start from Punjab, Delhi, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Karnataka, and Jharkhand, Bihar, and West Bengal, out of which maybe if you take UP away, there are still 320 seats in which BJP may not be able to get more than 20 to 25 seats. And let us not take away that fact. And 130 seats in South is totally ruled out for them now. And Bengal is totally ruled out for them now. Punjab and Delhi, with an alliance between AAP and Congress, it is ruled out for them now. So let's not forget that India alliance is a very, very strong alliance. And the most important thing is the common factor in all the states is Congress. There is no contradiction between Mr. Stalin.
I have to interject you because I don't agree with you that in the end it was Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Vasundhara Raje who won Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. Yes, Shivraj was the man of the match. Agreed, but as Pawan Verma was saying earlier, and maybe Aarti will add to that, Vasundhara Raje's marginalization had no impact on the election. And we're seeing images now come in of the proverbial, the laddu that always comes out in these moments, the Madhya Pradesh BJP leaders banding together to celebrate their victory. Shruti, I'm going to hand it over to you for just a couple of minutes to take us through your very differing perspective. You don't actually believe in the North-South divide. You don't actually believe in the India alliance. So where do you see the shape of politics between now and 2024? Let me just give it to you, to Shruti for a couple of minutes.
I think I'll just repeat the same thing. Actually, it'd be very difficult for the Congress because actually what you have to give it to the Congress that it actually put up a spirited campaign. It just didn't hand over the victory to the BJP. This was an absolute, like a real campaign by all its leadership. It also played on the formula of Karnataka where it left kind of state leadership to do stuff. So it hasn't quite worked out. I mean, Telangana is a different story, but it hasn't really worked out. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. What is their identity? Are they going to really actually, especially with what has happened with Owaisi, given that actually the Muslim minority vote is beginning to go back to them as opposed to the local regional party, what is their strategy going to be in, as I said, a place like Uttar Pradesh, where murmurs are saying the same, that actually people are, Muslims are willing to move towards the Congress back. So I think it's really difficult for the Congress. I think the story really now is, as I said, a party state emerging in India with obviously issues in southern India, which is a kind of different kind of frontier and a different kind of politics. But I think the alliance, from my point of view, I think the alliance looks weaker today for all the kind of, putting together of numbers where the BJP will not prevail or will find it difficult in the south. I actually think that, the BJP is going to be feeling quite confident. It's the alliance which is now going to feel quite under pressure, under friction. And above all, what is actually the Congress going to do? Is it actually going to project itself as a national party, or is it going to start sort of thinking about, just again, the make and break, the kind of, putting together people in different states. So I think that's the story. I think it's a tough day for India's opposition, calling Telangana notwithstanding. And I think the regional parties too will now ask for their extra sort of status within the India alliance. They've been pretty much on the back burner in the last 3 months. And those negotiations will tell us what happens. I mean, it just means that does the Congress just become now another regional player? And so how does it kind of create a new national narrative, which is above and beyond the Hindu nationalist narrative or the love and hate narrative, because populism in terms of welfare has been common to both.
आज अभी जो रुझान आ रहे हैं उससे भारतीय जनता पार्टी दोनों प्रदेश में राजस्थान में और मध्य प्रदेश में प्रचंड बहुमत से जीत रही है और इसके लिए पूरा जो है श्रेय जाता है हमारे लीडरशिप के साथ साथ हमारे जो कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ साथ जो वहाँ की जनता है जिसने आशीर्वाद दिया उनको धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं कि जनता के आशीर्वाद से आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी फिर एक बार प्रचंड बहुमत से जीत रही है। नहीं, कोई उलट पलट नहीं चल रहा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी छत्तीसगढ़ में जीत रही है, वो अभी भी रुझान में आगे बढ़ी हुई है और मुझे पूरा उम्मीद है कि 50 से 51 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी लेकर आएगी और वहाँ जिस तरह से हमारी स्ट्रैटेजी थी वो काम होती हुई दिख रही है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी वहाँ भी सरकार बनाएगी। ये सवाल जो है अभी इसका कोई रेलेवेंस नहीं है। पार्टी की लीडरशिप डिसाइड करती है। हम और आप इसके बारे में चिंता नहीं करते हैं। पार्टी की लीडरशिप डिसाइड करती है और वही इसकी घोषणा करती है। धन्यवाद।
I think Barkha's not here, Aarti. I mean, why don't you say something, Aarti? I'd love to hear your comments because I kind of agree with you about the North-South divide.
Yeah, no, so, Shruti, I have a little bit of difference of opinion with you as far as the India Alliance is concerned.
Okay.
Because, actually, if you look at what has happened today, I would have feared for the future of the alliance if the Congress had won Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh, because I think taken with Telangana, it would have definitely made the Congress more arrogant and, kind of made the Congress feel that it has more leverage, better bargaining power, and it should be the pivot of this India alliance, going into the Lok Sabha elections. However, what the defeat has done is it is bound to humble the Congress. When the Congress now, remember, BRS was not part of the India alliance. BRS was outside it, so it was easy for the Congress to take on the BRS. Now, when the Congress sits down to negotiate seat adjustment with parties like Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh, with, RJD and JDU in Bihar, I don't know about Mamata Banerjee, the TMC in West Bengal, I think the Congress is going to have to be much, much humbler, even with Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi and Punjab.
I don't disagree with that.
Much humbler.
I don't disagree with that, but this is precisely where the problem is. So you have a national party sitting with a bunch of regional parties, i.e. the Congress. So that's my issue. The issue is that if India will not go bipolar at this rate, and the alliance can now only happen at the cost of the Congress in terms of
that's right.
So,
absolutely,
and that's
absolutely,
not
absolutely. But
that's why for the Congress. Let me just say, my only footnote to this is it is also problematic for the same reason, as I said, with what has happened with BRS, but also with the Oasis party. So the Congress is able to break through these regional, as it were, fiefdoms and move in. And so therefore, it has an identity crisis. It's not, if you were a canny congressperson, you would actually walk out of the alliance and pitch for 2029 as the real story. I know it won't happen, but because it's about
it cannot happen, Shruti. It cannot happen because 2029 is 5 years away.
No, I get it, but if you look at it historically.
Many things can change in India if the BJP comes back for a third term.
I get all that, but I'm just saying, look at what has happened historically. Look at what has happened historically. Congress has been losing since 1989 to regional forces. To now no, I'm sure that's not going to happen, but they are going to stick together. My point is that what we are actually seeing is the emergence of a party state in India. Because Congress is now really pushed in a corner. It really is.
But Shruti, please understand that we have moved into a completely different political paradigm with the BJP.
No, I get that. I share that.
If the BJP comes back to power for a third term,
which
you will see, and it looks like it will, you will see a lot of things changing.
They've already changed, Aarti.
And they will change even further. You could even see a rewriting of the constitution.
But can I come in?
I understand. I get all that.
In which case, the manner in which we conduct elections will change completely. I don't think anybody can think ahead, can wait for 2029.
You're back. You're back.
But I was back for a while. I was listening very riveted to both of you. I've been back for a while. My question to Shruti is somewhat similar to Aarti's, right? Of course, it's at the cost of the Congress, but does the Congress have a choice.
No, but I
Does
don't
the
know. I mean, you
Congress-
see, I mean, this is where I don't know. I mean, what is the depth of their stakeholders? What is the depth of their factionalism? What is the, and what is their kind of strategy going to be? I'm not saying this is the end of the alliance. In fact, as you said, they've just called a meeting. They're going to kind of try and work it out. That's, I'm not trying to say that, but I think it poses a real existential threat, is what I'm saying to the Congress. Because you have, as it were, defeated a regional party. You have, also pushed back against Owaisi. These are the big stories, and these are the kinds of contests you're going to face in Uttar Pradesh, in Orissa, in other states. So your allies are actually they're like frenemies.
I think it's back to that friend is, what is it?
No, Barkha, please. And I said this earlier, I will repeat it again. The Congress in Telangana still had roots. Dormant, but it still had roots. In UP, it does not. Its vote share has gone down to 2% in the last election.
But I'm just saying that you're not going to.
It cannot even take on the Samajwadi Party. Forget about the BJP.
No, but I'm just saying, if you're not going to make a start,
Samajwadi Party will have to really sink for the Congress to have a revival, and that's
I'm
a
not saying it's a
long time
revival,
away.
but I mean,
Similarly in Bihar.
I just want to make a different point. That, I mean, the point is that yes, they were going to have to start from not just ground zero, but a minus story, because
That's right. Absolutely.
But this is an open moment in India's future of small parties, because the OBC parties in India are saturated. They are going through, as it were, a generational shift. We don't know how that is going, which is why the BJP has moved so aggressively into the OBC world, but also into the Dalit world. So the Congress you cannot now play by what happened in 1990. Even the BJP is not playing by what happened in 1990. So I think I think it's a real problem for the Congress. It's of course the way Aarti is positioning it, that yes, there's an ideological fight and everyone must come together against Hindutva. At one level, yes, that is exactly what the alliance has done. But at a deeper level, in terms of political fortunes of each parties, it poses real existential questions.
And I think they must make note of. Sorry, I just want to say Manu made the point that if Kamalnath hadn't played that kind of Hinduized campaign, the results may have been even worse, he thinks. So that's just something to think about. I think, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you short. I just want to play out Smriti Irani, and we'll take concluding comments from all of you after that. This is Smriti Irani reacting to the results, and then we'll also play Piyush Goyal. Yes, let's take Smriti Irani.
एक मिनट ऊपर नीचे करिए आराम से एक मिनट नीचे करिए यहाँ पर एक मिनट भाई ऊपर कोई नहीं करेगा मत लगाओ भाई आराम से ऊपर नहीं यार बिल्कुल ऊपर नहीं मोहन भाई इधर लगाओ पानी जी आ गया बराबर में रखो यार नीचे रखना यार एक सेकंड ले आइए पकड़ लेते लाइए एवरीबॉडी इज हियर आराम से मैं यहीं आराम से रेडी हाँ जी
मैम 3 राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बड़े मार्जिन से जीत रही है। तेलंगाना जरूर आप जो है लूज कर गए, क्या कहेंगे आप?
मैं इतना ही कहूँगी कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में नरेंद्र मोदी का मैजिक और विशेषता जनता के मध्य में मोदी की गारंटी रंग लाई है। मैं विशेष आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ उन नागरिकों का जिन्होंने कांग्रेस के पर्सनल अटैक्स का मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया है। मैं अनुग्रहित हूँ हर उस नागरिक का जिसने विकास की गारंटी, मोदी की गारंटी पर अपना भरोसा जताया है। नरेंद्र मोदी ने विषम परिस्थितियों में इस देश का नेतृत्व किया और आज का ये रिजल्ट इस बात का संकेत है कि न सिर्फ मोदी की गारंटी पर भरोसा है, मोदी के नेतृत्व पर भरोसा है, बल्कि अमृतकाल का जो नरेंद्र मोदी का संकल्प है, विकसित भारत को बनाने के संकल्प पर भी जनता ने आज मुहर लगाई है। मैम ईवीएम पे विपक्ष सवाल कर रही है, ईवीएम पर विपक्ष को ईवीएम पर सवाल करने की बजाय राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका वाड्रा की घटिया राजनीति पर सवाल करना चाहिए। उन्होंने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी थी प्रधानमंत्री मोदी पर पर्सनल और बहुत ही निंदनीय अटैक करने की। आज का ये परिणाम अगर मैं अंग्रेजी में कहूँ तो गांधी खानदान की जुवेनाइल पॉलिटिक्स के लिए डेथ नेल है।
चलिए 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 इधर इधर।
Okay, strong statements there. I just want to hear also Piyush Goyal. I'm not sure if he's ready, but let me recap what Smriti just said there. Death knell for the juvenile politics of the Gandhis. Priyanka और राहुल की घटिया राजनीति की defeat है. Before there are concluding comments to that, also let's listen to Minister Piyush Goyal.
देश के लोगों ने बड़े समझदारी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व पर अपना विश्वास जताया है। फिर एक बार देश के लोगों ने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गारंटी को ही एक ऐसी गारंटी माना जिस पे वो विश्वास कर सकते हैं, जो अवश्य होगा। मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, ये बात आज देश के हर युवा में, हर किसान में, हर महिला में, हर गरीब में ये बात लोगों के जहन में आ गई है। मोदी है तो मुमकिन है। मोदी की गारंटी यानी जो गारंटी मोदी जी दें वो गारंटीड होगा, ये बात फिर एक बार कायम हुई है। मैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ इस ऐतिहासिक विजय के लिए। स्पष्ट रूप से देश में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो लोगों के प्रति सहनशीलता से, बहुत संवेदनशीलता से और पूरे ईमानदारी से सेवा करने का पिछले 9.5 वर्ष का कार्य रहा है, उसके प्रति फिर एक बार जनता ने अपनी मोहर लगाई है। और ऐसी ऐतिहासिक रिजल्ट के बाद मैं समझता हूँ लोकसभा के चुनाव में भी भारत की जनता 2/3 बहुमत से ज़्यादा एनडीए को देने जा रही है। और मेरा विश्वास है भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पिछली बार से भी अधिक सीटें लेके फिर एक बार एक निर्णायक, एक ईमानदार, सुशासन देने वाली, गरीब कल्याण को और सेवा को अपनी प्राथमिकता मानने वाली प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के 5 प्रण को इस अमृत काल में लागू करके देश को एक विकसित देश, एक समृद्ध देश बनाने वाली सरकार भारत में आने जा रही है।
पीयूष जी, सुबह में कांग्रेस पार्टी जश्न मना रही थी, अभी फिलहाल वो ईवीएम को ब्लेम कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, चुनाव में हार जीत होती है। अगर हारे हैं तो मैं समझता हूं कि कांग्रेस में इतनी समझदारी होती तो एक इज्जत से इस हार को वो स्वीकार करते और शायद लोगों में थोड़ी बहुत सहानुभूति उनको मिल भी जाती। लेकिन एक बैड लूजर की तरह जब वो ईवीएम को आज ब्लेम कर रहे हैं, वो ईवीएम का अपमान नहीं है, वो भारत का अपमान है। भारत की जो इलेक्शन प्रोसेस है, जो कार्यप्रणाली है चुनाव की, भारत की जो लोकतांत्रिक शक्तियां हैं, जो भारत की आज विश्व भर में प्रसिद्धि है, जो आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रति पूरे विश्व की आशाएं टिकी हुई हैं, उनका विश्वास है विश्व का कि मोदी जी विश्व की समस्याओं का समाधान करेंगे। भारत आगे चल के विश्व की अर्थव्यवस्था को और मजबूत बनाएगा। ये जो विश्व का विश्वास प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जीता है, जो उनके कार्यशैली से, उनके काम से आज विश्व में बना है, उसका अपमान करने।
Well, okay. Piyush Goyal there already talking about 2024. Laddus being distributed among BJP leaders in Madhya Pradesh. Let's play those pictures as we take concluding comments. Professor Damani, you are from the Congress. There's a former colleague of yours, Jyotiraditya Scindia. This has been the big story. The Shivraj Singh Chauhan led win, even though he was not officially declared the leader. Where do you win? Does the Congress need more alliances or fewer alliances? Like, do you decide we're going to build ourselves however many decades it takes, not at the cost of, allying with regional parties, or do you think you need alliances? Professor Ramani, can you hear me?
See,
I can't hear you.
once again,
Yeah, there you are.
I'm really sorry to hear the words Ghatiya politics, because I did not want to get into that Ghatiya politics. The world knows, the country knows, the people know that Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah are the people in this country who are known for Ghatiya politics. Because it is not only the BJP, it is along with them, they have the income tax, they have the ED, they have the CBI, and they have everybody doing Ghatiya politics. Otherwise, if it is not Ghatia politics, I wouldn't have heard the raids by ED and the son of Ashok Gehlot and the president of Rajasthan on Baghel just 2 months before the election. So let us not talk about Ghatia politics. I don't want to talk about it further also. The Ghatia politics of dividing these people into two, the Hindutva politics of Ghatia politics of Modi is well known. So I don't want to comment on that.
Okay,
but I would like to come back to some positive aspects. Now, but I have a lot of respect for Madam Gerard, and when she said that, the Congress has not lost, but okay, it is pushed to the background slightly. If you look at the vote differences, percentage differences in both Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, it's just about 3%.
Yeah, we can bring up the vote share. We can bring up the vote share slides, Professor Ramani, but that's the point, that to not be able to convert these into seats. That is exactly the point that is being made, that why does the Congress fail to convert its vote share into seats?
That is precisely what we are going to go back to the drawing board and play. Why just 3% votes was the difference between us, and why we lost and why they won. Now, if we can take this into cognizance, the various factors which has resulted in that, the difference is not much. The difference is 3% can be overcome in about 6 months by proper strategy.
I mean, in Madhya Pradesh, it's 9. In Madhya Pradesh, it's 9%. In Rajasthan, it's about 4%. So that's the point, I think, Manu. Before I take
Madhya Pradesh is definitely a concern. I agree with you.
Yes,
but
Rajasthan
Rajasthan,
is close. I was going to say, Rajasthan. Can we just switch to Rajasthan? Sorry, I was just going to say, we've been saying that Gehlot and the Congress in Rajasthan fought harder and better than the Congress in Madhya Pradesh. Can we go to Rajasthan for just a second to see? Can I have the Rajasthan slide?
I don't think so.
One second, sir. I need my producer to put the Rajasthan slide on. Please, I need those slides to rotate. Professor Ramani, if you can complete your point. I'm saying vote share is no solace in a first past the post system, right? It's not a solace. You have to convert into seats.
I agree. But first past the post system is different. When I say that, the vote share makes a difference, if the difference is not much, and with proper planning and strategy, you can easily overcome that overshare. Number one. And number two, again, I'm coming to the same point, that we are still humble. We accept the people's verdict and with all humility. But had we won another state, Madam Gerard, I'm sorry to say that we wouldn't have been arrogant. We would have still been humble only. The total strategy of the Indian alliance today is to ensure that Modi doesn't come back and BJP doesn't come back. In this, there is no question of arrogance in any party, in any of the states.
Let Aarti respond. Sir, I'm sorry, we're well beyond our time, so let Aarti respond quickly, and then Shruti, and then Manu can have the last one. Aarti, quickly. I can't hear Aarti. I'm so sorry. Aarti,
that the BJP is pretty much on course to, retaining its dominance in the Hindi heartland. But the interesting thing that is happening and is appearing is the peripheries of India are not with the BJP. And it's not just the south. If you look at the east also, it's Naveen Patnaik in Orissa, it's Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal. Tomorrow we'll get the Mizoram results. Let's see what happens in Mizoram, because there are reports that MNF is receding because of its alliance with the BJP, and the shadow of Manipur, hangs very heavily on Mizoram. So the peripheries of India are not with the BJP. So, the BJP's, desire, ambition to replace the Congress as a pan-Indian party, I'm afraid, even though they may win the next Lok Sabha election and may be in government, but its desire to be a pan-Indian party and replace the Congress is still very far away, out of its reach for the moment.
This time it's me who muted myself by mistake. I was saying, Shruti, I'm curious to understand why you do not believe in the North-South differential.
I mean, I do sort of, in a manner of speaking, believe in it. But I actually think, unlike Aarti, I'm less of an optimist. I actually think it's not about the so-called peripheries in the heartland. I think that this is when you've had a very spirited campaign by the Congress. No money has been spared, it seems. These were big campaigns in these various states, and you had all the leadership in. And it has not resulted in the even 1+ victory. So I actually think India's structurally moving to a one-party domination, and it's going to be incredibly hard for it's one these, as I said, I mean, these regional parties are not what they were 15 years ago. They're also saturated, or they are also weak. They're not in pole position. And and we have seen that the BJP itself has kind of opened up its wider social coalition, in whether you also now have a Muslim vice president in the party. So I think we're going to see some changes of kind of wider incorporation of India's social structure, and mind you, even the South, in the upcoming years by the BJP. So I think it's a really tough time for India's opposition, despite a very spirited campaign, North-South Telangana notwithstanding. I think
right,
so.
Manu?
Because it's not simply about, because the same can be said, the opposite can be said about the alliance. How are you going to get a national consensus without a Hindi heartland state? I mean, so it's one thing to say that the BJP is only spread till here, but it's the opposite is also true. That how are you going to rule India without the Hindi heartland? And I think it's a really tough time. I think it's a really tough time for India's opposition. And I think it's actually quite silly to talk about EVMs and so on. I think that also betrays a kind of lack of ability to think through the real problem. What is the real problem at stake? And I wanted to also, one final thing I wanted to say, that it was also interesting that sitting from afar, you actually saw the BJP in a very cautious mode. We didn't, you didn't see the bluster that normally goes with their campaigns. They left it to a few people to do it. And so I think there's a kind of shift going on in BJP strategy. If you and I can say that there's a North-South divide, I bet you they're thinking about it. So I think states like Maharashtra, that all that's going to now come more forcefully, Orissa. So interesting times, difficult times, but also sadly, maybe, a new consensus party state in India.
Well, it's interesting because, Manu, we have seen, and Shruti, you know this, so we have seen one party domination earlier. This is not the first time that India is going through that phase. And what's interesting also is how regional parties will now respond. We discussed a lot about whether these are Revant Reddy shots, by the way, of him being mobbed there in Telangana. But we've discussed a lot about how the Congress, can the Congress survive? Does it need to ally with the regional parties? Will the growth of regional parties be at the cost of the Congress? But regional parties also know that they have been devoured in many cases by the BJP. That's why Nitish Kumar actually flipped. Look what happened to the Shiv Sena in Maharashtra. The BRS is now irrelevant. What happens to the BRS, right? So these are all questions. Manu, what's your last word before we close today?
There are two takeaways. I mean, one is for the BJP, another for the Congress, and I'll begin with the Congress first. Yes, Congress has won in Telangana, but if you look at the vote share differential between the BRS and the Congress, it's not really large. It's less than 3% as of now. Now, add to it a possible alliance of BJP and BRS, and you can see the numbers. And I agree, I concede that in politics, 1 + 1 is often not 2, but neither is it 0. It could be 1.5. So Congress winning in Telangana, which was the only or genuine tri-cornered fight in these elections, it's credible. But then again, think of an alternate view. BJP is not down and out in Telangana. It can still be the kingmaker for Lok Sabha, and it still has some petrol left in the tank for Karnataka. Now coming to what BJP did in the Hindi heartland, I think one of the things is that BJP did not make any unforced errors which the India alliance did on the outside. I mean, I have to say this, but the statement of eradicating Sanatan, well, I agree some regional parties have a plank and they are extremely popular in their pocket boroughs because of that. But there will be deleterious impacts of such statements on other states where the population definitely doesn't agree with this kind of view. And Congress did not come out, in a strident manner and distance itself with these things. So Congress basically tried to just, hope and pray. And this is where the problem comes, that when the Hindi heartland electorate wants to elect an alternative, it has two choices: either caste-based socialist parties, or it has the Congress, about whom most of the population is really not clear as to what do they stand for. Because welfare, BJP also provides. Because you talk about growth and development, well, they are also talking about that. So what's the differentiator here? I think that's the problem for Congress. And BJP, as of now, is not making any unforced errors, so it's sitting pretty.
Well, that's a very interesting sort of analysis, and everybody will have their own. If you have just turned on your phones and you've been enjoying a Sunday brunch somewhere, this is what the big verdict looks like. Can we move these slides? Yes, thank you. The BJP has taken 3 of the 4 states. It has handsomely won in Madhya Pradesh. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is clearly the man of the match. It has also won Rajasthan, and it has also taken Chhattisgarh, and those are the celebration shots. That is Shivraj Singh Chauhan's wife, I'm being told by my producer. Those are the women in Madhya Pradesh celebrating, big celebrations, despite the fact that he was not declared the chief ministerial candidate. He has, from Mamaji, transformed himself into bulldozer Mamaji, and clearly earned his place in the BJP hierarchy in such a way that the party will not be able to marginalize him now. In Rajasthan, the marginalization of Vasundhara Raje has proved to be irrelevant. The BJP has taken the state in any case. In Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel despite, can we move along this? In Chhattisgarh, the Baghel government has not been able to keep the government, despite creating a reasonable buzz around the individual persona of the chief minister and a very low-key contender in the form of Raman Singh. And finally, Telangana, the one place where the Congress can celebrate a resounding sweep by the Congress, but the Congress literally being, ousted out, as it were, of the Hindi heartland. And I was going to say goodbye, but I'm being told there's a very interesting video coming. So I'm waiting for this video. Aarti, do you want to come in for just a last thought before we end? Let's say you were the advisor to Rahul Gandhi and the advisor to Narendra Modi. Wear that hat for 2 minutes. Wear both hats. What would you say to Rahul Gandhi as advisor to Rahul Gandhi, and what would you say to PM Modi? Aarti?
Question to answer off the cuff. What would I say to Rahul Gandhi? I would tell Rahul Gandhi that you need better political advisors, because clearly, I think Mallikarjun Kharge has been a big boon for the Congress, but he's good for the South. I don't know whether he's a good strategist for the North. So he needs some good advice for the North. They need a narrative, and it cannot be a soft Hindutva narrative like Kamalnath was doing. I'm sorry, you have to position yourself as something different, not as a softer version of a Team A, So I think that would really be my advice to Rahul Gandhi. And as far as the BJP is concerned, I think the BJP, again, to be, I know that in Karnataka, they're trying to keep their toehold, they regain their foothold in Karnataka by appointing Yediyurappa's son as the state chief. They've got an alliance going with JDS. It's quite possible that in Telangana, they will have some kind of an understanding with BRS, because BRS will now be desperate to kind of, regain, some ground in Telangana. I don't know what will happen in Andhra Pradesh. Maybe they, either with YSR, Congress, or with TDP. I think the BJP will try something. But I think essentially the BJP, to become a pan-Indian party and not just be known as a heartland, Hindi heartland party, it needs to, be a little more accommodative, a little more assimilative. It needs to, move out of that straight-jacketed, monochromistic, Hindutva politics that has, gained it so much dominance in the north, but in the south, clearly their brand of Hindutva is not that acceptable. So, I mean, I think it needs to soften that, that pro-Hindi, pro-North Indian Hindu image that they carry, if they want to expand their footprint in the south. And I think that is really necessary to, become a truly dominant national party.
Okay, these are images of Congress workers pouring milk on posters featuring Rahul, Sonia and Revanth Reddy. But I think today the metaphorical question for the Congress would be, will it cry over spilt milk or will it go back to the drawing board? So I'm mixing my metaphors there. I am going to actually say at this point, thank you very much to S.V. Ramani, to Dr. Shruti Kapila, to Aarti Jarat, and to Manu Sharma for so patiently making us understand the numbers. There's a lot to still talk about. There's a lot more coming up on the Mojo Story. That's the final look. The BJP sweeping its way victoriously through 3 of those 4 states in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, leaving the Congress to celebrate only in Telangana. There'll be reactions coming through the day from all the top leaders, and you will have all of that in special analysis through the day at the Mojo Story. But for now, we'll take a quick break so that we can get some of our depleted voices back, and we'll be back with you very soon. Thank you for watching. Take care. Mojo Story has always made a commitment to its viewers to go to where the story is. And as you can see here, we are at the epicenter of the Israel war on Gaza. We are right at the front line, about 1 mile from the Gaza Strip, as the Israeli military gets ready with its tanks and its gunners to begin its final frontal assault that will take troops into Gaza. As we said, we are not like other organizations. We believe in giving you all sides of the story objectively and as much as possible from the ground. And that's exactly what we're doing here, covering the biggest global story today from the epicenter of the war zone. So please, we need your support. Support us, become a Mojo member, subscribe to us, spread the word, and thank you for your support.